Letter 45 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. LibriVox.org. Into the Public Domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, August 13th, 1864. Dearest Alick, for the last month we have had a purgatory of hot wind and dust, such as I never saw, impossible to stir out of the house. So in despair I have just engaged a return boat, a Gelegenheit, and am off to Cairo in a day or two, where I shall stop till Inshallah you come to me. Can't you get leave to come at the beginning of November? Do try, that is the pleasant time in Cairo. I am a stupid lazy Arab now, as Omar says, having lain on a mat in a dark stone passage for 6 weeks or so, but my chest is no worse, better I think, and my health has not suffered at all, only I am stupid and lazy. I had a pleasant visit lately from a great doctor from Mecca, a man so learned that he can read the Koran in 7 different ways. He is also a physician of European Hekmeh learning. Fancy my wonder when a great Alim in gorgeous Hegazi dress walked in and said, "Madame, tout ce qu'on m'a dit de vous fait tellement l'éloge de votre cœur et de votre esprit que je me suis arrêté pour tâcher de me procurer le plaisir de votre connaissance." A lot of Luxor people came in to pay their respects to the great man, and he said to me that he hoped I had not been molested on account of religion, and if I had I must forgive it, as the people here were so very ignorant, and barbarians were bigots everywhere. I said, "Wallahi, the people of Luxor are my brothers," and the Maōhn said, "True, the fellaheen are like oxen, but not such swine as to insult the religion of a lady who has served God among them like this one. She risked her life every day." And if she had died, said the great theologian, her place was made ready among the martyrs of God, because she showed more love to her brothers than to herself. Now if this was a humbug it was said in Arabic before 8 or 10 people, by a man of great religious authority. Omar was aux anges to hear his sit spoken of in such a grand way for the religion. I believe that a great change is taking place among the Ulema, that Islam is ceasing to be a mere party flag, just as occurred with Christianity, and that all the moral part is being more and more dwelt on. My great Alim also said I had practised the precepts of the Koran, and then laughed and added, "I suppose I ought to say the Gospel, but what matters is, El Haqq, the truth, is one, whether spoken by our Lord Jesus or by our Lord Mohammed." He asked me to go with him to Mecca next winter for my health, as it was so hot and dry there. I found he had fallen in with El Bedrawee and the Khartoum merchant at Assouan. The little boy was well again, and I had been outrageously extolled by them. We are now sending off all the corn. I sat the other evening on Mustapha's doorstep, and saw Greeks piously and zealously attending to the divine command to spoil the Egyptians. 8 months ago a Greek bought up corn at 60 piastres the ardeb, he follows the Coptic tax gatherer like a vulture after a crow, now wheat is 170 piastres the ardeb here, and the fellah has paid 3½ per cent a month besides. Reckon the profit! 2 men I know are quite ruined, and have sold all they had. The cattle disease forced them to borrow at these ruinous rates, and now, alas, the Nile is sadly lingering in its rise, and people are very anxious. Poor Egypt, or rather poor Egyptians. Of course I need not say that there is a great improvidence in those who can be fleeced as they are fleeced. Mustapha's household is a pattern of muddling hospitality, and Mustapha is generous and mean by turns, but what chance have people like these, so utterly uncivilized and so isolated, against Europeans of unscrupulous characters? I can't write more in the wind and dust. You shall hear again from Cairo. End of Letter 45. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 46 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org. Into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, October 9, 1864. Dearest Alick, I have not written for a long time because I have had a fever. Now I am all right again, only weak. If you can come, please bring the books in enclosed list for an American Egyptologist at Luxor, a friend of mine. My best love to Janet and my other chicks. I wish I could see my Maurice. Tell Janet that Hassan Donkey Boy has married a girl of 11, and Phillips that Hassan remembers him quite tenderly, and is very proud of having had his face drawn by him. Certainly he was of the Friends, if not a brother of the Sitt, he so loved the things of the Arabs. I went to the Hareem soirée at Hassan's before the wedding; at that event I was ill. My good doctor was up the river, and Hekekian Bey is in Italy, so I am very lonely here. The weather is bad, so very damp; I stream with perspiration more than in June at Luxor, and I don't like civilization so very much. It keeps me awake at night in the grog shops and rings horrid bells and fights and quarrels in the streets, and disturbs my Muslim nerves till I utter such epithets as kelb (dog) and khanseer (pig) against the Frangi, and I wish I were in a beastly Arab quarter. End of Letter 46. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 47 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Cairo, October 21st, 1864. Dearest Mutter, I got your letter yesterday. I hope Alick got mine of 2 weeks ago before leaving, and told you I was better. I am still rather weak; however, I ride my donkey, and the weather has suddenly become gloriously dry and cool. I rather shiver with the thermometer at 79°. Absurd, is it not? But I got so used to real heat. I never wrote about my leaving Luxor or my journey, for our voyage was quite tempestuous after the first 3 days, and I fell ill as soon as I was in my house here. I hired the boat for 6 purses (£18), which had taken Greeks up to Assouan selling groceries and strong drinks, but the Reis would not bring back their cargo of black slaves to dirty the boat, and picked us up at Luxor. We sailed at daybreak, having waited all 1 day because it was an unlucky day. As I sat in the boat people kept coming to ask whether I was coming back, very anxiously, and bringing fresh bread, eggs, and things as presents, and all the quality came to take leave and hope, Inshallah, I should soon come home to my village safe and bring the master, please God, to see them, and then to say the Fathah for a safe journey and my health. In the morning the balconies of my house were filled with such a group to see us sail, a party of wild Abab'deh with their long Arab guns and flowing hair, a Turk elegantly dressed, Mohammed in his decorous brown robes with snow white turban, and several fellaheen. As the boat moved off the Abab'deh blazed away with their guns and Osman Effendi with a sort of blunderbuss, and as we dropped down the river there was a general firing, even Todorus (Theodore), the Coptic Malim, popped off his American revolver. Omar keeping up a return with Alick's old horse pistols, which are much admired here on account of the excessive noise they make. Poor old Ismaïn, who always thought I was Madame Belzoni and wanted to take me up to Abu Simbel to meet my husband, was in dire distress that he could not go with me to Cairo. He declared he was still Shadeed, strong enough to take care of me and to fight. He is 97 and only remembers 50 or 60 years ago and old wild times, a splendid old man, handsome and erect. I used to give him coffee and listen to his stories, which had won his heart. His grandson, the quiet, rather stately Mohammed, who is guard of the house I lived in, forgot all his Muslim dignity, broke down in the middle of his set speech, and flung himself down and kissed and hugged my knees, and cried. He had got some notion of impending ill luck, I found, and was unhappy at our departure, and the baksheesh failed to console him. Sheykh Yussuf was to come with me, but a brother of his just wrote word that he was coming back from the Hejaz, where he had been with the troops and where he is serving his time. I was very sorry to lose his company. Fancy how dreadfully irregular for one of the Ulema and a heretical woman to travel together. What would our bishop say to a parson who did such a thing? We had a lovely time on the river for 3 days, such moonlight nights, so soft and lovely, and we had a sailor who was as good as a professional singer, and who sang religious songs, which I observe excite people here far more than love songs. One which began, "Remove my sins from before thy sight, O God," was really beautiful and touching, and I did not wonder at the tears which ran down Omar's face. A very pretty profane song which was, "Keep the wind from me, O Lord, I fear it will hurt me." Wind means love, which is like the Simoom. Alas, it has struck me and I am sick. Why do ye bring the physician? O physician, put back thy medicine in the canister, for only he who has hurt can cure me. The masculine pronoun is always used instead of she in poetry out of decorum, sometimes even in conversation. October 23rd. Yesterday I met a Saidi, a friend of the brother of the Sheykh of the wild Ababda, and as we stood hand-shaking and kissing our fingers in the road, some of the Anglo-Indian travellers passed and gazed with fierce disgust. The handsome Hassan, being black, was such a flagrant case of a native. Mutter dear, it is heart-breaking to see what we are sending to India now. The mail days are dreaded, we never know when some outrage may not excite Mussulman fanaticism. The English tradesmen here complain as much as anyone, and I, who as the Cadi of Luxor said, am not outside the family, of Ishmael I presume, hear what the Arabs really think. There are also crowds like lice, as one Mohammed said, of low Italians, French, etc., and I find my stalwart Hassan's broad shoulders no superfluous port respect in the Frangi quarter. 3 times I have been followed and insolently stared at, à mon âge, and once Hassan had to speak. Fancy how dreadful to Muslims! I hate the sight of a hat here now. I can't write more now as my eyes are weak still. Omar begs me to give you his best salaam and say, Inshallah, he will take great care of your daughter, which he most zealously and tenderly does. End of letter 47, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 48 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, on the Nile, Friday, December 23, 1864. Dearest Mutter, here I am again between Beni Suef and Minia, and already better for the clear air of the river and the tranquil boat life. I will send you my Christmas salaam from Siout. While Alick was with me I had as much to do as I was able and could not write for there was much to see and talk about. I think he was amused, but I fear he felt the Eastern life to be very poor and comfortless. I have got so used to having nothing that I had quite forgotten how it would seem to a stranger. I am quite sorry to find how many of my letters must have been lost from Luxor. In future I shall trust the Arab post, which certainly is safer than English travellers. I send you my long plaits by Alick, for I had cut my hair short as it took to falling out by handfuls after my fever, and moreover it is more convenient Turkish harem fashion. Please tell Dean Stanley how his old dragoman, Mohammed Gazawi, cried with pleasure when he told me he had seen Sheikh Stanley's sister on her way to India, and the little ladies knew his name and shook hands with him, which evidently was worth far more than the bakshish. I wondered who Sheikh Stanley could be, and Mohammed, who is a darweesh and very pious, told me he was the Gassis priest, who was imam, spiritual guide, to the son of our Queen, and in truth, said he is really a sheikh and one who teaches the excellent things of religion. Why, he was kind even to his horse, and it is of the mercies of God to the English that such a one is the imam of your Queen and Prince. I said, laughing, how dost thou, a darweesh among Muslims, talk thus of a Nazarene priest? Truly, O lady, he answered, one who loveth all the creatures of God, him God loveth also, there is no doubt of that. Is anyone bigot enough to deny that Stanley has done more for real religion in the mind of that Muslim darweesh than if he had baptized 100 savages out of one fanatical faith into another? There is no hope of a good understanding with Orientals until Western Christians can bring themselves to recognize the common faith contained in the two religions. The real difference consists in all the class of notions and feelings, very important ones, no doubt, which we derive, not from the Gospels at all, but from Greece and Rome, and which of course are altogether wanting here. Alick will tell you how curiously Omar illustrated the patriarchal feelings of the East by entirely dethroning me in favour of the master. That our master we all eat bread from his hand, and he work for us. Omar and I were equal before our Sedi. He can sit at ease at my feet, but when the master comes in he must stand reverently, and give me to understand that I too must be respectful. I have got the boat of the American Mission at an outrageous price, £60, but I could get nothing under. The consolation is that the sailors profit, poor fellows, and get treble wages. My crew are all Nubians. Such a handsome Rais and steersman, brothers, and there is a black boy, of 14 or so, with legs and feet so sweetly beautiful as to be quite touching. At least I always feel those lovely round, young innocent forms to be somehow affecting. Our old boat of last summer, Arthur Taylor's, is sailing in company with us, and stately old Rais Mubarak hails me every morning with the blessings of God and the peace of the Prophet. Ali Kuptan, my steamboat captain, will announce our advent at Thebes. He passed us to-day. This boat is a fine sailer, but iron built and therefore noisy, and not convenient. The crew here encourage her with "Get along, father of three," because she has 3 sails, whereas 2 is the usual number. They are active, good-humoured fellows, my men, but lack the Arab courtesy and simpatico ways, and then I don't understand their language, which is pretty and sounds a little like Caffre, rather bird-like and sing-song, instead of the clattering guttural Arabic. I now speak pretty tolerably for a stranger, i.e. I can keep up a conversation, and understand all that is said to me much better than I can speak, and follow about half of what people say to each other. When I see you, Inshallah, next summer I shall be a good scholar, I hope. End of Letter 48, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 49 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, January 2nd, 1865. Dearest Mutter, I posted a letter for you at Girgeh as we passed Siout with a good wind. I hope you will get it. My crew worked as I never saw men work. They were paid to get to Luxor, and for 18 days they never rested or slept day or night, and all the time were merry and pleasant. It shows what power of endurance these lazy Arabs have when there is good money at the end of a job, instead of the favourite panacea of stick. We arrived at midnight, and next morning my boat had the air of being pillaged. A crowd of laughing, chattering fellows ran off to the house, laden with loose articles snatched up at random, loaves of sugar, pots and pans, books, cushions, all helter-skelter. I feared breakages, but all was housed safe and sound. The small boys of an age licensed to penetrate into the cabin went off with the oddest cargoes of dressing things and the like, of backsheesh not one word. Alhamdulillah Salema. Thank God thou art in peace, and Ya Seet, Ya Amira, till my head went round. Old Ismaeen fairly hugged me and little Achmet hung close to my side. I went up to Mustapha's house while the unpacking took place, and breakfasted there, and found letters from all of you, from you to darling Rainey. Sheykh Yussuf was charmed with her big writing, and he said he thought the news in that was the best of all. The weather was intensely hot the first 2 days. Now it is heavenly, a fresh breeze and gorgeous sunshine. I brought 2 common Arab lanterns for the tube of Abu'l Hajjaj, and his moolid is now going on. Omar took them and lighted them and told me he found several people who called on the rest to say the Fatah for me. I was sitting out yesterday with the people on the sand looking at the men doing a fantasia on horseback for the Sheykh, and a clever dragoman of the party was relating about the death of a young English girl whom he had served, and so de Filla and Aguilla we talked about the strangers buried here, and how the bishop had extorted £100. I said, Malaish, never mind, the people have been hospitable to me alive, and they will not cease if I die, but give me a tomb among the Arabs. One old man said, May I not see thy day, O lady, and indeed thou shouldest be buried as a daughter of the Arabs, but we should fear the anger of thy consul and thy family, but thou knowest that wherever thou art buried, thou wilt assuredly lie in a Muslim grave. How so? Said I. Why, when a bad Muslim dies the angels take him out of his tomb and put one in of the good from among the Christians in his place. This is the popular expression of the doctrine that the good are sure of salvation. Omar chimed in at once, certainly there is no doubt of it, and I know a story that happened in the days of Mohammed Ali Pasha which proves it. We demanded the story, and Omar began. There was once a very rich man of the Muslims, so stingy that he grudged everybody even so much as a bit of the paper inside the date (Koran). When he was dying he said to his wife, "Go out and buy me a lump of pressed dates," and when she had bought it he bade her leave him alone. Thereupon he took all his gold out of his sash and spread it before him and rolled it up in 2 or 3 pieces at a time in the dates, and swallowed it piece after piece until only 3 were left, when his wife came in and saw what he was doing and snatched them from his hand. Presently afterward he fell back and died, and was carried out to the burial place and laid in his tomb. When the Cadi's men came to put the seal on his property and found no money, they said, "O woman, how is this? We know thy husband was a rich man, and behold we find no money for his children and slaves or for thee." So the women told what had happened, and the Cadi sent for 3 other of the Ulema, and they decided that after 3 days she should go herself into her husband's tomb and open it, and take the money from his stomach. Meanwhile a guard was put over the tomb to keep away robbers. After 3 days therefore the woman went, and the men opened the tomb and said, "Go in, O woman, and take thy money." So the woman went down into the tomb alone. When there, instead of her husband's body, she saw a box (coffin) of the boxes of the Christians, and when she opened it she saw the body of a young girl, adorned with many ornaments of gold necklaces and bracelets, and a diamond curse on her head, and over all a veil of black muslin embroidered with gold. So the woman said within herself, "Behold, I came for money, and here it is. I will take it and conceal this business for fear of the Cadi." So she wrapped the whole in her melayah, a blue checked cotton sheet worn as a cloak, and came out, and the men said, "Hast thou done thy business?" And she answered, "Yes," and returned home. In a few days she gave the veil she had taken from the dead girl to a broker to sell for her in the bazaar, and the broker went and showed it to the people and was offered 100 piastres. Now there sat in one of the shops of the merchant a great Ma'alim (Coptic clerk) belonging to the Pasha, and he saw the veil and said, "How much asketh thou?" And the broker said, "Oh, thine honour, the clerk, whatever thou wilt." "Take from me then 500 piastres, and bring the person that gave thee the veil to receive the money." So the broker fetched the woman, and the Copt, who was a great man, called the police and said, "Take this woman and fetch my ass and we will go before the Pasha," and he rode in haste to the palace weeping and beating his breast, and went before the Pasha and said, "Behold, this veil was buried a few days ago with my daughter who died unmarried, and I had none but her, and I loved her like my eyes and would not take from her her ornaments, and this veil she worked herself and was very fond of it, and she was young and beautiful and just of the age to be married, and behold the Muslims go and rob the tombs of the Christians, and if thou wilt suffer this we Christians will leave Egypt and go and live in some other country, O Effendina, for we cannot endure this abomination." Then the Pasha turned to the woman and said, "Woe to thee, O woman, art thou a Muslimah and doest such wickedness?" And the woman spoke and told all that had happened, and how she sought money and finding gold had kept it. So the Pasha said, "Wait, O Ma'alima, and we will discover the truth of this matter." And he sent for the 3 Ulema who desired that the tomb should be opened at the end of 3 days, and told them the case, and they said, "Open now the tomb of the Christian damsel." And the Pasha sent his men to do so, and when they opened it beheld it was full of fire, and within it lay the body of the wicked and avaricious Mussulman. Thus it was manifest to all that on the night of terror the angels of God had done this thing, and had laid the innocent girl of the Christians among those who had received direction, and the evil Muslim among the rejected. Admire how rapidly legends arise here. This story, which everybody declared was quite true, is placed no longer ago than in Mohammed Ali Pasha's time. There are hardly any travellers this year; instead of 150 or more boats, perhaps 20. A son of one of the Rothschilds, a boy of 14, has just gone up like a royal prince in one of the Pasha's steamers, all his expenses paid, and crowds of attendants. "All that honour to the money of the Jew," said an old fellah to me with a tone of scorn which I could not but echo in my heart. He has turned out his dragoman, a respectable elderly man, very sick, and paid him his bare wages and the munificent sum of £5 to take him back to Cairo. On board there was a doctor and plenty of servants, and yet he abandons the man here on Mustapha's hands. I have brought Rashidi here, the sick man, as poor Mustapha is already overloaded with strangers. I am sorry the name of Yahudi (Jew) should be made to stink yet more in the nostrils of the Arabs. I am very well indeed, my cough is almost gone, and I can walk quite briskly and enjoy it. I think, dear Mutter, I am really better. I never felt the cold so little as this winter since my illness, the chilly mornings and nights don't seem to signify at all now, and the climate feels more delicious than ever. Mr. Herbert, the painter, went back to Cairo from Farshoot below Keneh, so I have no Frangee society at all. But Sheykh Yussuf and the Cadi drop in to tea very often, and as they are agreeable men I am quite content with my company. By the by, I will tell you about the tenure of land in Egypt which the people are always disputing about, as the Cadi laid it down for me. The whole land belongs to the Sultan of Turkey, the Pasha being his vakeel (representative), nominally of course as we know. Thus there are no owners, only tenants paying from 100 piastres tariff, £1, down to 30 piastres yearly per feddan, about an acre, according to the quality of the land, or the favour of the Pasha when granting it. This tenancy is hereditary to children only, not to collaterals or ascendants, and it may be sold, but in that case application must be made to the government. If the owner or tenant dies childless the land reverts to the Sultan, i.e. to the Pasha, and if the Pasha chooses to have any man's land he can take it from him on payment, or without. Don't let anyone tell you that I exaggerate, I have known it to happen, I mean the without, and the man receiving feddan for feddan of desert in return for his good land which he had tilled and watered. To-morrow night is the great night of Sheykh Abu'l Hajjaj's Moolid, and I am desired to go to the mosque for the benefit of my health, and that my friends may say a prayer for my children. The kind, hearty welcome I found here has been a real pleasure, and every one was pleased because I was glad to come home to my Beled (town), and they all thought it so nice of my master to have come so far to see me because I was sick, all but one Turk, who clearly looked with pity and contempt on so much trouble taken about a sick old woman. I have left my letter for a long while. You will not wonder, for after some 10 days' fever my poor guest Mohammed el Rashidi died to day. 2 Prussian doctors gave me help for the last 4 days, but left last night. He sank to sleep quietly at noon, with his hand in mine, a good old Muslim sat at his head on one side and I on the other. Omar stood at his head, and his black boy Khayr at his feet. We had laid his face to the Kibla, and I spoke to him to see if he knew anything, and when he nodded the 3 Muslims chanted the Islami la ilaha illallah, etc., while I closed his eyes. The respectable men came in by degrees, took an inventory of his property, which they delivered to me, and washed the body, and within an hour and a half we all went out to the burial place, I following among a troop of women who joined us to wail for the brother who had died far from his place. The scene as we turned in between the broken colossi and the pylons of the temple to go to the mosque was overpowering. After the prayer in the mosque we went out to the graveyard, Muslims and Copts helping to carry the dead, and my Frankish hat in the midst of the veiled and wailing women, all so familiar and yet so strange. After the burial the Imam, Sheykh Abd el Waris, came and kissed me on the shoulders, and the Shereef, a man of 80, laid his hands on my shoulders and said, "Fear not, my daughter, neither all the days of thy life nor at the hour of thy death, for God is with thee." I kissed the old man's hand and turned to go, but numberless men came and said, "1,000 thanks, O our sister, for what thou hast done for one among us, and a great deal more." Now the solemn chanting of the Fikis, and the clear voice of the boy reciting the Koran in the room where the man died, are ringing through the house. They will pass the night in prayer, and to-morrow there will be the prayer of deliverance in the mosque. Poor Khayr has just crept in to have a quiet cry, poor boy. He is in the inventory, and to-morrow I must deliver him up to les autorités to be forwarded to Cairo with the rest of the property. He is very ugly with his black face wet and swollen, but he kisses my hand and calls me his mother quite natural like. You see colour is no barrier here. The weather is glorious this year, and in spite of some fatigue I am extremely well and strong, and have hardly any cough at all. I am so sorry that the young Rothschild was so hard to Er Rasheedi and that his French doctor refused to come and see him. It makes bad blood naturally. However, the German doctors were most kind and helpful. The festival of Abu Hajjaj was quite a fine sight, not splendid at all, au contraire, but spirit stirring, the flags of the Sheykh borne by his family chanting, and the men tearing about in mimic fight on horseback with their spears. My acquaintance of last year, Abd el Mutawil, the fanatical Sheykh from Tunis, was there. At first he scowled at me. Then someone told him how Rothschild had left Er Rasheedi, and he held forth about the hatred of all the unbelievers to the Muslims, and ended by asking where the sick man was. A quaint little smile twinkled in Sheykh Yussuf's soft eyes, and he curled his silky moustache as he said demurely, "Your Honour must go and visit him at the house of the English lady." I am bound to say that the Pharisee executed himself handsomely, for in a few minutes he came up to me and took my hand, and even hoped I would visit the tomb of Abu Hajjaj with him. Since I wrote last I have been rather poorly, more cough and most wearing sleeplessness. A poor young Englishman died here at the house of the Austrian consular agent. I was too ill to go to him, but a kind dear Englishwoman, a Mrs. Walker, who was here with her family in a boat, sat up with him 3 nights and nursed him like a sister. A young American lay sick at the same time in the house; he is now gone down to Cairo, but I doubt whether he will reach it alive. The Englishman was buried on the first day of Ramadan where they bury strangers, on the site of a former Coptic church. Archdeacon Moore read the service, Omar and I spread my old flag over the bier, and Copts and Muslims helped to carry the poor stranger. It was a most impressive sight. The party of Europeans, all strangers to the dead but all deeply moved, the group of black-robed and turbaned Copts, the sailors from the boats, the gaily dressed dragomans, several brown-shirted fellaheen and the thick crowd of children, all the little Abab'das stark naked and behaving so well, the expression on their faces touched me most of all. As Muslims, Omar and the boatman laid him down in the grave, and while the English prayer was read, the sun went down in a glorious flood of light over the distant bend of the Nile. Had he a mother, he was young, said an Abab'da woman to me with tears in her eyes, and pressing my hand in sympathy for that far-off mother of such a different race. Passenger steamboats now come here every fortnight, but I have had no letter for a month. I have no almanac and have lost count of European time. Today is the 3rd of Ramadan, that is all I know. The poor black slave was sent from Keneh, God knows why, because he had no money and the Mudir could not eat off him, as he could off the money and property, he believes. He is a capital fellow, and in order to compensate me for what he eats he proposed to wash for me, and you would be amused to see Khayr with his coal-black face and filed teeth during laundry maid out in the yard. He fears the family will sell him and hopes he may fetch a good price for his boy, only on the other hand he would so like me to buy him, and so his mind is disturbed. Meanwhile the having all my clothes washed clean is a great luxury. The steamer is come and I must finish in haste. I have corrected the proofs, there is not much to alter, and though I regret several lost letters I can't replace them. I tried, but it felt like a forgery. Do you cut out and correct, dearest Mother, you will do it much better than I. End of letter 49. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 50 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To the Dowager Lady Duff Gordon, Luxor, January 8, 1865. Dear Old Lady, I received your kind letter in the midst of the drumming and piping and chanting and firing of guns and pistols and scampering of horses which constitute a religious festival in Egypt. The last day of the Moolid of Abu Hajjaj fell on the 1st January, so you came to wish me may all the year be good to thee, as the people here were civil enough to do when I told them it was the first day of the Frankish year. The Christian year here begins in September. I was very sorry to hear of poor Lady Teresa Lewis's death. I feel as if I had no right to survive people whom I left well and strong when I came away so ill. As usual, the air of Upper Egypt has revived me again, but I am still weak and thin, and hear many lamentations at my altered looks. However, Inshallah, thou wilt soon be better. Why don't you make Alexander edit your letters from Spain? I am sure they would be far more amusing than mine can possibly be, for you can write letters and I never could. I wish I had Miss Berry's, though I never did think her such a genius as most people, but her letters must be amusing from the time when they were written. Alexander will tell you how heavy the hand of Pharaoh is upon this poor people. My father scourged you with whips, but I will scourge you with scorpions. Did not Rehoboam say so? Or I forget which king of Judah. The distress here is frightful in all classes, and no man's life is safe. Ali Bey Reda told me the other day that Prince Arthur is coming here, and that he was coming up with him after taking a Prince of Hohenzollern back to Cairo. There will be all the fantasia possible for him here. Every man that has a horse will gallop him to pieces in honour of the son of the Queen of the English, and not a charge of powder will be spared. If you see Layard, tell him that Mustapha Aga had the whole Koran read for his benefit at the tomb of Abu'l Hajjaj, besides innumerable fatahs which he said for him himself. He consulted me as to the propriety of sending Layard a bakshish, but I declared that Layard was an emir of the Arabs and a giver, not a taker, of bakshish. End of Letter 50, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 51 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, January 9, 1865. I gave Sheykh Yussuf your knife to cut his kalim (reed pen) with, and to his little girl the coral waistband clasp you gave me as from you. He was much pleased. I also brought the Shereef the Psalms in Arabic to his great delight. The old man called on all our family to say a Fatah for their sister, after making us all laugh by shouting out Alhamdulillah, here is our darling safe back again. I wish you could have seen me in the crowd at Keneh, holding on to the Cadi's faragiyeh, a loose robe worn by the Ulema. He is the real original Cadi of the 1001 Nights. Did ever Cadi tow an Englishwoman round a Sheikh's tomb before? But I thought his determination to show the people that he considered a Christian not out of place in a Muslim holy place very edifying. I find an exceedingly pleasant man here, an Ababda, a very great Sheykh from beyond Khartoum, a man of 50, I suppose, with manners like an English nobleman, simple and polite and very intelligent. He wants to take me to Khartoum for 2 months up and back, having a tent and a takterawan (camel litter), and to show me the Bishareen in the desert. We traced the route on my map, which to my surprise he understood, and I found he had travelled into Zanzibar and knew of the existence of the Cape of Good Hope and the English colony there. He had also travelled in the Dinka and Shurook country, where the men are 7 feet and over high. Alexander saw a Dinka girl at Cairo 3 inches taller than himself. He knows Mademoiselle Tiné, and says she is on everyone's head and in their eyes, where she has been. You may fancy that I find Sheykh Ali very good company. To-day the sand in front of the house is thronged with all the poor people with their camels, of which the government has made a new levy of 8 camels to every 1,000 feddans. The poor beasts are sent off to transport troops in the Soudan, and not being used to the desert, they all die; at all events their owners never see one of them again. The discontent is growing stronger every day. Last week the people were cursing the Pasha in the streets of Assouan, and everyone talks aloud of what they think. January 11th. The whole place is in desolation. The men are being beaten, one because his camel is not good enough, another because its saddle is old and shabby, and the rest because they have not money enough to pay 2 months' food and the wages of 1 man to every 4 camels, to be paid for the use of the government beforehand. The courbash has been going on in my neighbours' backs and feet all the morning. It is a new sensation, too, when a friend turns up his sleeve, and shows the marks of the wooden handcuffs and the gall of the chain on his throat. The system of wholesale extortion and spoliation has reached a point beyond which it would be difficult to go. The story of Naboth's vineyards is repeated daily, on the largest scale. I grieve for Abdallah el Habashi and the men of high position like him, sent to die by disease or murder in the Fagazo, but I grieve still more over the daily anguish of the poor fellaheen, who are forced to take the bread from the mouths of their starving families, and to eat it while toiling for the private profit of one man. Egypt is one vast plantation where the master works his slaves without even feeding them. From my window now I see the men limping about among the poor camels that are waiting for the Pasha's boats to take them, and the great heaps of maize which they are forced to bring for their food. I can tell you the tears such a sight brings to one's eyes are hot and bitter. These are no sentimental grievances, hunger and pain and labour without hope and without reward, and the constant bitterness of impotent resentment. To you all this must sound remote and almost fabulous. But try to imagine Farmer Smith's team driven off by the police, and himself beaten till he delivered his hay, his oats and his farm servant for the use of the Lord Lieutenant, and his 2 sons dragged in chains to work at railway embankments, and you will have some idea of my state of mind today. I fancy from the number of troops going up to Assouan that there is another rising among the blacks. Some of the black regiments revolted up in the Soudan last summer, and now I hear Shaheen Pasha is to be here in a day or two on his way up, and the camels are being sent off by hundreds from all the villages every day. But I am weary of telling, and you will sicken of hearing my constant lamentations. Sheykh Hassan dropped in and dined with me yesterday, and described his mother and her high-handed rule over him. It seems he had a jeunesse orageuse, and she defended him against his father's displeasure, but when the old Sheykh died she informed her son that if he ever again behaved in a manner unworthy of a Sheykh el Arab she would not live to see it. Now if my mother told me to jump into the river and drown, I should say Hader, ready, for I fear her exceedingly and love her above all people in the world, and have left everything in her hand. He was good enough to tell me that I was the only woman he knew like his mother, and that was why he loved me so much. I am to visit this Arab Deborah at the Ababda village 2 days' ride from the first cataract. She will come and meet me at the boat. Hassan was splendid when he said how he feared his mother exceedingly. To my amazement today in walked the tremendous Alim from Tunis, Sheykh Abd el Motawil, who used to look so black at me. He was very civil and pleasant, and asked no end of questions about steam engines, telegraphs, and chemistry, especially whether it was true that the Europeans still fancied they could make gold. I said that no one had believed that for nearly 200 years, and he said that the Arabs also knew it was a lie, and he wondered to hear that Europeans, who were so clever, believed it. He had just been across the Nile to see the tombs of the kings, and of course improved the occasion and uttered a number of the usual fine sayings about the vanity of human things. He told me I was the only Frank he had ever spoken to. I observed he did not say a word about religion, or use the usual pious phrases. By the by, Sheykh Yussuf filled up my inkstand for me the other evening, and in pouring the ink said Bismillah el-Rahman el-Rahim, in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. I said I like that custom, it is good to remind us that the ink may be a cruel poison or a good medicine. I am better, and have hardly any cough. The people here think it is owing to the intercession of Abu l-Hajjaj, who specially protects me. I was obliged to be wrapped in the green silk cover of his tomb when it was taken off to be carried in procession, partly for my health and general welfare, and as a sort of adoption into the family. I made a feeble resistance on the score of being a Nazarenia, but was told, never fear, does not God know thee and the Sheykh also? No evil will come to thee on that account, but good. And I rather think that general goodwill and kindness is wholesome. End of letter 51, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 52 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Miss Austen, Luxor, February 7, 1865. My dearest Charley, I am tolerably well, but I am growing very homesick, or rather children sick. As the time slips on, I get more and more the feeling of all I am losing of my children. We have delicious weather here, and have had it all the time; there has been no cold at all this winter here. Monsieur Prévost Paradol is here for a few days, a very pleasant man indeed, and a little good European talk is a very agreeable interlude to the Arab prosiness, or rather enfantillage, on the part of the women. I have sought about for shells, and a few have been brought to me from the cataract, but of snails I can learn no tidings, nor have I ever seen one, neither can I discover that there are any shells in the Nile mud. At the first cataract they are found sticking to the rocks. The people here are very stupid about natural objects that are of no use to them. Like with the French, small birds are all sparrows, and wild flowers there are none, and only about 5 varieties of trees in all Egypt. This is a sad year; all the cattle are dead, and the Nile is now as low as it was last July, and the song of the men watering with the shadoofs sounds sadly true as they chant Ana Ga'an, etc. I am hungry for a piece of doura bread, sings one, and the other chimes in, Meskeen, Meskeen, poor man, or else they sing a song about Sayyidna Eyyub, our master Job, and his patience. It is sadly appropriate now, and rings on all sides, as the shadoofs are greatly multiplied, for lack of oxen to turn the sakiyas (water wheels). All is terribly dear, and many are sick from sheer weakness owing to poor food, and then I hear 50,000 are to be taken to work at the canal from Ghizeh to Siout through the Fayoum. The only comfort is the enormous rise of wages, which, however, falls heavy on the rich. The sailors who got 40 to 50 piastres 5 years ago, now get 300 to 500 piastres a month. So I fear I must give up my project of a dahabeeyah. If the new French Consul General knows not Joseph and turns me out, I am to live in a new house which Sheykh Yussuf is now building, and of which he would give me the terrace and build 3 rooms on it for me. I wish I got better or worse and can go home. I do get better, but so slowly. I cough a good deal at times, and I am very thin, but not so weak as I was or so breathless. End of letter 52. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 53 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, February 7, 1867. Dearest Alick, I am enjoying a great indulgence of talk with Monsieur Prévost Paradol, as hearty as any nigger. He is a delightful person. This evening he is coming with Arakel Bey, his Armenian companion, and I will invite a few Arabs to show him. I sent off the proofs yesterday per passenger steamer. I trust they will arrive safe. It is too disheartening about letters, so many are lost. I am dreadfully disappointed in my letters, I really don't think them good. You know I don't blaguer about my own performances. I am very glad people like my Cape letters, which I forget, but honestly I don't think the Egyptian good. You know I don't pretend if I think I have done something well, and I was generally content with my translations, but I feel these all to be poor and what Maurice calls dry, when I know how curious and interestingly poetical the country really is. I paid Fadil Pasha a visit on his boat, and it was just like the Middle Ages. In order to amuse me he called up a horrid little black boy of about 4 to do tricks like a dancing dog, which ended in a performance of the Mussulman prayer. The little beast was dressed in a Stambouli dress of scarlet cloth. All the Arab doctors come to see me now as they go up and down the river, to give me help if I want it. Some are very pleasant men. Mourid Effendi speaks German exactly like a German. The old Sheykh El Bedda of Ermant, who visits me whenever he comes here, and has the sweetest voice I ever heard, complained of the climate of Cairo. There is no sun there at all, and it is no brighter or warmer than the moon. What do you think our sun must be now you know Cairo? We have had a glorious winter, like the finest summer weather at home, only so much finer. Janet wishes to go with me if I go to Soden. I must make inquiries about the climate. Ross fears it is too cold for an Egyptian like me. I should enjoy to have all the family au grand complet. I will leave Luxor in May and get to you towards the latter part of June, if that pleases you, Inshallah. End of Letter 53. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 54 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, February 7, 1865. Dearest Janet, it is quite heart-rending about my letters. I have got the eye, evidently. The black slave of the poor dragoman who died in my house is still here, and like a dog that has lost his master, has devoted himself to me. It seems nobody's business to take him away, as the Cadi did the money and the goods, and so it looks as if I should quietly inherit poor ugly Caïr. He is of a degree of ugliness quite transcendent, with teeth filed sharp in order to eat people, as he says, but the most good-humoured creature and a very fair laundry-maid. It is evidently no concern of mine to send him to be sold in Cairo, so I wait the event. If nobody ever claims him I shall keep him at whatever wages may seem fit, and he will subside into liberty. Du reste, the Maōhn here says he is legally entitled to his freedom. If the new French Consul General will let me stay on here, I will leave my furniture and come down straight to your hospitable roof in Alexandria en route for Europe. I fear my plan of a dahabeeyah of my own would be too expensive. The wages of common boatmen now are 3 Napoleons a month. Monsieur Prévost Paradol, whose company has been a real bonne fortune to me, will speak to the Consul General. I know all Thebes would sign a round robin in my favour if they only knew how, for I am very popular here, and the only Hakeem. I have effected some brilliant cures, and get lots of presents, eggs, turkeys, etc., etc. It is quite a pleasure to see how the poor people, instead of trying to sponge on one, are anxious to make a return for kindness. I give nothing whatever but my physic. These country people are very good. A nice young Circassian Cawass sat up with a stranger, a dying Englishman, all night because I had doctored his wife. I have also a pupil, Mustapha's youngest boy, a sweet, intelligent lad who is pining for an education. I wish he could go to England. He speaks English very well and reads and writes indifferently, but I never saw a boy so wild to learn. Is it difficult to get a boy into the Abbasiyeh College? As it is gratuitous, I suppose it is. I quite grieve over little Achmet forced to dawdle away his time and his faculties here. End of Letter 54. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 55 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, March 13, 1865. Dearest Mutter, I hope your mind has not been disturbed by any rumours of battle, murder, and sudden death up in our part of the world. A week ago we heard that a Prussian boat had been attacked, all on board murdered, and the boat burned; then that 10 villages were in open revolt, and that Effendina, the Viceroy, himself had come up and taken a broom and swept them clean, i.e. exterminated the inhabitants. The truth now appears to be that a crazy darweesh has made a disturbance, but I will tell it as I heard it. He did as his father likewise did 30 years ago, and made himself ism, name, by repeating one of the appellations of God, like Ya Latif 3,000 times every night for 3 years, which rendered him invulnerable. He then made friends with the Jinn who taught him many more tricks, among others that practised in England by the Davenports of slipping out of any bonds. He then deluded the people of the desert by giving himself out as El Mahdi, he who is to come with the Lord Jesus and to slay Antichrist at the end of the world, and proclaimed a revolt against the Turks. 3 villages below Keneh, Gau, Rayanieh, and Beda took part in the disturbance, and Fadel Pasha came up with steamboats, burnt the villages, shot about 100 men and devastated the fields. At first we heard 1,000 were shot, now it is 100. The women and children will be distributed among other villages. The darweesh, some say, is killed, Others say that he has gone off into the desert with a body of Bedaween and a few of the fellaheen from the 3 ravaged villages. Gau is a large place, as large, I think, as Luxor. The darweesh is a native of Salamieh, a village close by here, and yesterday his brother, a very quiet man, and his father's father-in-law, old Hajji Sultan, were carried off prisoners to Cairo or Keneh, we don't know which. It seems that the boat robbed belonged to Greek traders, but no one was hurt, I believe, and no European boat has been molested. Baron Kevenbrink was here yesterday with his wife, and they saw all the sacking of the villages and said no resistance was offered by the people whom the soldiers shot down as they ran, and they saw the sheep, etc., being driven off by the soldiers. You need be in no alarm about me. The darweesh and his followers could not pounce on us, as we are a good 8 miles from the desert, i.e. the mountain, so we must have timely notice, and we have arranged that if they appear in the neighbourhood, the women and children of the outlying huts should come into my house, which is a regular fortress, and also any travellers in boats, and we muster little short of 700 able to fight including Karnak. Moreover, Fadil Pasha and the troops are at Keneh only 40 miles off. 3 English boats went down river to-day and 1 came up. The Kevenbrinks went up last night. I dined with them, she is very lively and pleasant. I nearly died of laughing to-day when little Achmet came for his lesson. He pronounced that he was sick of love for her. He played at cards with her yesterday afternoon and it seems lost his heart. He is 12 and quite a boyish boy, though a very clever one, and he said he was wishing to play a game for a kiss at the stake. He had put on a turban to-day, on the strength of his passion, to look like a man, and had neglected his dress otherwise, because when young men are sick of love they always do. The fact is the Baroness was kind and amiable and tried to amuse him as she would have done to a white boy, hence Achmet's susceptible heart was on fire for her. He also asked me if I had any medicine to make him white, I suppose to look lovely in her eyes. He little knows how very pretty he is with his brown face, as he sits cross-legged on the carpet at my feet in his white turban and blue shirt, reading aloud. He was quite a picture. I have grown very fond of the little fellow, he is so eager to learn and to improve and so remarkably clever. My little Achmet, who is donkey boy and general little slave, the smallest, slenderest, quietest little creature, has implored me to take him with me to England. I wish Rainie could see him, she would be so surprised at his dark brown little face, so fine, and with eyes like a dormouse. He is a true little Arab, can run all day in the heat, sleeps on the stones and eats anything, quick, gentle, and noiseless, and fiercely jealous. If I speak to any other boy he rushes at him and drives him away, and while Black Khayr was in the house he suffered martyrdom and the kitchen was a scene of incessant wrangle about the coffee. Khayr would bring me my coffee and Achmet resented the usurpation of his functions, of course quite hopelessly, as Khayr was a great stout black of 18 and poor little Achmet not bigger than Rainie. I am really tempted to adopt the vigilant, active little creature. March 15th. Sheykh Yussuf returned from a visit to Salima last night. He tells me the darweesh Achmet el Tayyib is not dead. He believes that he is a mad fanatic and a communist. He wants to divide all properly, equally, and to kill all the ulema and destroy all theological teachings by learned men and to preach a sort of revelation or interpretation of the Koran of his own. He would break up your pretty clock, said Yussuf, and give every man a broken wheel out of it, and so with all things. One of the dragomans here had been urging me to go down, but Yussuf laughed at any idea of danger. He says the people here have fought the Bedaween before and will not be attacked by such a handful as are out in the mountain now. Du reste the Abu el Hajjaji, family of Abu el Hajjaj, will put their seal to it that I am their sister, and answer for me with a man's life. It would be foolish to go down into whatever disturbance there may be alone in a small country boat, and where I am not known. The Pasha himself we hear is at Girgeh with steamboats and soldiers, and if the slightest fear should arise steamers will be sent up to fetch all the Europeans. What I grieve over is the poor villagers whose little property is all confiscated, guilty and innocent alike, and many shot as they ran away. Haji Ali tells me privately that he believes the discontent against the government is very deep and universal and that there will be an outbreak, but not yet. The Pasha's attempt to regulate the price of food by edicts has been very disastrous, and of course the present famine prices are laid to his charge. If a man will be omnipotent he must take the consequences when he fails. I don't believe in an outbreak. I think the people are too thoroughly accustomed to suffer and to obey. Besides, they have no means of communication, and the steamboats can run up and down and destroy them en detail in a country which is 800 miles long by from 1 to 8 wide and thinly peopled. Only Cairo could do anything, and everything is done to please the Cairenes at the expense of the fellaheen. The great heat has begun these last 3 days. My cough is better and I am grown fatter again. The Nile is so low now that I fancy that 6 weeks or 2 months hence I shall have to go down in 2 little boats. Even now the dahabeahs keep sticking fast continually. I have promised some neighbours to bring back a little seed corn for them, some of the best English wheat without beard. All the wheat here is bearded and they have an ambition for some of ours. I long to bring them wheelbarrows and spades and pickaxes. The great folks get steam ploughs, but the labourers work with their bare hands and a rush basket, pour tout potage, and it takes 6 to do the work of 1 who has got good tools. End of letter 55. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 56 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, March 25, 1865. Dearest Janet, I hope you have not had visions of me plundered and massacred by the crazy darweesh who has caused the destruction of Gau and 3 other villages. I assure you we are quite quiet here, and moreover have arranged matters for our defence if Achmet et Tayib should honour us with a visit. The heat has just set in, thermometer 89 degrees to-day. Of course I am much better, fatter, and cough less. Many thanks to Henry about Achmet ibn Mustapha, but his father is going to send him to England into Mr. Fowler's workshop, which will be a much better training, I think. Mr. Fowler takes him without a premium most kindly. Lord Dudley will tell you what a splendid entertainment I gave him. I think he was quite frightened at the sight of the tray and the black fingers in the dishes. The Arabda Sheykh and his handsome brother propose to take me to the Moolid of Sheykh el Shadhili, the coffee saint, in the desert to see all the wild Ababda and Bishareya. It is very tempting. If I feel pretty well I must go I think, and perhaps the change might do me good. They believe no European ever went to that festival. There are camel races and a great show of pretty girls, says the handsome Hassan. A fine young Circassian Kawas here has volunteered to be my servant anywhere and to fight anybody for me, because I have cured his pretty wife. You would love Khurshid with his clear blue eyes, fair face and brisk, neat, soldierly air. He has a Crimean medal and such a lot of daggers and pistols and is such a tremendous Muslim, but nevertheless he loves me and tells me all his affairs and how tiresome his wife's mother is. I tell him all wives' mothers always are, but he swears Wahali Hawaga. Mr. Ross don't say so. Wahali inshallah. End of letter 56. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 57 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, March 30th, 1865. Dearest Alick, I have just received your letter of March 3rd with one from Janet, which shows of how little moment the extermination of 4 villages is in this country, for she does not allude to our revolt and evidently has not heard of it. In my last letter to Mutter I told how one Achmet et Tayib, a mad darweesh, had raised a riot at Gau below Kenna, and how a boat had been robbed, and how we were all rather looking out for a razzia and determined to fight Achmet et Tayib and his followers. Then we called the Haramhee wicked ones, and were rather bloodthirstily disposed towards them, and resolved to keep order and protect our property. But now we say Nas Mesakeen, poor people, and whisper to each other that God will not forget what the Pasha has done. The truth, of course, we shall never know. But I do know that one Pasha said he had hanged 500, and another that he had sent 300 to Fazaglo, comme qui dira Caen, and all for the robbery of one Greek boat in which only the steersman was killed. I cannot make out that anything was done by the insurgents beyond going out into the desert to listen to the darweesh's nonsense, and see a reed shaken by the wind. The party that had robbed the boat was, I am told, about 40 strong. But the most horrid stories are current among the people of the atrocities committed on the wretched villagers by the soldiers. Not many were shot, they say, and they attempted no resistance, but the women and girls were outraged and murdered, and the men hanged, and the steamers loaded with plunder. The worst is that every one believes the Europeans aid and abet, and all declare that the Copts were spared to please the Frangis. Mind, I am not telling you facts, only what the people are saying, in order to show you their feelings. One most respectable young man sat before me on the floor the other day, and told me what he had heard from those who had come up the river. Horrible tales of the stench of the bodies which were left unburied by the Pasha's order, of women big with child ripped open, etc., etc. Thou knowest, O our Lady, that we are a people of peace in this place, and behold now, if one madman should come and a few idle fellows go out to the mountain desert with him, Effendina will send his soldiers to destroy the place and spoil our poor little girls and hang us. Is that right, O Lady? And Ahmed el Barbary saw Europeans with hats in the steamer with Effendina in the soldiers. Truly in all the world none are miserable like us Arabs. The Turks beat us, and the Europeans hate us and say, quite right. By God, we had better lay down our heads in the dust, die, and let the strangers take our land and grow cotton for themselves. As for me, I am tired of this miserable life and of fearing for my poor little girls. Mohammed was really eloquent, and when he threw his malaya over his face and sobbed, I am not ashamed to say that I cried too. I know very well that Mohammed was not quite right in what he says of the Europeans. I know the cruel old platitudes about governing Orientals by fear, which the English pick up like mocking birds from the Turks. I know all about the stick, and vigour, and all that, but I sit among the people, and I know too that Mohammed feels just as John Smith or Tom Brown would feel in his place, and that men who were very savage against the riders in the beginning are now almost in a humour to rise against the Turks themselves just exactly as free-born Britons might be. There are even men of the class who have something to lose who express their disgust very freely. I saw the steamer pass up to Fazoglo, but the prisoners were all below. The Sheykh of the Abab'deh here has had to send a party of his men to guard them through the desert. Altogether this year is miserable in Egypt. I have not once heard the Zagharit. Everyone is anxious and depressed, and I fear hungry. The land is parched from the low Nile. The heat has set in 6 weeks earlier than usual. The animals are scarecrows for want of food, and now these horrid stories of bloodshed and cruelty and robbery, for the Pasha takes the lands of these villages for his own, have saddened every face. I think Haji Ali is right, and that there will be more disturbances. If there are, they will be caused by the cruelty and oppression at Gau and the 3 neighbouring villages. From Salameya, 2 miles above Luxor, every man, woman and child in any degree kin to Ahmed et Tayyib has been taken in chains to Keneh, and no one here expects to see one of them return alive. Some are remarkably good men, I hear, and I have heard men say, if Haji Sultan is killed, and all his family, we will never do a good action any more, for we see it is of no use. There was a talk among the 3 or 4 Europeans here at the beginning of the rumours of a revolt of organising a defence among Christians only. Conceive what a silly and gratuitous provocation! There was no religion in the business at all, and of course the proper person to organise a defence was the Maōhn, and he and Mustapha and others had planned using my house as a castle, and defending that in case of a visit from the rioters. I have no doubt the true cause of the row is the usual one, hunger, the high price of food. It was like our swing or bread riots, nothing more, and a very feeble affair too. It is curious to see how the travellers gay dahabiyas just as usual, and the Europeans as far removed from all care or knowledge of the distresses as if they were at home. When I go and sit with the English I feel almost as if they were foreigners to me too, so completely am I now Dint el Beled, daughter of the country, here. I dined 3 days running with the Kevenbrinks, and one day after dinner we sent for a lot of Arab sheikhs to come for coffee, the 2 Abab'deh and a relation of theirs from Khartoum, the Sheykh of Karnac, one Mohammed, a rich fellah, and we were joined by the Aga of Halim Pasha's hareem, and an ugly beast he is. The little Baroness won all hearts. She is a regular vive argent, or, as we say, Efreetah, and to see the dark faces glittering with merry smiles as they watched her was very droll. I never saw a human being so thoroughly amused as the black Sheykh from the Soudan. Next day we dined at the Austrian agent's, and the Baroness at last made the Maōhn dance a polka with her while the agent played the guitar. There were a lot of Copts about who nearly died of laughing, and indeed so did I. Next day we had a capital dinner at Mustapha's, and the 2 Abab'deh Sheikhs, the Sheykh of Karnac, the Maōhn and Sheykh Yussuf dined with us. The Sheykh of Karnac gave a grand performance of eating like a Bedouee. I have heard you talk of tripas elasticas in Spain, but Wallahi, anything like the performance of Sheykh Abdallah none but an eye witness could believe. How he plucked off the lamb's head and handed it to me in token of the highest respect, and how the bones crackled beneath his fingers, how huge handfuls of everything were chucked right down his throat all scorching hot. I encouraged him of course, quoting the popular song about doing deeds that Antar did not, and we all grew quite uproarious. When Sheykh Abdallah asked for drink, I cried, "Bring the balari," the big jar the women fetch water in, for the Sheykh, and Sheykh Yussuf compared him to Samson and to Og, while I more profanely told how Antar broke the bones and threw them about. The little Baroness was delighted and only expressed herself hurt that no one had crammed anything into her mouth. I told the Maōhn her disappointment, which caused more laughter, as such a custom is unknown here, but he of course made no end of sweet speeches to her. After dinner she showed the Arabs how ladies curtsy to the Queen in England, and the Abab'deh acted the ceremonial of presentation at the court of Darfour, where you have to rub your nose in the dust at the King's feet. Then we went out with lanterns and torches, and the Abab'deh did the sword dance for us. 2 men with round shields and great swords do it. One dances a pas seul of challenge and defiance with prodigious leaps and pirouettes and ha-has. Then the other comes and a grand fight ensues. When the handsome Sheykh Hassan, whom you saw in Cairo, bounded out it was really heroic. All his attitudes were alike grand and graceful. They all wanted Sheykh Yussuf to play el Neboot, single stick, and said he was the best man here at it, but his sister was not long dead and he could not. Hassan looks forward to Maurice's coming here to teach him the fighting of the English. How Maurice would pound him! On the 4th night I went to tea in Lord Hopetoun's boat, and their sailors gave a grand fantasia excessively like a Christmas pantomime. One danced like a woman, and there was a regular pantaloon, only more so, and a sort of clown in sheepskin and a pink mask who was duly tumbled about, and who distributed clacks freely with a huge wooden spoon. It was very good fun indeed, though it was quite as well that the ladies did not understand the dialogue, or that part of the dance which made the Maōhn roar with laughter. The Hopetouns had 2 handsome boats and were living like in Mayfair. I am so used now to our poor shabby life that it makes quite a strange impression on me to see all that splendour which a year or 2 ago I should not have even remarked, and thus out of my inward consciousness, as Germans say, many of the peculiarities and faults of the people of Egypt are explained to me and accounted for. April 2nd. It is so dreadfully hot and dusty that I shall rather hasten my departure if I can. And as all the land which last year was green is now desert and dry, the dust is 4 times as bad. If I hear that Ross has bought and sent up a dahabieh I will wait for that; if not I will go in 3 weeks if I can. End of Letter 57, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 58 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, April 3, 1865. Dearest Mother, I have just finished a letter to Alick to go by a steamer to-day. You will see it, so I will go on with the stories about the riots. Here is a thing happening within a few weeks and within 60 miles, and already the events assume a legendary character. Achmet et Tayib is not dead, and where the bullets hit him he shows little marks like burns. The affair began thus. A certain Copt had a Muslim slave girl who could read the Koran and who served him. He wanted her to be his hareem and she refused, and went to Achmet et Tayib, who offered money for her to her master. He refused it and insisted on his rights, backed by the government, and thereupon Achmet proclaimed a revolt, and the people, tired of taxes and oppressions, said, "We will go with thee." This is the only bit of religious legend connected with the business. But Achmet et Tayib still sits in the island, invisible to the Turkish soldiers who are still there. Now for a little fact. The man who told me 1,400 had been beheaded was Hassan Sheykh of the Abab'da, who went to Gau to bring up the prisoners. The boat stopped a mile above Luxor, and my Mohammed, a most quiet, respectable man, and not at all a romancier, went up in her to El Montana. I rowed with him along the island. When we came near the boat she went on as far as the point of the island, and I turned back after only looking at her from the bank and smelling the smell of a slave ship. It never occurred to me, I own, that the Bey on board had fled before a solitary woman on a donkey, but so it was. He told the Abab'da Sheykh on board not to speak to me or to let me on board, and told the captain to go a mile or two further. Mohammed heard all this. He found on board 100 prisoners less 2, 98. Among them the Moudir of Sahaj, a Turk, in chains and wooden handcuffs like the rest. Mohammed took him some coffee and was civil to him. He says the poor creatures are dreadfully ill used by the Abab'da and the Nubians Barbary who guard them. It is more curious than you can conceive to hear all the people say. It is just like going back 4 or 5 centuries at least, but with a heterogeneous element of steamers, electric telegraphs, and the Bey's dread of the English lady's pen. At least Mohammed attributed his flight to fear of that weapon. It was quite clear that the European eyes were dreaded, as the boat stopped 3 miles above Luxor and its dahabiehs, and had all its things carried at that distance. Yussuf and his uncle want to take me next year to Mecca. The good folks in Mecca would hardly look for a heretical face under the green veil of a Sharifata of Abu Hajjaj. The Hajis, pilgrims, have just started from here to Kosseir with camels and donkeys, but most are on foot. They are in great numbers this year. The women chanted and drummed all night on the river bank, and it was fine to see 50 or 60 men in a line praying after their Imam, with the red glow of the sunset behind them. The prayer in common is quite a drill and very stately to see. There are always quite as many women as men. One wonders how they stand the march and the hardships. My little Achmet grows more pressing with me to take him. I will take him to Alexandria, I think, and leave him in Janet's house to learn more house service. He is a dear little boy and very useful. I don't suppose his brother will object, and he has no parents. Achmet ibn Mustapha also coaxes me to take him with me to Alexandria, and to try to persuade his father to send him to England to Mr. Fowler. I wish most heartily I could. He is an uncommon child in every way, full of ardour to learn and do something, and yet childish and winning and full of fun. His pretty brown face is quite a pleasure to me. His remarks on the New Testament teach me as many things as I can teach him. The boy is pious, and not at all ill taught. He is much pleased to find so little difference between the teachings of the Koran and the Angeel. He wanted me, in case Omar did not go with me, to take him to serve me. Here there is no idea of its being derogatory for a gentleman's son to wait on one who teaches him; it is positively incumbent. He does all menial offices for his mother, hands coffee, waits at table, or helps Omar in anything if I have company. Nor will he eat or smoke before me, or sit till I tell him. It is like service in the Middle Ages. End of Letter 58. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 59 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, April 3, 1865. Dearest Janet, the weather has set in so horrid as to dust that I shall be glad to get away as soon as I can. If you have bought a dahabieh for me, of course I will await its arrival. If not, I will have 2 small boats from Keneh, whereby I shall avoid sticking in this very low water. Sheikh Hassan goes down in his boat in 20 days, and urges me to travel under his escort, as of course the poor devils who are out on their keeping after the Gau business have no means of living left but robbery, and Sheikh Hassan's party is good for 7 or 8 guns. You will laugh at my listening to such a cowardly proposition on my part, but my friends here are rather bent upon it, and Hassan is a capital fellow. If therefore the dahabieh is in rerum naturale and can start at once, well and good. April 14th. The dahabieh sounds an excellent bargain to me, and good for you also to get your people to Assouan first. Many thanks for the arrangement. Your version of our massacre is quite curious to us here. I know very intimately the Sheykh el Arab who helped catch the poor people, and also a young Turk who stood by while Fadil Pasha had the men laid down by 10 at a time and chopped with pioneers' axes. My Turkish friend, a very good-humoured young fellow, quite admired the affair and expressed a desire to do likewise to all the fellaheen in Egypt. I have seen with my own eyes a second boatload of prisoners. I wish to God the Pasha knew the deep exasperation which his subordinates are causing. I do not like to say all I hear. As to Ulema, Kadis, Muftis, etc., I know from many towns and villages, and all say we are Muslims but we should thank God to send Europeans to govern us. The feeling is against the government and the Turks up here, not against Christians. A Coptic friend of mine has lost all his uncle's family at Gau, all were shot down, Copt and Christian alike. As to Haji Sultan, who lies in chains at Kenna and his family up at Esna, a better man never lived, nor one more liberal to Christians. Copts ate of his bread as freely as Muslims. He lies there because he is distantly related by marriage to Achmet et Tayyib. The real reason is because he is wealthy and some enemy covets his goods. Ask M. Mounier what he knows. Perhaps I know even more of the feelings as I am almost adopted by the Abu'l Hajijiyeh, and sit every evening with some party or another of decent men. I assure you I am in despair at all I see, and if the soldiers do come it will be worse than the cattle disease. Are not the Kawasses bad enough? Do they not buy in the market at their own prices and beat the Sakkas in sole payment for the skins of water? Who denies it here? Cairo is like Paris, things are kept sweet there, but up here— Of course Effendina hears the smooth prophecies of the tyrants whom he sees up river. When I wrote before I knew nothing of a certain, but now I have eyewitnesses' testimony, and I say that the Pasha deceives or is deceived. I hope the latter. An order from him did stop the slaughter of women and children which Fadil Pasha was about to effect. To turn to less wretched matters, I will come right down Alexandria with the boat. I shall rejoice to see you again. Possibly the Abab'deh may come with me, and I hope Sheykh Yussuf, my chaplain, as Arthur Taylor called him. We shall be quite a little fleet. End of letter 59. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 60 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, April 1865. Dearest Alexander, yesterday was the Bairam, I rejoice to say, and I have lots of physic to make up for all the stomachs damaged by Ramadan. I have persuaded Mr. Fowler, the engineer, who was with Lord Dudley, to take my dear little pupil Achmet, son of Ibn Mustapha, to learn the business at Leeds instead of idling in his father's house here. I will give the child a letter to you in case he should go to London. He has been reading the Gospels with me at his own desire. I refused till I had asked his father's consent, and Sheykh Yussuf, who heard me, begged me by all means to make him read it carefully, so as to guard him against the heretical inventions he might be beset with among the English of the vulgar sort. What a poser for a missionary! I sent down the poor black lad with Arakel Bey. He took leave of me with his ugly face all blubbered like a sentimental hippopotamus. He said for himself he wished to stay with me, but then what would his boy, his little master, do? There was only a stepmother who would take all the money, and who else would work for the boy? Little Achmet was charmed to see Khayr go, of whom he chose to be horribly jealous, and to be wroth at all he did for me. Now the Sheykh el Balad of Badia has carried off my watchman, and the Christian Sheykh el Hara of our quarter of Luxor has taken the boy Yussuf for the canal. The former I successfully resisted, and got back Mansoor, not indeed incolumes, for he had been handcuffed and bastinadoed to make me pay 200 piastres, but he bore it like a man rather than ask me for the money, and was thereupon surrendered. But the Copt will be a tougher business, he will want more money and be more resolved to get it. Veramus. I must, I suppose, go to the Nazir at the canal, a Turk, and beg off my donkey boy. I saw Hassan Sheykh el Abab'deh yesterday, who was loud in praise of your good looks and gracious manners. Mashallah, thy master is a sweet man, O lady. Yesterday was Bairam, and lots of Hareem came in their best clothes to wish me a happy year, and enjoyed themselves much with sweet cakes, coffee, and pipes. Khurshid's wife, whom I cured completely, looked very handsome. Khurshid is a Circassian, a fine young fellow, much shot and hacked about with the Crimean medal. He was cawass here, and a great friend of mine. He says if I ever want a servant he will go with me anywhere and fight anybody, which I don't doubt in the least. He was a Turkish memlook, and his condescension in wishing to serve a Christian woman is astounding. His fair face and clear blue eyes, and brisk, neat, soldier-like air contrast curiously with the brown fellaheen. He is like an Englishman, only fairer, and like them too fond of the courbash. What would you say if I appeared in Germany attended by a memlook with pistols, sword, dagger, carbine and courbash, and with a decided and imperious manner, the very reverse of the Arab softness, and such a Muslim too, prays 5 times a day and extra fasts besides Ramadan. I beat my wife, said Khurshid. Oh, I beat her well, she talked so, and I am like the English, I don't like too many words. He was quite surprised that I said I was glad my master didn't dislike talking so much. I was talking the other day with Yussuf about people trying to make converts, and I said that eternal bêtise. Oh, they mean well. True, O lady, perhaps they do mean well, but God says in the noble Koran that he who injures or torments those Christians whose conduct is not evil, merely on account of religion, shall never smell the fragrance of the garden, paradise. Now, when men begin to want to make others change their faith it is extremely hard for them not to injure or torment them, and therefore I think it better to abstain altogether, and to wish rather to see a Christian a good Christian, and a Muslim a good Muslim. No wonder a most pious old Scotchman told me that the truth which undeniably existed in the Mussulman faith was the work of Satan and the Ulema his ministers. My dear saint of a Yussuf, a minister of Satan! I really think I have learnt some Muslim humility, in that I endured the harangue, and accepted a 2-penny tract quite mildly and politely and didn't argue at all. As his friend Satan would have it, the Fikis were reading the Koran in the hall at Omar's expense, who gave a Khatmeh that day, and Omar came in and politely offered him some sweet prepared for the occasion. I have been really amazed at several instances of English fanaticism this year. Why do people come to a Mussulman country with such bitter hatred in their stomachs, as I have seen 3 or 4 times? I feel quite hurt often at the way people here thank me for what the poor at home would turn up their noses at. I hardly think a dragoman has been up the river since Rashidi died, but has come to thank me as warmly as if I had done himself some great service, and many to give some little present. While the man was ill members of the fellaheen brought eggs, pigeons, etc., etc., even a turkey, and food is worth money now, not as it used to be. I am quite weary too of hearing, of all the Frangi I never saw one like thee. Was no one at all ever humane before? For remember I give no money, only a little physic and civility. How the British cottagers would thank ye for nothing, and how I wish my neighbours here could afford to do the same. After much wrangling Mustapha has got back my boy Yussuf, but the Christian Sheykh el Hara has made his brother pay £2, whereat Mohammed looks very rueful. 200 men are gone out of our village to the works, and of course the poor Hareem have not bread to eat, as the men had to take all they had with them. I send you a very pretty story like Tannhauser. There was once a man who loved a woman that lived in the same quarter, but she was true to her husband, and his love was hopeless, and he suffered greatly. One day as he lay on his carpet sick with love, one came to him and said, "Oh, such a one, thy beloved has died even now, and they are carrying her out to the tomb." So the lover arose and followed the funeral, and hid himself near the tomb, and when all were gone he broke it open, and uncovered the face of his beloved, and looked upon her, and passion overcame him, and he took from the dead that which when living she had ever denied him. But he went back to the city and to his house in great grief and anguish of mind, and his sin troubled him. So he went to a Cadi, very pious and learned in the noble Koran, and told him his case, and said, O my master the Cadi, can such a one as I obtain salvation and the forgiveness of God? I fear not. And the Cadi gave him a staff of polished wood which he held in his hand, and said, Who knoweth the mercy of God and his justice, but God alone? Take then this staff and stick it in the sand beside the tomb where thou didst sin, and leave it the night, and go next morning and come and tell me what thou shalt find, and may the Lord pardon thee, for thy sin is great. And the man went and did as the Cadi had desired, and went again at sunrise, and behold, the staff had sprouted and was covered with leaves and fruit. And he returned and told the Cadi what had happened, and the Cadi replied, Praise be to God, the merciful, the compassionate. End of Letter 60, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 61 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, April 29, 1865. Dearest Mutter, Since I wrote last I have received the box with the cheese quite fresh, and very good it tastes, and the various things. Nothing called forth such a shout of joy from me as your photo of the village pothouse. How green and fresh and tidy! Many mashallahs have been uttered over the Beit el Felahin peasant's house of England. The railings especially are a great marvel. I have also heard from Janet that Ross has bought me a boat for £200, which is to take 4 of his agents to Assouan and then come back for me. So all my business is settled, and inshallah I shall depart in another 3 or 4 weeks. The weather is quite cool and fresh again, but the wind's very violent, and the dust pours over us like water from the dried up land, as well as from the Gouma mountain. It is miserably uncomfortable, but my health is much better again, in spite of all. The Hakeem business goes on at a great rate. I think on an average I have 4 sick a day, sometimes a dozen. A whole gypsy camp are great customers. The poor souls will bring all manner of gifts it goes to my heart to eat, but they can't bear to be refused. They are astounded to hear that people of their blood live in England, and that I knew many of their customs, which are the same here. Khurshid Aga came to take final leave, being appointed to Keneh. He had been at Gau, and had seen Fadil Pasha sit and make the soldiers lay 60 men down on their backs, by 10 at a time, and chop them to death with their prisoners' axes. He estimated the people killed, men, women, and children, at 1,600, but Mounier tells me it was over 2,000. Sheikh Hassan agreed exactly with Khurshid, only the Arab was full of horror and the Circassian full of exultation. His talk was exactly what we all once heard about pandies, and he looked and talked and laughed so like a fine young English soldier that I was ashamed to call him the kelb dog, which rose to my tongue, and I bestowed it on Fadil Pasha instead. I must also say in behalf of my own countrymen that they had provocation, while here there was none. Poor Hagi Sultan lies in chains at Keneh, one of the best and kindest of men. I am to go and take secret messages to him, and money from certain men of religion to bribe the Mudir with. The Sharafa who have asked me to do this are from another place, as well as a few of the Abul Hajijiyah. A very great Sherif indeed from Lower Egypt said to me the other day, Thou knowest if I am a Muslim or no. Well, I pray to the Most Merciful to send us Europeans to govern us, and to deliver us from these wicked men. We were all sitting after the funeral of one of the Shurafa, and I was sitting between the Sherif of Luxor and the Imam, and this was said before 30 or 40 men, all Shurafa. No one said no, and many assented aloud. The Sherif asked me to lend him the New Testament. It was a pretty copy, and when he admired it I said, For me to thee, O my master the Sherif, write in it as we do in remembrance of a friend, the gift of a Nazraniyah who loves the Muslimeen. The old man kissed the book and said, I will write, moreover, to a Muslim who loves all such Christians, and after this the old Sheykh of Abu Ali took me aside and asked me to go as messenger to Hagi Sultan, for if one of them took the money it would be taken from them and the man get no good by it. Soldiers are now to be quartered in the Saeed, a new plague worse than all the rest. Do not the Cawasses already rob the poor enough? They fix their own price in the market, and beat the sakkas as sole payment. What will the soldiers do? The taxes are being illegally levied on lands which are sheraji, i.e. totally unwatered by the last Nile, and therefore exempt by law, and the people are driven to desperation. I feel sure there will be more troubles as soon as there arises any other demagogue like Achmet et Tayib to incite the people, and now every Arab sympathises with him. Janet has written to me the Cairo version of the affair cooked for the European taste, and monstrous it is. The Pasha accuses some Sheykh of the Arabs of having gone from Upper Egypt to India to stir up the mutiny against us. Pourquoi pas to conspire in Paris or London? It is too childish to talk of a poor Saeedi Arab going to a country of whose language and whereabouts he is totally ignorant, in order to conspire against people who never heard him. You may suppose how Yussuf and I talk by ourselves of all these things. He urged me to try hard to get my husband here as Consul General, assuming that he would feel as I do. I said, my master is not young, and to a just man the wrong of such a place would be a martyrdom. Truly thou hast said it, but it is a martyr we Arabs want. Shall not the reward of him who suffers daily vexation for his brethren's sake be equal to that of him who dies in battle for the faith? If thou wert a man, I would say to thee, take the labour and sorrow upon thee, and thine own heart will repay thee. He too said like the old Sheykh, I only pray for Europeans to rule us. Now the fellaheen are really worse off than any slaves. I am sick of telling the daily oppressions and robberies. If a man has a sheep, the Mudir comes and eats it; if a tree, it goes to the Nazir's kitchen. My poor Sakka is beaten by the Kawasses in sole payment of his skins of water, and then people wonder my poor friends tell lies and bury their money. I now know everybody in my village, and the cunning women have set up the theory that my eye is lucky, so I am asked to go and look at young brides, visit houses that are building, inspect cattle, etc., as a bringer of good luck, which gives me many a curious sight. I went a few days ago to the wedding of handsome Sheykh Hassan the Abab'deh, who married the butcher's pretty little daughter. The group of women and girls lighted by the lantern, which Achmet carried up for me, was the most striking thing I have seen. The bride, a lovely girl of 10 or 11, all in scarlet, a tall dark slave of Hassan's blazing with gold and silver necklaces and bracelets, with long twisted locks of coal black hair, and such glittering eyes and teeth, the wonderful wrinkled old woman, and the pretty, wondering yet fearless children were beyond description. The mother brought the bride up to me and unveiled her, and asked me to let her kiss my hand, and to look at her. I said all the usual Bismillah Mashallahs, and after a time went to the men who were eating, all but Hassan, who sat apart, and begged me to sit by him, and whispered anxious inquiries about his Arusha's looks. After a time he went to visit her, and returned in half an hour very shy, and covering his face and hand, and kissed the hands of the chief guests. Then we all departed, and the girl was taken to look at the Nile, and then to her husband's house. Last night he gave me a dinner, a very good dinner indeed, in his house, which is equal to a very poor cattle shed at home. We were only 5. Sheykh Yussuf, Omar, an elderly merchant, and I. Hassan wanted to serve us, but I made him sit. The merchant, a well-bred man of the world who has enjoyed life and married wives everywhere, had arrived that day, and found a daughter of his dead here. He said he felt very miserable, and everyone told him not to mind, and consoled him, oddly enough, to English ideas. Then people told stories. Omar's was a good version of the man and wife who would not shut the door and agreed that the first to speak should do it, very funny indeed. Yussuf told a pretty tale of a sultan who married a Bint el Arab, daughter of the Bedawee, and how she would not live in his palace, and said she was no fellaha to dwell in houses, and scorned his silk clothes, and sheep killed for her daily, and made him live in the desert with her. A black slave told a prosy tale about thieves, and the rest were more long than pointed. Hassan's Arab feelings were hurt at the small quantity of meat set before me. They can't kill a sheep now for an honoured guest. But I told him no greater honour could be paid to us English than to let us eat lentils and onions like one of the family, so that we might not feel as strangers among them, which delighted all the party. After a time the merchant told us his heart was somewhat dilated, as a man might say his toothache had abated, and we said praise be to God all around. A short time ago my poor friend the Maōhn had a terrible tile fall on his head. His wife, 2 married daughters, and 9 miscellaneous children arrived on a sudden, and the poor man is now tasting the pleasures which Abraham once endured between Sarah and Hagar. I visited the ladies, and found a very ancient Sarah and a daughter of wonderful beauty. A young man here, a Shereef, has asked me to open negotiations for a marriage for him with the Maōhn's granddaughter, a little girl of 8, so you see how completely I am one of the family. My boat has not yet made its appearance. I am very well indeed now, in spite, or perhaps because of, the great heat. But there is a great deal of sickness, chiefly dysentery. I never get less than 4 new patients a day, and my practice has become quite a serious business. I spent all day on Friday in the Abab'deh quarters, where Sheykh Hassan and his slave Rahmah were both uncommonly ill. Both are all right now. Rahmah is the nicest negro I ever knew, and a very great friend of mine. He is a most excellent, honest, sincere man, and an effendi, i.e. writes and reads, which is more than his master can do. He has seen all the queer people in the interior of Africa. The Sheykh of the Bishareen, 8 days' journey from Assuan, has invited me and promises me all the milk and meat I can eat. They have nothing else. They live on a high mountain and are very fine, handsome people. If only I were strong, I could go to very odd places where Frangies are not. Read a very stupid novel, as a story, called Le Secret du Bonheur. It gives the truest impression of the manners of Arabs that I have read, by Ernest Feydeau. According to his book, Ashut, we are brothers. The caressant ways of Arabs are so well described. It is the same here. The people come and pat and stroke me with their hands, and one corner of my brown abaya is faded with much kissing. I am hailed as Sitt Betana, our own lady, and now the people are really enthusiastic because I refused the offer of some cawassas as a guard which a Bimbashi made me. As if I would have such fellows to help bully my friends! The said Bimbashi, next in rank to a bey, a coarse man like an Arnout, stopped here a day and a night and played his little Turkish game, telling me to beware, for the Ulema hated all Franks and set the people against us, and telling the Arabs that Christian Hakeems were all given to poison Muslims. So at night I dropped in at the Maōhn's with Sheykh Yussuf carrying my lantern, and was loudly hailed with Assalamu alayki from the old Shereef himself, who began praising the gospel I had given him, and me at the same time. Yussuf had a little reed in his hand, the kalim for writing, about 2 feet long and the size of a quill. I took it and showed it to the Bimbashi and said, 'Behold the Nebut wherewith we are all to be murdered by this Sheykh of the religion.' The Bimbashi's bristly moustache bristled savagely, for he felt that the Arab dogs and the Christian Khanzira (feminine pig) were laughing at it together. Another steamboat load of prisoners from Gau has just gone up. A little comfort is derived here from the news that, praise be to God, Musa Pasha, Governor of the Soudan, is dead and gone to hell. It must take no trifle to send him there, judging by the quiet way in which Fadil Pasha is mentioned. You will think me a complete rebel, but I may say to you what most people would think like my nonsense, that one's pity becomes a perfect passion when one sits among the people as I do and sees it all. Least of all can I forgive those among Europeans and Christians who can help to break these bruised reeds. However, in Cairo and more still in Alexandria, all is quite different. There the same system which has been so successfully copied in France prevails. The capital is petted at the expense of the fellaheen. Prices are regulated in Cairo for meat and bread as they are or were in Paris, and the dangerous classes enjoy all sorts of exemptions. Just like France, the Cairenes eat the bread and the fellaheen the stick. The people here used to dislike Mounier, who arrived poor and grew rich and powerful, but they all bless him now and say at El Montana a man eats his own meat and not the courbash of the Mudir, and Mounier has refused soldiers, as I refused them on my small account, and please God he will never repent it. Yussuf says, what the Turkish government fears is not for your safety, but lest we should learn to love you too well, and it is true. Here there is but one voice, let the Franks come and let us have the laws of the Christians. In Cairo the Franks have dispelled this douce illusion and done the Turks' work as if they were paid for it. But here come only travellers who pay with money and not with stick, a degree of generosity not enough to be adored. I perceive that I am a boor, but you will forgive my indignant sympathy with the kind people who treat me so well. Yusuf asked me to let the English papers know about the Gau business. An Alim ed Din u Islam would fain call for help to the Times. Strange changes and signs of the times, these, are they not so? I went to church on Good Friday with the Copts. The scene was very striking, the priest dressed like the beautiful Crusader, in white robes with crimson crosses. One thing has my hearty admiration. The few children who are taken to church are allowed to play! Oh, my poor little Protestant fellow Christians, can you conceive a religion so delightful as that which permits peep bo behind the curtains of the sanctuary? I saw little Brutus and Scandaria at it at church time, and the priest only patted their little heads as he carried the sacrament out to the hareem. Fancy the parson kindly patting a noisy boy's head instead of the beadle whacking him. I am entirely reconciled to the Coptic rules. End of Letter 61. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 62 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Nile Boat, Urania, May 1865. Happy as I was in the prospect of seeing you all, and miserable as poor Upper Egypt has become, I could not leave without a pang. Our Bairam was not gay. There was horse riding for Sheykh Gibriel, the cousin of Abu'l Haggag, and the scene was prettier than I ever saw. My old friend Yunis the Sharif insisted on showing me that at 85 he could still handle a horse and throw a gereed for Sheykh Gibriel and the lady, as he said. Then arrived the Mufettish of Zenia with his gay attendants and filled the little square in front of the Cadi's castellated house where we were sitting. The young Sheykh of Salamieh rode beautifully, and there was some excellent neboot play, sort of very severe quarterstaff peculiar to the Fellaheen. Next day was the great dinner given by Mohammed and Mustapha outside Mohammed's house opposite Sheykh Gibriel's tomb. 200 men ate at his gate. I went to see it, and was of course asked to eat. Can one like thee eat the melochia of the Fellaheen? So I joined a party of 5 round a little wooden tray, tucked up my sleeve and ate, dipping the bread into the melochia, which is like very sloppy spinach but much nicer. Then came the master and his servants to deal the pieces of meat out of a great basket, sodden meat, and like Benjamin my piece was the largest, so I tore off a bit and handed it to each of my companions, who said, God take thee safe and happy to thy place and thy children, and bring thee back to us in safety to eat the meat of the festival together once more. The moon rose clear and bright behind the one tall palm tree that overhangs the tomb of Sheykh Gibriel. He is a saint of homely tastes, and will not have a dome over him or a cover for his tomb, which is only surrounded by a wall breast high, enclosing a small square bit of ground, with the rough tomb on one side. At each corner was set up a flag, and a few dim lanterns hung overhead. The 200 men eating were quite noiseless, and as they rose, one by one washed their hands and went, the crowd melted away like a vision. But before all were gone came the Buluk, or sub-magistrate, a Turkish Jack in office with the manners of a Zouave turned parish beadle. He began to sneer at the melochia of the Fellaheen and swore he could not eat it if he sat before it 1,000 years. Hereupon Omar began to chaff him. Eat, O Bulak Pasha, and if it swells thy belly the lady will give thee of the physic of the English to clean thy stomach upwards and downwards of all thou hast eaten of the food of the Fellaheen. The Bulak is notorious for his exactions, his eating the people, so there was a great laugh. Poor Omar was very ill next day, and everyone thought the Buluk had given him the eye. Then came the Mufettish in state to pay his devoirs to the Sheykh in the tomb. He came and talked to Mustapha and Yusuf and enumerated the people taken for the works, 200 from Luxor, 400 from Karnak, 310 from Zenia, 320 from Beadia, and 380 from Salamieh, a good deal more than half the adult men to go for 60 days, leaving their fields uncultivated and their hareem and children hungry, for they have to take all the food for themselves. I rose, sick at heart from the Mufettish's harsh voice, and went down to listen to the Munshids chanting at the tomb, and the Zikhirs strange sobbing, Allah, Allah. I leaned on the mud wall watching the slender figures swaying in the moonlight, when a tall, handsome fellah came up in his brown shirt, felt libdeh (skull cap), with his blue cotton melayah tied up and full of dried bread on his back. The type of the Egyptian. He stood close by me and prayed for his wife and children: "Ask our God to pity them, O Sheykh, and to feed them while I am away. Thou knowest how my wife worked all night to bake all the wheat for me, and that there is none left for her and the children." He then turned to me and took my hand and went on: "Thou knowest this lady, O Sheykh Gibreel, take her happy and well to her place and bring her back to us. El Fathah, Ya Beshooshish," and we said it together. I could have laid my head on Sheykh Gibreel's wall and howled. I thanked him as well as I could for caring about one like me while his own troubles were so heavy. I shall never forget that tall, athletic figure, and the gentle brown face, with the 11 days' moon of Zulhegga and the shadow of the palm tree. That was my farewell. The voice of the miserable is with thee, shall God not hear it? Next day Omar had a sharp attack of fever and was delirious. It lasted only 2 days, but left him very weak, and the anxiety and trouble was great, for my helping hands were as awkward as they were willing. In a few days arrived the boat Urania. She is very nice indeed. A small saloon, 2 good berths, bath and cabinet, and very large kasna (stern cabin). She is dirty, but will be extremely comfortable when cleaned and painted. On the 15th we sailed. Sheykh Yussuf went with me to Keneh, Mustapha and Said going by land, and one of Hajjee Sultan's disciples and several Luxor men were deck passengers. The Shereef gave me the bread and jars of butter for his grandsons in Gamel Azhar, and came to see me off. We sat on the deck outside as there was a crowd to say goodbye, and had a lot of hareem in the cabin. The old Shereef made me sit down on the carpet close to him, and then said we sit here like two lovers. At 85 even an Arab and a Shereef may be Gaillard, so I cried, "O Shereef, what if Omar tells my master the secret thou hast let out, it is not well of thee." There was a great laugh which ended in the Shereef saying, "No doubt thy master is of the best of the people, let us say the Fathah for him," and he called on all the people El Fathah for the master of the lady. I hope it has benefited you to be prayed for at Luxor. I had written so far and past Minia when I fell ill with pleurisy. I've lots more to tell of my journey but am too weak after 2 weeks in bed, and unable to lie down from suffocation, but I am much better now. A man from the Azhar is reading the Koran for me outside, while another is gone with candles to Said el Zaynet, the fanatics. End of letter 62. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 63 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, June 16, 1865. Dearest Alick, I will go down to Alexandria in the boat and Omar will work at her. She wants a great deal of repairing, I find, and his superintendence will save much money. Besides, he will do one man's work as he is a much better carpenter than most here, having learnt of the English workmen on the railroad, but the Reis says the boat must come out of the water as her bottom is unsound. She is a splendid sailor, I hear, and remarkably comfortable. The beds in the kasna would do for Jacob Omnium. So when you honour our house you will be happy. The saloon is small, and the berths as usual. Also she is a very handsome shape, but she wants no end of repairs. So Omar is consoled at being left because he will save our money a great deal by piecing sails, and cutting and contriving, and scraping and painting himself. Only he is afraid for me. However, Allah Kereem. I have a very good Reis, I think. The usual tight little black fellow from near Assouan, very neat and active and good tempered, the same cross steersman that we had up to Bed Reshain, but he knows his work well. We had contrary gales the whole way. My men worked all they possibly could, and pulled the rope all day and rowed all night, day after day, but we were 28 days getting down. I can't write any more. End of letter 63. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 64 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Alexandria, October 28, 1865. I am truly grieved to hear of your wrist and to see your writing look cramped. I arrived here on Thursday after a splendid passage, and was very comfortable on board. I found Monsieur Olagnier waiting for me, and Omar of course, and I am installée at Ross's till my boat gets done, which I am told will be in 6 days. She will be remarkably comfortable. Omar had caused a sort of divan with a roof and back to be constructed just outside the cabin door, where I always sat it every evening, which will be the most delightful little nest one can conceive. I shall sit like a pasha there. My cough is still very harassing, but my chest less tight and painful, and I feel less utterly knocked down. The weather is beautiful here just now, warm and not nearly so damp as usual. Lord Edward St. Maur was on board; he has much of his aunt's pleasantness. Also a very young Bombay merchant, a Muslim who uttered not one syllable to any one but to me. His talk was just like that of a well-bred and intelligent young Englishman. I am glad to say that his views of the state of India were very encouraging. He seemed convinced that the natives were gradually working their way up to more influence, and said, "We shall have to thank you for a better form of government by far than any native one would have been." He added, "We Muslims have this advantage over the Hindus, that our religion is no barrier at all, socially or politically, between us and you, as theirs is. I mean it ought not to be when both faiths are cleared of superstition and fanaticism." He spoke very highly of Sir Bartle Frere, but said, "I wish it were possible for more English gentlemen to come out to India." He had been 2 years in England on mercantile business, and was going back to his brother Allah Din much pleased with the English in England. It is one of the most comforting Erscheinungen I have seen coming from India. If that sort of good sense is pretty common among the very young men, they will certainly work their way up. I should like to see Bailey's article, though I am quite sick of my book. It is very ungracious of me, but I can't help it. End of letter 64. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 65 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Alexandria, November 2nd, 1865. Dearest Mother, the boat, like all other things, goes but slowly; however, the weather here is unusually dry and fine. I have just been to see my poor friend Siti Zubeydeh, widow of Hassaneyn Effendi, who died in England, and I am filled with admiration at her good sense and courage. She has determined to carry on her husband's business of letting boats herself, and to educate her children to the best of her power in habits of independence. I hope she will be successful, and receive the respect such rare conduct in a Turkish woman deserves from the English. I was much gratified to hear from her how kindly she had been treated in Glasgow. She said that nothing that could be done for her was left undone. She arrived this morning, and I went to see her directly, and was really astonished at all she said about her plans for herself and her children. Poor thing! It is a sad blow, for she and Hassaneyn were as thoroughly united as any Europeans could be. I went afterwards to my boat, which I hope will be done in 5 or 6 days. I am extremely impatient to be off. She will be a most charming boat, both comfortable and pretty. The boom for the big sail is new, and I exclaimed, "Why, you have broken the new boom, and mended it with leather." Omar had put on a sham splice to avert the evil eye from such a fine new piece of wood. Of course I dare not have the blemish removed, or gare the first puff of wind; besides, it is too characteristic. There is some cholera about again, I hear; 10 deaths yesterday, so Olagnier tells me. I fancy the rush of Europeans back again, each bringing 7 other devils worse than himself, is the cause of it. I think I am beginning to improve a little; my cough has been terribly harassing, especially at night, but the weather is very good, cool and not damp. End of letter 65. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 66 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Cairo, Monday, November 27th, 1865. Dearest Mother, I arrived here last night and found a whole heap of letters, and yours I will answer first. I had no heart to write any more from Alexandria, where I was worried out of all courage and strength. At last, after endless delays and vexations, the dahabeah was tant bien que mal ready. Talk of Arab dawdle, after what I went through, and now I have to wait here for fresh repairs, as we came up bailing all the way, and I fear cursing the Christian workmen who had bungled so shamefully. However, that is over, and I am much better as to my cough; indeed it is all but gone. Omar was very ill, having had dysentery for 2 months, but he too is well again. He is very grateful for your kind mention of him, and says, "Send the great mother my best salaam, and tell her her daughter's people are my people, and where she goes I will go too, and please God I will serve her, rich or poor, till he who separates us shall take me from her." The words of Ruth came after all these centuries, quite fresh from the soft Egyptian lips. The He who separated us I must explain to you. It is one of the attributes of God, the separator of religions, implies toleration and friendship by attributing the two religions alike to God, and is never used towards one whose religion is not to be respected. I have got a levee of former Raises, sailors, etc., some sick, but most come to talk. The climate changes quite suddenly as one leaves the Delta, and here I sit at 8 in the evening with open doors and windows. I am so glad to hear of the great success of my dear father's book, and to think of your courage in working at it still. I suppose I shall be here a week longer, as I have several jobs to do to my boat, and I shall try to get towed up, so as to send back the boat as soon as possible in order to let her. Ali will give £80 a month for her if he gets a party of 4 to take up. I pay my Rais 5 napoleons a month while travelling, and 3 while lying still. He is a good, active little fellow. We were nearly smashed under the railway bridge by an iron barge, and voilà, how the Rais of the bridge did whack the Rais of the barge! I thought it a sad loss of time, but Rais Ali and my Rais Mohammed seemed to look on the stick as the most effective way of extricating my anchor from the Pasha's rudder. My crew can't say Urania, so they sing "Go along, O darling bride," Arouset Rali, as the little Sitt's best description, and Arouset Rali will be the dahabeah's exoteric name, as El Beshushia is my popular name. End of letter 66. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 67 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Cairo, December 5th, 1865. Dearest Mother, Alhamdulillah, now I am at rest. I have got all the boat in order. My captain, Rais Mohammed, is very satisfactory, and today we sail as soon as Omar comes back with the meat, etc., from the market. I received Meadow's review. I wish he had not said so much about me in it. Mohammed Gazawi begs to give his best salaam to Sheikh Stanley, whom he longs to see again. He says that all the people said he was not a Christian, for he was not proud ever towards them as Christians are, but a real Sheikh, and that the Bedouins still talk of Sheikh Stanley and of his piety. The old half-witted jester of Luxor has found me out. He has wandered down here to see his eldest son who is serving in the army. He had brought a little boy with him, but is afraid for him here, I don't know why, and has begged me to take the child up to his mother. These licensed Posenreisen are like our fools in old times, but less witty than we fancy them to have been, thanks to Shakespeare I suppose. Every district has one who attends all Moulids and other gatherings of the people, and picks up a living. He tells me that the Turkish Nazir of Zania has begun some business against our Kadee, Sheykh Ibrahim, and Sheykh Yussuf, accusing them of something, he does not know what, perhaps of being friends with Haji Sultan, or of stealing wood. If all the friends of Haji Sultan are to be prosecuted, that will include the whole Saeed. Of course I am anxious about my friends. All Halim Pasha Agadi's villages have been confiscated, those tributary to him for work, sous prétexte that he ill used the people. N.B. He alone paid them, a bad example. Pharaoh is indeed laying intolerable burdens, not on the Israelites, but on the fellaheen. Omar said of the great dinner to-day, I think all the food will taste of blood, it is the blood of the poor, and more haram than any pork or wine or blood of beasts. Of course such sentiments are not to be repeated, but they are general. The Menegetites, who picked and made 10 mattresses and 14 cushions for me in half a day, were laughing and saying, for the Pasha's boat we work also, at so much a day, and we should have done it in 4 days. And for me, if I paid by the day instead of by the piece, how long? 1 day instead of half, O lady, for fear thou shouldst say to us, you have finished in half a day, and half the wages is enough for you. That is the way in which all the work is done for Effendina, no wonder his steamers don't pay. I saw Ross yesterday, he tells me the Shereef of Mecca has sent him a horse. End of letter 67. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 68 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Thebes, from December 25, 1865, to January 3, 1866. Dearest Alick, I wish you all, may the year be good to thee, as we say here, and now for my history. We left Cairo on the 5th December. I was not well. No wind, as usual, and we were a week getting to Beni Suef, where the Stambuli Greek lady who was so kind to me last summer in my illness, came on board with a very well-bred Arab lady. I was in bed, and only stayed a few hours. On to Minieh, another 5 or 6 days, walked about and saw the preparations for the Pasha's arrival. Nothing so flat as these affairs here. Not a creature went near the landing place but his own servants, soldiers, and officials. I thought of the arrival of the smallest of German princes, which makes 10 times the noise. Next on to Siout. Ill again, and did not land or see anyone. On to Girgeh, where we only stayed on long enough to deliver money and presents which I had been begged to take for some old sailors of mine to their mothers and wives there. Between Siout and Girgeh an Abyssinian slave lad came and wanted me to steal him. He said his master was a Copt and ill used him, and the lady beat him. But Omar sagely observed to the sailors, who were very anxious to take him, that a bad master did not give his slave such good clothes and even a pair of shoes, quel luxe, and that he made too much of his master being a Copt. No doubt he was a lazy fellow, and perhaps he had run away with other property besides himself. Soon after I was sitting on the pointed prow of the boat with the Rais, who was sounding with his painted pole, vide antique sculptures and paintings, and the men towing, when suddenly something rose to the surface near us. The men cried out, Beni Adam, and the Rais prayed for the dead. It was a woman, the silver bracelets glittered on the arms raised and stiffened in the agony of death, the knees up, and the beautiful Egyptian breasts floated above the water. I shall never forget the horrid sight. God have mercy on her, prayed my men, and the Rais added to me, let us also pray for her father, poor man. You see, no robber has done this, on account of the bracelets. We are in the Saeed now, and most likely she has blackened her father's face, and he has been forced to strangle her, poor man. I said, alas, and the Rais continued, ah yes, it is a heavy thing, but a man must whiten his face, poor man, poor man. God have mercy on him. Such is Saeedi point d'honneur. However, it turned out she was drowned, bathing. Above Girgeh we stopped while at Dishné, a large village. I strolled up alone, les mains dans les poches, sicut meus es mos, and was soon accosted with an invitation to coffee and pipes in the stranger's place, a sort of room open on one side with a column in the middle, like 2 arches of a cloister, and which, in all the villages, is close to the mosque. 2 or 3 cloaks were pulled off and spread on the ground for me to sit on, and the milk, which I asked for, instead of the village coffee, brought. In a minute a dozen men came and sat round, and asked, as usual, Whence comest thou, and whither goest thou? And my gloves, watch, rings, etc., were handed round and examined. The gloves always call forth many mashallahs. I said, I come from the Frank country, and am going to my place near Abu l Hajjaj. Hereupon everyone touched my hand and said, Praise be to God that we have seen thee. Don't go on, stay here and take 100 feddans of land and remain here. I laughed and asked, should I wear the zaboot (brown shirt) and the libda and work in the field, seeing there is no man with me? There was much laughing, and then several stories of women who had farmed large properties well and successfully. Such undertakings on the part of women seem quite as common here as in Europe, and more common than in England. I took leave of my new friends who had given me the first welcome home to the Saeed, and we went on to Keneh, which we reached early in the morning, and I found my well known donkey boys putting my saddle on. The father of one, and the 2 brothers of the other, were gone to work on the railway for 60 days' forced labour, taking their own bread, and the poor little fellows were left alone to take care of the hareem. As soon as we reached the town, a couple of tall young soldiers in the Nizam uniform rushed after me, and greeted me in English. They were Luxor lads serving their time. Of course they attached themselves to us for the rest of the day. We then brought water jars, the spécialité of Keneh, gullehs and ziyas, and I went on to the Cadi's house to leave a little string of beads, just to show that I had not forgotten the worthy Cadi's courtesy in bringing his little daughter to sit beside me at dinner when I went down the river last summer. I saw the Cadi giving audience to several people, so I sent in the beads and my salaam, but the jolly Cadi sallied forth into the street and fell upon my neck, with such ardour that my Frankish hat was sent rolling by contact with the turban of Islam. The Cadi of Keneh is the real original Cadi of our early days, sleek, rubicund, polite, a puisne judge and a dean rolled into one, combining the amenities of the law and the church, with an orthodox stomach and an orthodox turban, both round and stately. I was taken into the hareem, welcomed and regaled, and invited to the festival of Sayyid Abd el Rakim, the great saint of Keneh. I hesitated and said there were great crowds, and some might be offended at my presence, but the Cadi declared by him who separated us that if any such ignorant persons were present it was high time they learnt better, and said it was by no means unlawful for virtuous Christians, and such as neither hated nor scorned the Mussulman, to profit by or share in their prayers, and that I should sit before the Sheykh's tomb with him and the Mufti, and that du reste they wished to give thanks for my safe arrival. Such a demonstration of tolerance was not to be resisted. So after going back to rest and dine in the boat, I returned at nightfall into the town and went to the burial place. The whole way was lighted up and thronged with the most motley crowd, and the usual mixture of holy and profane, which we know at the Catholic fêtes also, but more prononcé here. Dancing girls, glittering with gold brocade and coins, swaggered about among the brown-shirted fellaheen, and the profane singing of the Alatiya mingled with the songs in honour of the Arab prophet chanted by the Munshieds and the deep tones of the Allah Allah of the Zikirs. Rockets whizzed about and made the women screech, and a merry-go-round was in full swing. And now fancy me clinging to the skirts of the Cadi ul Islam, who did not wear a spencer as the Methodist parson threatened his congregation he would do at the Day of Judgment, and pushing into the tomb of the Sayyid Abd el Rakim through such a throng. No one seemed offended or even surprised. I suppose my face is so well known at Keneh. When my party had said a Fattah for me and another for my family, we retired to another Kebba, where there was no tomb, and where we found the Mufti, and sat there all the evening over coffee and pipes and talk. I was questioned about English administration of justice, and made to describe the process of trial by jury. The Mufti is a very dignified, gentlemanly man, and extremely kind and civil. The Cadi pressed me to stay next day and dine with him and the Mufti, but I said I had a lantern for Luxor, and I wanted to arrive before the Moolid was over, and only 3 days remained. So the Cadi accompanied me back to the boat, looked at my maps, which pleased him very much, traced out the line of the railway as he had heard it, and had tea. Next morning we had the first good wind, and bowled up to Luxor in 1 day, arriving just after sunset. Instantly the boat was filled. Of course Omar and the Rais at once organised a procession to take me and my lantern to the tomb of Abu l Hajjaj. It was the last night but one of his Moolid. The lantern was borne on a pole between two of my sailors, and the rest, reinforced by men from a steamer which was there with a Prussian prince, sung and thumped the tarabuka, and we all marched up after I had undergone every variety of salutation, from Sheykh Yussuf's embrace to the little boys' kissing of hands. The first thing I heard was the hearty voice of the old Shereef, who praised God that our darling was safe back again, and then we all sat down for a talk; then more Fattahs were said for me, and for you, and for the children, and I went back to bed in my own boat. I found the guard of the French house had been taken off to Keneh to the works, after lying 8 days in chains and wooden handcuffs for resisting and claiming his rights as a French protégé. So we waited for his return, and for the keys which he had taken with him, in hopes that the Keneh authorities would not care to keep me out of the house. I wrote to the French consular agent at Keneh, and to the consul at Alexandria, and got him back the 3rd day. What would you think in Europe to see me welcome with enthusiasm a servant just out of chains and handcuffs? At the very moment, too, that Mohammed and I were talking, a boat passed up the river with music and singing on board. It was a Sheykh el Beled of a place above Esneh, who had lain in prison 3 years in Cairo, and whose friends were making all the fantasia they could to celebrate the end of his misfortune, of disgrace. Il n'en est pas question, and why should it? So many honest men go to prison that it is no presumption at all against a man. The day after my arrival was the great and last day. The crowd was but little and not lively; times are too hard. But the riding was beautiful. 2 men from Hegaz performed wonderful feats. I dined with a Maōhn whose wife cooked me the best dinner I ever ate in this country or almost anywhere. Marie, who was invited, rejoiced the kind old lady's heart by her Belgian appreciation of the excellent cookery. Eat, my daughter, eat, and even I managed to give satisfaction. Such baklava I never tasted. We removed to the house yesterday, and I have had company ever since. One Sheykh Ali, a very agreeable man from beyond Khartoum, offered to take me up to Khartoum and back with a takhterawan (camel litter), in company with Mustapha A'gha, Sheykh Yussuf and a troop of his own Abab'deh. It is a terrible temptation, but it would cost £50, so I refused. Sheykh Ali is so clever and well bred that I should enjoy it very much, and the climate at this season is delightful. He has been in the Denka country where the men are a cubit taller than Sheykh Hassan whom you know, and who inquires tenderly after you. Now let me describe the state of things. From the Moudiriyat of Keneh only, 25,000 men are taken to work for 60 days without food or pay; each man must take his own basket, and each third man a hoe, not a basket. If you want to pay a substitute for a beloved or delicate son, it costs 1,000 piastres, 600 at the lowest, and about 300 to 400 for his food. From Luxor only 220 men are gone, of whom a third will very likely die of exposure to the cold and misery; the weather is unusually cold. That is to say that this little village, of at most 2,000 souls, male and female (we don't usually count women, from decorum), will pay in labour at least £1,320 in 60 days. We have also already had 11 camels seized to go up to the Soudan; a camel is worth from £18 to £40. Last year Mariette Bey made excavations at Gourneh, forcing the people to work but promising payment at the rate of— Well, when he was gone the 4 sheikhs of the village at Gourneh came to Mustapha and begged him to advance the money due from the government, for the people were starving. Mustapha agrees and gives above 300 purses, about £1,000 in current piastres, on the understanding that he is to get the money from government in tariff, and to keep the difference as his profit. If he cannot get it at all the fellaheen are to pay him back without interest. Of course at the rate at which money is here, his profit would be but small interest on the money unless he could get the money directly, and now he has waited 6 months in vain. Abdallah, the son of El Habeshi of Damankour, went up the river in chains to Fazoghlou a fortnight ago, and Osman Bey ditto last week. El Bedrawee is dead there, of course. Shall I tell you what became of the 100 prisoners who were sent away after the Gau business? As they marched through the desert the Greek Memlook looked at his list each morning, and said, Hossein, Achmet, Fulan, like the Spanish Don Fulano, Mr. So-and-so, you are free, take off his chains. Well, the 3 or 4 men dropped behind, where some Argonauts strangled them out of sight. This is banishment to Fazoghlou. Do you remember le citoyen et le larger of the September massacre of Paris? Curious coincidence, is it not? Every one is exasperated; the very Hareem talk of the government. It is in the air. I had not been 5 minutes in Keneh before I knew all this and much more. Of the end of Hajjee Sultan I will not speak till I have absolute certainty, but I believe the proceeding was as I have described, set free in the desert and murdered by the way. I wish you to publish these facts; it is no secret to any but those Europeans whose interests keep their eyes tightly shut, and they will soon have them opened. The blind rapacity of the present ruler will make him astonish the Franks some day, I think. Wheat is now 400 piastres the ardeb up here; the little loaf, not quite so big as our penny roll, costs a piastre, about 3 halfpence, and all in proportion. I need not say what the misery is. Remember that this is the second levy of 220 men within 6 months, each for 60 days, as well as the second seizure of camels, besides the conscription which serves the same purpose, as the soldiers work on the Pasha's works. But in Cairo they are paid, and paid well. It is curious how news travels here. The Luxor people knew the day I left Alexandria, and the day I left Cairo, long before I came. They say here that Abu el Hajjaj gave me his hand from Keneh, because he would not finish his moolid without me. I am supposed to be specially protected by him, as is proved by my health being so far better here than anywhere else. By the by, Sheykh Ali Abab'deh told me that all the villages close on the Nile escaped the cholera almost completely, whilst those who were half or a quarter of a mile inland were ravaged. At Keneh 250 a day died; at Luxor 1 child was supposed to have died of it, but I know he had a diseased liver for a year or more. In the desert the Bishareen and the Abab'deh suffered more than the people at Cairo, and you know how the desert is usually the place of perfect health; but fresh Nile water seems to be the antidote. Sheykh Yussuf laid the mortality at Keneh to the canal water, which the poor people drink there. I believe the fact is as Sheykh Ali told me. Now I will say goodbye, for I am tired, and will write anon to the rest. Let Mutter have this. I was very poorly till I got above Siout, and then gradually mended; constant blood spitting and great weakness, and I am very thin, but by the protection of Abu l Hajjaj I suppose I am already much better, and begin to eat again. I have not been out yet since the first day, having much to do in the house to get it to rights. I felt very dreary on Christmas Day away from you all, and Omar's plum pudding did not cheer me at all, as he hoped it would. He begs me to kiss your hand for him, and every one sends you salaam, and all lament that you are not the new Consul at Cairo. Kiss my chicks, and love to you all. Janet, I hope, is in Egypt ere this. End of Letter 68. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 69 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Maurice Duff Gordon, Luxor, January 3, 1866. My darling Maurice, I was delighted to get your note, which arrived on New Year's Day in the midst of the hubbub of the great festival in honour of the saint of Luxor. I wish you could have seen 2 young Arabs, real Arabs from the Hedjaz in Arabia, ride and play with spears and lances. I never saw anything like it; a man who played the tomfool stood in the middle, and they galloped round and round him, with their spears crossed and the points resting on the ground, so in a small circle that his clothes whisked around with the wind of the horses' legs. Then they threw jarids, and caught them as they galloped. The beautiful thing was the perfect mastery of the horses; they were like water in their hands, as Sheykh Hassan remarked. I perceived that I had never seen real horsemanship in my life before. I am now in the palace at Luxor with my dahabieh, Arouset er Rali, the darling bride, under my windows, quite like a Pasha. In coming up we had an alarm of robbers. Under the mountain called Gebel Fouda we were entangled in shoals, owing to a change in the bed of the river, and forced to stay all night, and at 3 in the morning the Reis sent in the boy to say he had seen a man creeping on all fours. Would I fire my pistol? As my revolver had been stolen in Janet's house, I was obliged to beg him to receive any possible troop of armed robbers very civilly, and to let them take what they pleased. However, Omar blazed away with your father's old cavalry pistols, which had no bullets, and whether the robbers were frightened, or the man was only a wolf, we heard no more of the affair. My crew were horribly frightened, and kept awake till daybreak. The last night before reaching Keneh, the town 40 miles north of Luxor, my men held a grand fantasia on the bank. There was no wind, and we found a lot of old maize stalks, so there was a bonfire, and no end of drumming, singing, and dancing. Even Omar relaxed his dignity so far as to dance the dance of the Alexandria young men, and very funny it all was. I laughed consumedly, especially at the modest airs and graces of a great lubberly fellow, one Hezayin, who acted the bride, in a representation of a Nubian wedding festivity. The new song of this year is very pretty, a declaration of love to a young Mohammed, sung in a very pretty tune. There is another, rather like the air of Di Provanza al Mare in the Traviata, with extremely pretty words. As in England, every year has its new song, which all the boys sing about the streets. I hope, darling, you are sapping this year, and intend to make up a bit for lost time. I hear you have lost no time in growing tall at all events, ill weeds, etc. You know Omar desires all sorts of messages to you. End of letter 69. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 70 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Monday, January 15, 1866. Dearest Alick, I hear that Mr. and Miss North are to be here in a day or two. I hope you may have sent my saddle by them, for I want it sadly. Mine is just possible for a donkey, but quite too broken for a horse. 2 great sheikhs of Bishareen and Ababda came here and picked me up out walking alone. We went and sat in a field, and they begged me to communicate to the Queen of England that they would join her troops if she would invade Egypt. One laid my hand on his hand, and said, "Thou hast 3,000 men in thy hand." The other rules 10,000. They say there are 30,000 Arabs, Bedaween, ready to join the English, for they fear that the Viceroy will try to work and rob them like the Fellaheen, and if so they will fight to the last, or else go off into Syria. I was rather frightened, for them I mean, and told them that our Queen could do nothing till 600 sheikhs and 400 emirs had talked in public, all whose talk was printed and read at Stamboul and Cairo, and that they must not think of such a thing from our Queen, but if things became bad it would be better for them to go off into Syria. I urged great caution upon them, and I need not repeat that to you, as the lives of thousands may be endangered. It might be interesting to be known in high places and in profound secret, as one of the indications of what is coming here. If the saddle comes, as I hope, I may very likely go up to Aswan, and leave the boats and servants, and go into the desert for a few days to see the place of the Bishareen. They won't take anyone else, but you may be quite easy about me in the face of a Sheykh el Arab. Handsome Sheykh Hassan, whom you saw at Cairo, will go with me. But if my saddle does not appear, I fear I should be too tired with riding a camel. The little district of Kous, including Luxor, has been mulcted of camels, food for them, and drivers, to the amount of 6,000 purses last week, £18,000, fact. I cast up the account, and it tallied with what I got from a sub-employé, nor is the discontent any longer whispered. Everyone talks aloud, and well they may. End of letter 70, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 71 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Tuesday, 7 Ramadan. Dearest Mother, I have just received your letter of Christmas Day, and am glad to answer it with a really amended report of myself. I had a very slight return a week ago, but for the last 5 or 6 days the daily flushing and fever has also ceased. I sent for one of the Arab doctors of the Aziziyeh steamer to see Omar, and myself also, and he was very attentive, and took a note of medicines to send me from Cairo by a confrère, and when I offered a fee he said, "God forbid, it is only our duty to do anything in the world for you." Likewise a very nice Dr. Ingram saw some of my worst cases for me, and gave me good advice and help, but I want better books. Kesteven is very useful as far as it goes, but I want something more ausführlich and scientific. Ramadan is a great trouble to me, though Sheykh Yussuf tells the people not to fast if I forbid it, but many are ill from having begun it, and one fine old man of about 55 died of apoplexy on the 4th night. My Christian patient is obstinate and fasts in spite of me, and will, I think, seal his fate. He was so much better after the blistering and Dr. Ingram's mixture. I wish you could have seen a lad of 18 or so, who came here to day for medicine. I think I never saw such sweet, frank, engaging manners, or ever heard anyone express himself better, quite une nature distinguée, not the least handsome, but the most charming countenance and way of speaking. My good friend the Maōhn spent the evening with me, and told me all the story of his marriage, though quite unfit to meet the virtuous eyes of British propriety, as I read the other day in some paper apropos of I forget what. It will give you an idea of the feelings of a Muslim honnête homme, which Seleem is through and through. He knew his wife before he married her, she being 25 or 26, and he a boy. She fell in love with him, and at 17 he married her, and they have had 10 children, all alive but 2, and a splendid race they are. He told me how she courted him with glasses of sherbet and trays of sweetmeats, and how her mother proposed the marriage, and how she hesitated on account of the difference of age, but of course at last consented, all with the naivest vanity in his own youthful attractions, and great extolling of her personal charms, and of her many virtues. When he was sent up here she would not or could not leave her children. On the Sitt's arrival his slave girl was arrogant, and refused to kiss her hand, and spoke saucily of her age, whereupon Seleem gave her in marriage to a black man and pays for her support, as long as she likes to suckle the child he, Seleem, had by her, which child will in due time return to his house. Curs, the fundamental idea in it all, in the mind of an upright man, is, that if a man takes up with a woman at all, he must make himself responsible for her before the world, and above all for the fate of any child he may have by her. You see, the Prophet of the Arabs did not contemplate ladies qui savent nager so well in the troubled waters of life as we are now blessed with. I don't mean to say that many men are as scrupulous as my excellent friend Seleem, either here or even in our own moral society. All this was told with the expressions quite incompatible with our manners, though not at all leste, and he expatiated on his wife's personal charms in a very quaint way. The good lady is now hard upon 60 and looks it fully, but he evidently is as fond of her as ever. As a curious trait of primitive manners, he told me of her piety and boundless hospitality, how when some friends came late one evening, unexpected, and there was only a bit of meat, she killed a sheep and cooked it for them with her own hands. And this is a Cairene lady, and quite a lady too, in manners and appearance. The day I dined there she was dressed in very ragged, old cotton clothes, but spotlessly clean, and she waited on me with a kind, motherly pleasure, that quite took away the awkwardness I felt at sitting down while she stood. In a few days she and her husband are to dine with me, a thing which no Arab couple ever did before, I mean dine out together, and the old lady was immensely amused at the idea. Omar will cook and all male visitors will be sent to the kitchen. Now that I understand all is said to me, and a great deal of the general conversation, it is much more amusing. Seleem Effendi jokes me a great deal about my blunders, especially my lack of politica, the Greek word for what we shall call flummery, and my saying lazim, you must, or rather il faut, instead of humble entreaties. I told him to teach me better, but he laughed heartily and said, no, no, when you say lazim it is lazim, and nobody wants the stick to force him to say hadir, ready, O Sheykh el Arab, O Amira. Fancy my surprise the other day, when just as I was dictating letters to Sheykh Yussuf, letters of introduction for Ross's inspecting agent, with 3 or 4 other people here, in walked Miss North Pop, who I have not seen since she was a child. She and her father were going up the second cataract. She has done some sketches which, though rather unskilful, were absolutely true in colour and effect, and are the very first I have seen that are so. I shall see something of them on their return. She seemed very pleasant. Mr. North looked rather horrified at the turbaned society in which he found himself. I suppose it did look odd to English eyes. We have had 3 days of the south wind, which the Saturday Review says I am not to call Samoom, and I was poorly, and kept in bed 2 days with a cold. Apropos, I will give you the Luxor contribution towards the further confusion of the Samoom or Simoom controversy. I told Sheykh Yussuf that an English newspaper, written by particularly clever people, said that I was wrong to call the bad wind here Samoom. It was in an article on Palgrave's book, I think. Sheykh Yussuf said, "True, O lady, no doubt those learned gentlemen," politely saluting them with his hand, "thought one such as thou shouldst written classical Arabic, Arabi Fasihi, and have called it al-Dabur. Nevertheless it is proper to write it Samoom, not, as some do, Simoom, which is the plural of sim, poison." I shook my head, and said, I did not recollect al-Dabur. Then my Rais, sitting at the door, offered his suggestion. Probably the English, who it is well known are a nation of sailors, use the name given to the land wind by El Baria, the boatman, and call it El Marisha. But, said I, the clever gentlemen say that I am wrong altogether, and never can have seen a real Samoom, for that would have killed me in 10 minutes. Hereupon Sheykh Mohammed el Ababda, who is not nearly so polished as his brother Hassan, burst into a regular Bedawee roar of laughter, and said, "Yah! Do the Ghanaisil Europeans take thee for a rat, O lady? Who ever heard of El Beni Adam, the children of Adam, dying of the wind? Men die of thirst quicker when the Samoom blows and they have no water. But no one ever died of the wind alone, except the rats. They do. I give you the opinion of 3 representative men, scholar, sailor, and Bedawee, if that helps you to a solution of the controversy. We have just had a scene, rather startling to notions about fatalism, etc. Owing to the importation of a good deal of cattle from the Soudan, there is an expectation of the prevalence of smallpox, and the village barbers are busy vaccinating in all directions, to prevent the infection brought either by the cattle or more likely by their drivers. Now, my maid had told me she had never been vaccinated, and I sent for Haji Mahmoud to cut my hair and vaccinate her. To my utter amazement the girl, who had never shown any religious bigotry and does not fast or make any demonstrations, refused peremptorily. It appears that the priests and sisters appointed by the enlightened administration of Prussia instil into their pupils and penitents that vaccination is a tempting of God. "Oh oui," she said, "je sais bien que chez nous mes parents peuvent recouvrir un procès verbal, mais il vaut mieux cela que d'aller contre la volonté de Dieu. Si Dieu le veut, l'aurai la petite verrolet, et s'il ne veut pas, je ne l'aurai pas." I scolded her pretty sharply, and said it was not only stupid but selfish. But what can one do? As Haji Mahmoud said, with a pitying shake of his head, these Christians are so ignorant. He blushed and apologized to me, and said, it is not their fault, all this want of sense is from the priests who talk folly to them for money, and to keep them afraid before themselves. Poor things, they don't know the word of God. Help thyself, O my servant, and I will help thee. This is the second contest I have had on this subject. Last year it was with a Copt, who was an Allah Karim, and so on about his baby, with his child of 4 dying of smallpox. "Oh, man," said Sheykh Yussuf, "if the wall against which I am now sitting were to shake above my head, should I fold my feet under me and say Allah Karim, or should I use the legs God has given me to escape from it?" I had a visit the other day from a lady who, as I was informed, had been a harlot in Siout. She has repented and married a converted Copt. They are a droll pair of penitents, so very smart in their dress and manner. But no one se scandalise at their antecedents, neither is it proper to repent in sackcloth and ashes, or to confess sins, except to God alone. You are not to indulge in telling them to others, it is an offence. Repent inwardly and be ashamed to show it before the people, ask pardon of God only. A little of this would do no harm in Europe, methinks. Here is a pretty story for you from Hadeth en Nabi, sayings of the Prophet. 2 prophets were sitting together, and discoursing of prayer and the difficulty of fixing the attention entirely on the act. One said to the other, not even for the duration of 2 rekkahs, prayers ending with the prostration and Allah Akbar, can a man fix his mind on God alone. The other said, nay, but I can do it. Say then 2 rekkahs, replied the elder of the 2, I will give thee my cloak. Now he wore 2 cloaks, a new handsome red one, and an old shabby blue one. The younger prophet rose, raised his hands to his head, and said Allah Akbar, and bent to the ground for his first rekah. As he rose again, he thought, will he give me the red cloak or the blue, I wonder? It is very stupid of me not to write down all the pretty stories I hear, but this one is a capital specimen of Arab wit. Some day I must bring over Omar with me, Inshallah, to England, and he will tell you stories like Scheherazade herself. A jolly Nubian, Alim, told me the other night how in his village no man ever eats meat, except on Bairam day, but one night a woman had a piece of meat given her by a traveller. She put it in the oven and went out. During her absence her husband came in and smelt it, and as it was just the time of the Eshé, first prayers 1 hour after sunset, he ran up to the hill outside the village, and began to chant forth the tekbir with all his might, Allah Akbar, etc., etc., till the people ran to see what was the matter. 'Why, to-day is Bairam,' says he, 'where is thy witness, old man? The meat in the oven, the meat in the oven.' End of Letter 71, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 72 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, February 15, 1866. Dearest Mother, I have only time for a short letter to say that the cold weather is over and that I continue to improve, not very fast but still very sensibly. My young Frenchman turns out to be a Monsieur Brun, Grand Prix de Rome, an architect, and is a very nice fellow indeed, and a thorough gentleman. His awkward manner proved to be more vexation at finding himself quartered nolens volants on a stranger and a woman, but we have made great friends, and I have made him quite happy by telling him that he shall pay his share of the food. He was going to hurry off from shyness, though he had begun a work here by which I fancy he hopes to get kudos. I see he is poor and very properly proud. He goes out to the temple at sunrise, and returns to dinner at dark, and works well, and his drawings are very clever. In short, I am as much obliged to the French consul for sending me such an intelligent man as I was vexed at first. An homme sérieux with an absorbing pursuit is always good company in the long run. Moreover, Monsieur Brun behaves like a perfect gentleman in every way. So tout est pour le mieux. I am sorry to say that Marie has become so excessively bored, dissatisfied, and, she says, ill, that I am going to send her back rather than be worried so, and damit als ein Ende of European maids. Of course, an ignorant girl must be bored to death here. A land of no amusements and no flirtations is unbearable. I shall borrow a slave of a friend here, an old black woman who is quite able and more than willing to serve me, and when I go down to Cairo I will get either a ci devant slave or an elderly Arab woman. Dr. Patterson strongly advised me to do so last year. He had one who has been 13 years his housekeeper, an old Bedawiyeh I believe, and as I am now no longer looked upon as a foreigner, I shall be able to get a respectable Arab woman, a widow or a divorced woman of a certain age who will be too happy to have a good home, as our maids say. I think I know one, a certain Fatuma, a widow with no children who does washing and needlework in Cairo. You need not be at all uneasy. I shall be taken good care of if I fall ill, much better than I should get from a European in a sulky frame of mind. Haji Ali has very kindly offered to take Marie down to Cairo and start her off to Alexandria, whence Ross's people can send her home. If she wants to stay in Alexandria and gets placed by the nuns who piously exhorted her to extort 90 francs a month from me, so much the better for me. Ali refuses to take a penny from me for her journey, besides bringing me potatoes and all sorts of things, and if I remonstrate he says he and all his family and all they have is mine, in consequence of my treatment of his brother. You will be amused and pleased to hear how Sheykh Yussuf was utterly puzzled and bewildered by the civilities he received from the travellers this year, till an American told Mustapha I had written a book, which had made him, the American, wish well to the poor people of this country, and desire to behave more kindly to them than would have been the case before. To-morrow is the smaller Bairam, and I shall have all the Hareem here to visit me. Two such nice Englishmen called the other day and told me they lived in Hertford Street, opposite Lady D. G.'s, and saw Alexander go in and out and met Maurice in the gardens. It gave me a terrible twinge of Heimweh, but I thought it so kind and pretty and herzlich of them to come and tell me how Alexander and Maurice looked as they went along the street. End of Letter 72. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 73 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, February 22nd, 1866. Dearest Janet, I received your letter of the 4th inst. yesterday. I am much distressed not to hear a better account of you. Why don't you go to Cairo for a time? Your experience of your German confirms me, if I needed it, in my resolution to have no more Europeans, unless I should find one more seasoned. The nuisance is too great. I shall borrow a neighbour's slave for my stay here, and take some one in Cairo. My dress will do very well in native hands. I am at last getting really better again, I hope. We have had a cold winter, but not trying. There has not been much wind, and the weather has been very steady and clear. I wish I had Palgrave's book. Hajji Ali was to bring up my box, but it had not arrived when he sailed. I will send down the old saddle whenever I can find a safe opportunity, and have received the other. Many thanks for all the various detachments of newspapers, which were a great solace. I wish you would give me your photo, large size, to hang up with Rainey and Maurice here and in the boat. Like the small one you gave me at Soden, you said you had some copies big. My doctoring business has become quite formidable. I should like to sell my practice to any rising young surgeon. It brings in a very fair income of vegetables, eggs, turkeys, pigeons, etc. How is the Sherif of Mecca's horse? I ambition to ride that holy animal. End of Letter 73. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 74 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, February 22nd, 1866. Dearest Alec, the weather here is just beginning to get warm, and I, of course, get better. There has been a great deal of nervous headache here this Ramadan. I had to attend the Cadi and several more. My Turkish neighbour at Karnak has got a shaitan devil, i.e. epileptic fits, and I was sent for to exorcise him, which I am endeavouring to do with nitrate of silver, etc., but I fear imagination will kill him, so I advise him to go to Cairo and leave the devil-haunted house. I have this minute killed the first snake of this year, a sign of summer. I was so pleased to see two Mr. Watsons, your opposite neighbours, who said they saw you every morning go down the street, Ojala, that I did so too. I liked Mr. and Mrs. Webb of Newstead Abbey very much, nice, hearty, pleasant, truly English people. There have not been above 20 or 30 boats up this year, mostly Americans. There are some here now, very nice people, with 4 little children, who create quite an excitement in the place, and are mashallah no end. Their little fair faces do look very pretty here, and excite immense admiration. Said has just come in to take my letter to the steamer, which is now going down. So adieu, dearest Alick. I am much better, but still weakish, and very triste at my long separation. End of Letter 74. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 75 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Tuesday, March 6, 1866. Dearest Alick, I write to be ready for the last down steamer which will be here in a few days. Mr. and Miss North are here working hard at sketching, and Monsieur Brune will take a place in their dahabeah, my old Zint el Bahrain, and leave me in 6 or 7 days. I shall quite grieve to lose his company. If ever you or yours fall in with him, pray cultivate his acquaintance. He is very clever, very hard working, and a thoroughbred gentleman, as Omar declares. We are quite low spirited at parting after a month spent together at Thebes. I hear that Olagnier has a big house in Old Cairo and will lodge me. The Norths go to-day, Thursday, and Monsieur Brune does not go with them as he intended, but will stay on and finish a good stroke of work and take his chance of a conveyance. I spent yesterday out in Mustapha's tent among the bean gatherers, and will go again. I think it does me good, and is not too long a ride. The weather has set in suddenly very hot, which rather tries everybody, but gloriously fine clear air. I hope you will get this, as old fat Hassan will take it to the office in Cairo himself, for the post is very insecure indeed. I have written very often. If you don't get my letters I suppose they interest the court of Pharaoh. End of letter 75. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 76 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Thebes, March 17, 1866. Dearest Alick, the high winds have begun with a vengeance, and a great bore they are. I went a few days ago out to Medarnoot, and lunched in Mustapha's tent among his bean harvest. I was immensely amused by the man who went with me on to Medarnoot, one Sherif, formerly an illustrious robber, now a watchman and a very honest man. He rode a donkey about the size of Sterling's wee pony, and I laughed and said the man should carry the ass. No sooner said than done. Sherif dismounted, or rather let his beast down from between his legs, shouldered the donkey, and ran on. His way of keeping awake is original. The nights are still cold, so he takes off all his clothes, rolls them up, and lays them under his head, and the cold keeps him quite lively. I never saw so powerful, active, and healthy an animal. He was full of stories how he had had 1,000 stripes of the courbash on his feet, and 500 on his loins at one go. Why? I asked. Why, I stuck a knife into a cawass who ordered me to carry watermelons. I said I was not his donkey. He called me worse. My blood got up, and the Pasha to whom the cawass belonged beat me. Oh, it was all right, and I did not say "Ach" once, did I? Addressing another. He clearly bore no malice, as he felt no shame. He has a grand romance about a city 2 days' journey from here, in the desert, which no one finds but by chance, after losing his way, and where the ground is strewed with valuable antiquities. I laughed, and said, your father would have seen gold and jewels. True, said he, when I was young men spit on a statue or the like, when they turned it up digging, and now it is a fortune to find one. End of letter 76. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 77 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, March 31, 1866. Dearest Alick, as for me I am much better again. The cough has subsided. I really think the Arab specific, camel's milk, has done me great good. I have mended ever since I took it. It has the merit of being quite delicious. Yesterday I was much amused, when I went for my afternoon's drink, to find Sherif in a great taking at having been robbed by a woman under his very nose. He saw her gathering hummuz from a field under his charge, and went to order her off, whereupon she coolly dropped the end of her bourda which covered the head and shoulders, effectually preventing him from going near her, made up her bundle and walked off. His respect for the hareem did not, however, induce him to refrain from strong language. Monsieur Brune has made very pretty drawings of the mosque here, both outside and in. It is a very good specimen of modern Arab architecture, and he won't believe it could be built without ground plan, elevations, etc., which amuses the people here, who build without any such inventions. The harvest here is splendid this year, such beans and wheat, and prices have fallen considerably in both, but meat, butter, etc. remain very dear. My fame as a Hakimah has become far too great, and on market days I have to shut up shop. Yesterday a very handsome woman came for medicine to make her beautiful, as her husband had married another who teased her and he rather neglected her. And a man offered me a camel load of wheat if I would read something over him and his wife to make them have children. I don't try to explain to them how very irrational they are, but use the more intelligent argument that all such practices savour of the Ebu Erika, equivalent to black art, and are haram to the greatest extent. Besides, I add, being all lies into the bargain. The applicants for child making and charm reading are Copts or Muslims, quite in equal numbers, and appear alike indifferent as to what book, but all but one have been women. The men are generally perfectly rational about medicine and diet. I find there is a good deal of discontent among the Copts with regard to their priests and many of their old customs. Several young men have let out to me at a great rate about the folly of their fasts, and the badness and ignorance of their priests. I believe many turn Muslim from a real conviction that it is a better religion than their own, and not, as I at first thought, merely from interest. Indeed, they seldom gain much by it, and often suffer tremendous persecution from their families. Even they do not escape the rationalizing tendencies now abroad in Christendom. Then their early and indissoluble marriages are felt to be a hardship. A boy is married at 8 years old, perhaps to his cousin aged 17, I know one here in that case, and when he grows up he wishes it had been let alone. A clever lad of 17 propounded to me his dissatisfaction, and seemed to lean to Islam. I gave him an Arabic New Testament, and told him to read that first, and judge for himself whether he could not still conform to the church of his own people, and inwardly believe and try to follow the Gospels. I told him it was what most Christians had to do, as every man could not make a sect for himself, while few could believe everything in any church. I suppose I ought to have offered him the 39 Articles, and thus have made a Muslim out of him out of hand. He pushed me a little hard about several matters, which he says he does not find in the book, but on the whole he is well satisfied with my advice. Coptic Palm Sunday, April 1st. We hear that Fadil Pasha received orders at Aswan to go up to Khartoum in Giafar Pasha's place. It is a civil way of killing a fat old Turk if it is true. He was here a week or two ago. My informant is one of my old crew who was in Fadil Pasha's boat. I shall wait to get a woman servant till I go to Cairo. The women here cannot iron or sew. So, meanwhile, the wife of Abdel el Kader does my washing, and Omar irons, and we get along capitally. Little Achmet waits, etc., and I think I am more comfortable so than if I had a maid. It would be of no use to buy a slave, as the trouble of teaching her would be greater than the work she would do for me. My medical reputation has become far too great, and all my common drugs, Epsom salts, senna, aloes, rhubarb, quassia, run short. Especially do all the poor, tiresome, ugly old women adore me, and bore me with their aches and pains. They are always the doctor's greatest plague. The mark of confidence is that they now bring the sick children, which was never known before, I believe, in these parts. I am sure it would pay a European doctor to set up here. The people would pay him a little, and there would be good profit from the boats in the winter. I got turkeys when they were worth 6 or 8 shillings apiece in the market, and they were forced upon me by the fellaheen. I must seal this up for fear the boat should come. It will only pick up Monsieur Brune and go on. End of letter 77. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 78 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Eid el Kebir, Wednesday, April, 1867. Dearest Janet, I had not heard a word of Henry's illness till Mr. Palgrave arrived and told me, and also that he was better. Alhamdulillah! I only hope that you are not knocked up, my darling. I am not ill, but still feel unaccountably weak and listless. I don't cough much, and have got fatter on my régime of camel's milk, so I hope I may get over the languor. The box has not made its appearance. What a clever fellow Mr. Palgrave is! I never knew such a hand at languages. The folks here are in admiration at his Arabic. I hope you will see Monsieur Brune. I am sure you would like him. He is a very accomplished and gentlemanly man. You have never told me your plans for this year, or whether I shall find you when I go down. The last 3 days the great heat has begun, and I am accordingly feeling better. I have just come home from the Bairam early prayer out in the burial place, at which Palgrave also assisted. He is unwell, and tells me he leaves Luxor to morrow morning. I shall stay on till I am too hot here, as evidently the summer suits me. Many thanks for Miss Berry and for the wine, which makes a very pleasant change from the rather bad claret I have got. Palgrave's book I have read through hard, as he wished to take it back for you. It is very amusing. If you come here next winter Mustapha hopes you will bring a saddle, and ride all his horses. I think I could get you a very good horse from a certain Sheykh Abdallah here. Well, I must say good-bye. Kullu sana inti taib. Love to Henry. End of letter 78. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 79 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Bairam, April 1866. Dearest Mother, I write this to go down by Mr. Palgrave, who leaves to-morrow. He has been with Mustapha Bey, conducting an inquiry into Mustapha Aga's business. Mariette Bey struck Mustapha, and I and some Americans took it ill, and wrote a very strong complaint to our respective consuls. Mariette denied the blow and the words liar and son of a dog, so the American and English consuls sent up Palgrave as commissioner to inquire into the affair, and the Pasha sent Mustapha Bey with him. Palgrave is very amusing, of course, and his knowledge of languages is wonderful. Sheykh Yussuf says few ulema know as much of the literature and niceties of grammar and composition. Mustapha Bey is a darling, he knew several friends of mine, Hassan Effendi, Mustapha Bey Subki, and others, so we were friends directly. I have not yet got a woman servant, but I don't miss it at all. Little Achmet is very handy, Mohammed's slave girl washes, and Omar irons and cleans the house and does housemaid, and I have kept on the meek cook, Abd el Kader, whom I took while the Frenchman was here. I had not the heart to send him away, he is such a mesquin. He was a smart travelling waiter, but his brother died, leaving a termagant widow with 4 children, and poor Abd el Kader felt it his duty to bend his neck to the yoke, married her, and has 2 more children. He is a most worthy, sickly, terrified creature. I have heard that a decent Copt here wants to sell a black woman, owing to reverses of fortune, and that she might suit me. Sheykh Yussuf is to negotiate the affair, and to see if the woman herself likes me for a mistress, and I am to have her on trial for a time, and if I like her and she me, Sheykh Yussuf will buy her with my money in his name. I own I have very little scruple about the matter, as I should consider her price as an advance of 2 or 3 years' wages, and tear the paper of sale as soon as she had worked her price out, which I think would be a fair bargain. But I must see first whether Feltas, the Copt, really wants to sell her, or only to get a larger price than is fair, in which case I will wait till I go to Cairo. Anything is better than importing a European, who at once thinks one is at her mercy on account of the expense of the journey back. I went out this morning to the early prayer of Bairam day, held in the burial place. Mahmoud ibn Mustapha preached, but the boys and the hareem made such a noise behind us that I could not hear the sermon. The weather has set in hot these last days, and I am much the better. It seems strange that what makes others languid seems to strengthen me. I have been very weak and languid all the time, but the camel's milk has fattened me prodigiously, to Sherif's great delight, and the last hot days have begun to take away the miserable feeling of fatigue and languor. Palgrave is not well at all, and his little black boy fears he will die, and several people in the steamer are ill, but in Luxor there is no sickness to speak of, only chronic old women, so old and ugly and achy that I don't know what to do with them except listen to their complaints, which begin Ya Ragle. Ragel is man, so Ragla is the old Germanic Manin, and is the civil way of addressing a Saeedi woman. To one old body I gave a powder wrapped up in a fragment of the Sunday Review. She came back again and declared Mashallah, the hegab charm was a powerful one, for though she had not been able to wash off all the fine writing from the paper, even that little had done her a deal of good. I regret that I am unable to inform you what the subject of the article in the Saturday that had so drastic an effect. Good bye, dearest Mutter. I must go and take a sleep before the time of receiving the visits of today, the great festival. I was up before sunrise to see the prayer, so must have a siesta in a cool place. To-morrow morning early this will go. I hope you got a letter I sent 10 days or so ago. End of letter 79. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 80 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, May 10, 1866. Dearest Alick, the real summer heat, the Skems el Kabir, big sun, has fairly set in, and of course I am all the better. You would give my camel a good baksheesh if you saw how prodigiously fat I have grown on her milk. It beats cod liver oil hollow. You can drink a gallon without feeling it, it is so easy of digestion. I have lent the dahabeah to Mustapha and to one or two more to go to Keneh on business, and when she returns, which will be to-day, I shall make ready to depart too, and drop down stream. Omar wants me to go down to Damietta to amuse my mind and dilate my stomach a little, and I think of doing so. Palgrave was here about a fortnight ago, on Mustapha's and Mariette's business. By God, this English way is wonderful, said a witness. That English Bey questioned me till my stomach came out. I loved Mustapha Bey, who was with him, such a nice, kind, gentle creature, and very intelligent and full of good sense. I rejoice to hear that he returns my liking, and has declared himself one of my darweeshes. Talking of darweeshes reminds me of the festival of Sheykh Gibriel this year. I had forgotten the day, but in the evening some people came for me to go and eat some of the meat of the Sheykh, who is also a good patron of mine, they say. Being a poor man's saint, and of a humble spirit, it is said he favours me. There was plenty of meat, and malakia and bread, and then zikirs of different kinds, and a gamel el fakara, assembly of the poor. Gama is the true word for mosque, i.e., meeting, which consists in a great circle of men seated thick on the ground, with two poets facing each other, who improvise religious verses. On this occasion, the rule of the game was to end each stanza with a word having the sound of Wahed, one, or El Had, the first. Thus one man sung, "Let a man take heed how he walks," etc., and "Pray to God not to let him fall," which sound like had. And so they went on, each chanting a verse alternately. One gesticulated almost as much as an Italian and pronounced beautifully, the other was quiet, but had a nice voice, and altogether it was very pretty. At the end of each verse the people made a sort of chorus, which was sadly like the braying of asses. The zikr of the Edfu men was very curious. Our people did it quietly, and the Moonsheed sang very sweetly. Indeed, the song of the Moonsheed is the sugar in the sherbet to the Zakir, said a man who came up when it was over, streaming with perspiration and radiant with smiles. Some day I will write to you the whole grand idea of a zikr, which is in fact an attempt to make present the communion of saints, living or dead. As I write arrives the Arouset er Raleigh, and my crew furl her big sail quite Bristol fashion. My men have come together again, some from Nubia and some from the Delta, and I shall go down with my old lot. Omar and Achmet have implored me not to take another maid at all. They say they live like Pashas now they have only the lady to please, that it will be a pleasure to lick my shoes clean, whereas the boots of the Camerera were intolerable. The feeling of the Arab servants towards European colleagues is a little like that of niggers about mean whites, mixed hatred, fear, and scorn. The two have done so well to make me comfortable that I have no possible reason for insisting on encumbering myself with an old man of the sea in the shape of a maid, and the difference in cost is immense. The one dish of my dinner is ample relish to their bread and beans, while the cooking for a maid, and her beer and wine, cost a great deal. Omar irons my clothes very tidily, and little Achmet cleans the house as nicely as possible. I own I am quite as much relieved by the absence of the civilized elements as my retainers are. Did I describe the Coptic Good Friday? Imagine 450 rekkas in church! I have seen many queer things, but nothing half so queer as the bobbing of the Copts. I went the other day to the old church 6 or 8 miles off, where they buried the poor old bishop who died a week ago. Abu Kom, a Christian Shaheed martyr, is buried there. He appeared to Mustapha's father when lost in the desert, and took him safe home. On that occasion he was well mounted, and robed all in white, with a litham in over his face. No one dares to steal anything near his tomb, not one ear of corn. He revealed himself long ago to one of the descendants of Abul Hajjaj, and to this day every Copt who marries in Luxor gives a pair of fowls to the family of that Muslim in remember of Abu Kom. I shall leave Luxor in 5 or 6 days, and write now to stop all letters in Cairo. I don't know what to do with my sick. They come from 40 miles off, and sometimes 20 or 30 people sleep outside the house. I dined with the Maōhn last night, pot luck, and was much pleased. The dear old lady was so vexed not to have a better dinner for me that she sent me a splendid tray of baklava this morning to make up for it. End of letter 80. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 81 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Maurice Duff Gordon, Cairo, June 22, 1866. Maurice, my darling, I send you a Roman coin which a man gave me as a fee for medical attendance. I hope you will like it for your watch chain. I made our Coptic goldsmith bore a hole in it. Why don't you write to me, you young rascal? I am now living in my boat, and I often wish for you here to donkey ride about with me. I can't write you a proper letter now, as Omar is waiting to take this up to Mr. Palgrave with the drawings for your father. Omar desires his best salaam to you and Rainey, and is very much disappointed that you are not coming out in the winter to go up to Luxor. We had a hurricane coming down the Nile, and a boat behind us sank. We only lost an anchor, and had to wait and have it fished up by the fishermen of a neighbouring village. In places the water was so shallow that the men had to push the boat over by main force, and all went into the river. The captain and I shouted, "Islam el Islam," equivalent to "Heave away, boys!" There are splendid illuminations about to take place here, because the Pasha has got leave to make his youngest boy his successor, and people are ordered to rejoice, which they do with much grumbling. It will cost something enormous. End of letter 81. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 82 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, off Bulak, Cairo, July 10, 1866. Dearest Mother, I am much better again. My cold went off without a violent illness, and I was only weak and nervous. I am very comfortable here, anchored off Bulak, with my Rais and one sailor who cleans and washes my clothes, which Omar irons, as at Luxor. He found the washerwoman here charged 5 francs a dozen for all small things, and more for dresses. A bad hashash boy turned Achmet's head, who ran away for 2 days and spent $1 in riotous living. He returned penitent, and got no fatted calf, but dry bread and a confiscation of his new clothes. The heat, when I left Luxor, was prodigious. I was detained 3 days by the death of Sheykh Yussuf's poor little wife and baby, in childbirth, so I was forced to stay and eat the funeral feast, and be present at the Khatma, reading of the Koran on the 3rd night, or it would not have seemed kind. The Cadi gave me a very curious prayer book, the Guide of the Faithful, written in Darfur, in beautiful characters, with very singular decorations, and in splendid binding. It contains the names of all the prophets, and of the 100 appellations of Muhammad, and is therefore a powerful hagab or talisman. He requested me to never give it away, and always keep it with me. Such books cannot be bought with money at all. I also bought a most beautiful hegab of cornelian set in enamel, the verse of the throne splendidly engraved, and dated 250 years ago. I sent over by Palgrave to Alick Monsieur Brun's lovely drawings of Luxor and Karnak, and to Maurice a gold coin which I received as a fee from an old Bedawi. It was so hot that I could not face the ride up to Keneh, when all my friends there came to fetch me, nor could I go to Siout. I never felt such heat. At Beni Suef I went to see our Maōhn's daughter, married to another Maōhn there. It was a pleasant visit. The master of the house was out, and his mother and wife received me like one of the family, such a pretty woman and such darling children, a pale little slight girl of 5, a sturdy boy of 4, and a baby of 1 year old. The eager hospitality of the little creatures was quite touching. The little girl asked to have on her best frock, and then she stood before me and fanned me seriously and diligently, and asked every now and then, "Shall I make thee a sherbet? Shall I bring thee a coffee?" And then questions about grandpapa and grandmamma, and Abd el Hamid and Abd el Fattah, while the boy sat on his heels before me and asked questions about my family in his baby talk, and assured me it was a good day to him, and wanted me to stay 3 days, and to sleep with them. Their father came in and gave each an ashara, 10 fadas, 1/2 piastre, which, after consulting together, they tied in the corner of my handkerchief to spend on my journey. The little girl took such care of my hat and gloves and shoes, all very strange garments to her, but politeness was stronger than curiosity with the little things. I breakfasted with them all day, and found much cookery going on for me. I took a doll for my friend Oyusha, and some sugar plums for Mohammed, but they laid them aside in order to devote themselves to the stranger, all quietly and with no sort of show-off or obtrusiveness. Even the baby seemed to have the instinct of hospitality and was full of smiles. It was all of a piece with the good old lady, their grandmother at Luxor, who wanted to wash my clothes for me herself, because I said the black slave of Mohammed washed badly. Remember that to do menial offices for a guest is an honour and a pleasure, and not derogatory at all here. The ladies cook for you, and say, "I will cook my best for thee." The worst is that they stuff one so. Little Ayusha asked after my children, and said, "May God preserve them for thee. Tell the little girl that Mohammed and I love her from afar off." Whereupon Mohammed declared that in a few years, please God, when he should be balal (marriageable), he would marry her and live with me. When I went back to the boat the Effendi was ill with asthma, and I would not let him go with me in the heat. A polite man accompanies an honoured guest back to his house or boat, or tent. So the little boy volunteered, and we rode off on the Effendi's donkey, which I had to bestride, with Mohammed on the hump of the saddle before me. He was delighted with the boat of course, and romped and played about till we sailed, when his slave took him home. Those children gave me a happy day with their earnest, gracious hospitality. July 14th. Since I wrote this I have had the boat topsy-turvy, with a carpenter and a meneggett cushion stuffer, and had not a corner even to write in. I am better, but still cough every morning. I am, however, much better, and have got quite over the nervous depression which made me feel unable and ashamed to write. My young carpenter, a Christian, half Syrian, half Copt, of the Greek rite, and altogether a Cairene, would have pleased you. He would not work on Sunday, but instead came mounted on a splendid tall black donkey, and handsomely dressed, to pay me a visit, and go out with me for a ride. So he, I, and Omar went up to the City, Lady Zeyneb's mosque, to inquire for Mustapha Bey Subki, the Hakeem Pasha, whom I had known at Luxor. I was told by the porter of the mosque to seek him at the shop of a certain grocer, his particular friend, where he sits every evening. On going there we found the shop with its lid shut down. A shop is like a box laid on its side with the lid pulled up when open and dropped when shut, as big as a cobbler's stall in Europe. The young grocer was being married, and Mustapha Bey was ill. So I went to his house in the quarter, such narrow streets, and was shown up by a young eunuch into the hareem, and found my old friend very poorly, but spent a pleasant evening with him, his young wife, a Georgian slave whom he had married, his daughter by a former wife, whom he had married while he was 14, and the female dwarf buffoon of the Valida Pasha, Ismail's mother, whose heart I won by rising to her, because she was so old and deformed. The other women laughed, but the little old dwarf liked it. She was a Circassian and seemed clever. You see how the 1001 Nights are quite true and real, how great beys sit with grocers, and carpenters have no hesitation in offering civility to Nas Omra, noble people. This is what makes Arab society quite unintelligible and impossible to most Europeans. My carpenter's boy was the son of a Munshied, singer in the mosque, and at night he used to sit and warble to us, with his little baby voice and round innocent face, the most violent love songs. He was about 8 years old, and sang with wonderful finish and precision, but no expression, until I asked him for a sacred song, which begins, "I cannot sleep for longing for thee, O full moon," the prophet, and then the little chap warmed to his work, and the feeling came out. Palgrave has left in my charge a black boy of his, now at Luxor, where he left him very ill, with Mustapha Aga. The child told me he was a Nyan cannibal, but he did not look ogreish. I have written to Mustapha to send him me by the first opportunity. Achmet has quite recovered his temper, and I do so much better without a maid that I shall remain so. The difference in expense is enormous, and the peace and quiet a still greater gain. No more grumbling and exigencies and worry. Omar irons very fairly, and the sailor washes well enough, and I don't want toilette. Anyhow, I would rather wear a sack than try the experiment again. An uneducated, coarse-minded European is too disturbing an element in the family life of Easterns. The sort of filial relation, at once familiar and reverential of servants, to a master like they, is odious to English and still more to French servants. If I fall in with an Arab or Abyssinian woman to suit me I will take her, but of course it is rare. A raw slave can do nothing, nor can a fellaha, and a Cairo woman is bored to death up in the Saeed. As to care and attention, I want for nothing. Omar does everything well and with pride and pleasure, and is delighted at the saving of expense in wine, beer, meat, etc., etc. One feeds 6 or 8 Arabs well with the money for one European. While the carpenter, his boy, and 2 Meneggets were here, a very moderate dish of vegetables, stewed with a pound of meat, was put before me, followed by a chicken or a pigeon for me alone. The stew was then set on the ground to all the men, and 2 loaves of a piastre each, to every one, a jar of water, and alhamdulillah 4 men and 2 boys had dined handsomely. At breakfast a watermelon and another loaf apiece, and a cup of coffee all round, and I passed for a true Arab in hospitality. Of course no European can live so, and they despise the Arabs for doing it, while the Arab servant is not flattered at seeing the European get all sorts of costly luxuries which he thinks unnecessary. Besides, he has to stand on the defensive, in order not to be made a drudge by his European fellow servant, and despised for being one, so he leaves undone all sorts of things which he does with alacrity when it is for the master only. What Omar does now seems wonderful, but he says he feels like the Sultan now he has only me to please. July 15th. Last night came the 2 Meneggets to pay a friendly visit, and sat and told stories, so I ordered coffee, and one took his sugar out of his pocket to put in his cup, which made me laugh inwardly. He told a fisherman who stopped his boat alongside for a little conversation, the story of 2 fishermen, the one a Jew, the other a Muslim, who were partners in the time of the Arab prophet, upon whom be blessing and peace. The Jew, when he flung his nets, called on the prophet of the Jews, and hauled it up full of fish every time. Then the Muslim called on our master Mohammed, etc., etc., and hauled up each time only stones, until the Jew said, "Depart, O man, thou bringest us misfortune. Shall I continue to take half thy stones, and give thee half my fish? Not so." So the Muslim went to our master Mohammed and said, "Behold, I mention thy name when I cast my net, and I catch only stones and calamity. How is this?" But the blessed prophet said to him, "Because thy stomach is black inwardly, and thou thoughtest to sell thy fish at an unfair price, and to defraud thy partner and the people, while the Jew's heart was clean towards thee and the people, and therefore God listened to him rather than to thee." I hope our fisherman was edified by this fine moral. I also had good stories from the chief driver of Cairo, who came to examine the bottom of my boat, and told me, in a whisper, a long tale of his grandfather's descent below the waters of the Nile, into the land of the people who lived there, and keep tame crocodiles to hunt fish for them. They gave him a sleeveful of fish's scales, and told him never to return, and not to tell about them, but when he got home the scales had turned to money. But most wonderful of all was Hagi Hannah's story of her own life, and the journey of Omar's mother carrying her old mother in a basket on her head from Damietta to Alexandria, and dragging Omar, then a very little boy, by the hand. The energy of many women here is amazing. The Nile is rising fast, and the Bashir is coming, the messenger who precedes the Hajj, and brings letters. Bashir is good tidings, to coin a word. Many hearts are lightened and many half broken to-day. I shall go up to the Abbasiyeh to meet the Mahmal and see the Hajis arrive. Next Friday I must take my boat out of the water, or at least heel her over, to repair the bad places made at Alexandria. It seems I once cured a Rais of the Pashas of dysentery at Minieh, and he has not forgotten it, though I had, so Rais Awad will give me a good place on the Pasha's bank, and lend ropes and levers which will save a good deal of expense and trouble. I shall move out all the things and myself into a boat of Zubeydah's for 4 or 5 days, and stay alongside to superintend my caulkers. Miss Berry is dull, no doubt, but few books seem dull to me now, I can tell you, and I was much delighted with such a pièce de résistance. Miss Eden I don't wish for; that sort of theatre burlesque view of the customs of a strange country is inexpressibly tedious to one who is familiar with the akin to it. There is plenty of real fun to be had here, but that sort is only funny to Cockneys. I want to read Baker's book very much. I am much pleased with Abd el Kader's book which Dozin sent me, and I want the original dreadfully for Sheykh Yussuf, to show him that he and I are supported by such an authority as the great Amir in our notions about the real unity of the faith. The book is a curious mixture of good sense and credulity, quite Arab of the Arabs. I will write a paper on the popular beliefs of Egypt; it will be curious, I think. By the way, I see in the papers and reviews speculations as to some imaginary Mohammedan conspiracy, because of the very great number of pilgrims last year from all parts to Mecca. C'est chercher midi à 14 heures. Last year, the day of Abraham's sacrifice, and therefore the day of the pilgrimage, the Sermon on the Mount Arafat, fell on a Friday, and when that happens there is always a rush, owing to the popular notion that the Hajj al-Gumma, pilgrimage of the Friday, is 7 times blessed, or even equivalent to making it 7 times in ordinary years. As any beggar in the street could tell a man this, it may give you some notion of how absurdly people make theories out of nothing for want of a little common sense. The Moulid en Nebi, Festival of the Prophet, has just begun. I am to have a place in the great derwish's tent to see the Dosa. The Nile is rising fast; we shall kill the poor little Luxor black lamb on the day of the opening of the canal, and have a fantasia at night, only I grieve for my little white pussy who sleeps every night on the Abluks the lamb's woolly neck, and loves him dearly. Pussy, Bish is Arabic for puss, was the gift of a Coptic boy at Luxor, and is wonderfully famous, and as much more active and lissome than a European cat as an Arab is than an Englishman. She and Achmet and Abluk have fine games of romps. Omar has set his heart on an English signet ring with an oval stone to engrave his name on. Here, you know, they sign the papers with a signet, not with a pen. It must be solid to stand hard work. Well, I must finish this endless letter. Here comes such a bouquet from the Pasha's garden; somebody's sister's son is servant to the chief eunuch and brings it to me. A great round of scarlet, surrounded with white and green, and with tall reeds, on which are threaded single tube-rose flowers, rising out of it so as to figure a huge flower with white pistils. Arab gardeners beat French flower girls in bouquets. End of letter 82. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 83 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, July 17, 1866. Dearest Alick, I am perfectly comfortable now with my aquatic ménage. The Rais is very well behaved and steady and careful, and the sort of Caliban of a sailor is a very worthy savage. Omar, of course, is hard worked, what with going to market, cooking, cleaning, ironing, and generally keeping everything in nice order, but he won't hear of a maid of any sort. No wonder. A clever old Rais has just come and overhauled the bottom of the boat, and says he can mend her without taking her out of the water. We shall see; it will be great luck if he can. As I am the river doctor, all the sailoring men are glad to do me a civility. We have had the hottest of summers; it is now 98° in the cabin. I have felt very unwell, but my blue devils are quite gone, and I am altogether better. What a miserable war it is in Europe! I am most anxious for the next papers. Here it is money misery; the Pasha is something like bankrupt, and no one has had a day's pay these 3 months; even pensions of 60 piastres a month (7 shillings) to poor old female slaves of Mohammed Ali's are stopped. August 4. The heat is and has been something fearful; we are all panting and puffing. I can't think what Palgrave meant about my being tired of poor old Egypt. I am very happy and comfortable, only I felt rather weak and poorly this year, and sometimes, I suppose, rather wakum, as the Arabs say, after you and the children. The heat, too, has made me lazy; it is 110° in the cabin, and 96 at night. I saw the Moolid en Nebi (Festival of the Prophet), and the wonderful Dowseh treading; it is an awful sight, so many men drunk with religious ardour. I also went to a Turkish hareem, where my Darweesh friends sent me; it is just like a tea party at Hampton Court, only handsomer, not as to the ladies, but the clothes, furniture, and jewels, and not a bit like the description in Mrs. Lott's most extraordinary book. Nothing is so clean as a Turkish hareem; the furniture is Dutch, as to cleanliness, and their persons only like themselves; but oh, how dull and triste it all seemed. One nice lady said to me, "If I had a husband and children like thee, I would die 100 times rather than leave them for an hour." Another envied me the power of going into the street and seeing the Dowseh. She had never seen it, and never would. To morrow Olagnier will dine and spend the night here, to see the cutting of the canal and the Bride of the Nile on Monday morning. We shall sail up to Old Cairo in the evening with the bride's boat; also Hajjee Hannah is coming for the fantasia; after the high Nile we shall take the boat out and caulk her, and then, if the excessive heat continues, I rather think of a month's jaunt to Beyrout just to freshen me up. Hajjee Ali is there, with all his travelling materials and tents, so I need only take Omar and a bath and carpet bag. If the weather gets cool I shall stay in my boat. The heat is far more oppressive here than it was at Luxor 2 years ago; it is not so dry. The Viceroy is afraid of cholera, and worried the poor Hajjees this year with most useless quarantine. The Mahmal was smuggled into Cairo before sunrise, without the usual honours, and all sightseers and holiday makers disappointed, and all good Muslims deeply offended. The idea that the Pasha has turned Christian or even Jew is spreading fast; I hear it on all sides. The new firman illegitimatizing so many of his children is of course just as agreeable to a sincere Muslim as a law sanctioning polygamy for our royal family would be to us. End of Letter 83. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 84 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, off Boulak, August 20th, 1866. Dearest Alick, since I wrote I have had a bad bilious attack, which has, of course, aggravated my cough. Every one has had the same, and most far worse than I, but I was very wretched and most shamefully cross. Omar said, "That is not you but the sickness," when I found fault with everything, and it was very true. I am still seedy; also I am beyond measure exasperated about my boat. I went up to the Ata el Khalig cutting of the canal, to see the great sight of the Bride of the Nile, a lovely spectacle, and on returning we all but sank. I got out into a boat of Zubayda's with all my goods, and we hauled up my boat and found her bottom rotten from stem to stern. So here am I in the midst of wood merchants, sawyers, etc., etc., rebuilding her bottom. My Rais said he had carried her on his head all this time, but what could such a one as he say against the word of a Hagawa, like Ross's storekeeper? When the English cheat each other there remains nothing but to seek refuge with God. Omar buys the wood and superintends, together with the Rais, and the builders seem good workmen and fair dealing. I pay day by day, and have a scribe to keep the accounts. If I get out of it for £150 I shall think Omar has done wonders, for every atom has to be new. I never saw anything so rotten afloat. If I had gone up the cataract I should never have come down alive. It is a marvel we did not sink long ago. Mabrook, Palgrave's boy, has arrived and turns out well. He is a stout lubberly boy, with infinite good humour, and not at all stupid, and laughs a good real nigger yah, which brings the fresh breezes and lilac mountains of the Cape before me when I hear it. When I tell him to do anything he does it with strenuous care, and then asks Taib, is it well? And if I say yes he goes off, as Omar says, like a cannon in ladyship's face, in a guffaw of satisfaction. Achmet, who is half his size, orders him about and teaches him, with an air of extreme dignity, and says pityingly to me, "You see, O lady, he is quite new, quite green." Achmet, who had never seen a garment or any article of European life 2 years ago, is now a smart valet, with very distinct ideas of waiting at table, arranging my things, etc., and cooks quite cleverly. Arab boys are amazing. I have promoted him to wages, 1 Napoleon a month, so now he will keep his family. He is about a head taller than Rainey. I intend to write a paper on the various festivals and customs of Copts and Muslims, but I must wait to see Abu Seyfain, near Luxor, the great Christian saint, where all go to be cured of possession, all mad people. The Viceroy wages steady war against all festivals and customs. The Mahmal was burked this year, and the fair at Tanta forbidden. Then the Europeans spoil it all, the Arabs no longer go to the Atel el Khalig, and at the Dosa the Frangi carriages were like the Derby day. It is only up country that the real thing remains. To-morrow my poor black sheep will be killed over the new prow of the boat, his blood straked upon her, and his flesh sodden and eaten by all the workmen, to keep off the evil eye, and on the day she goes into the water some Fikis will read the Koran in the cabin, and again there will be boiled mutton and bread. The Christian ma'alimin, skilled workmen, hold to the ceremony of the sheep quite as much as the others, and always do it over a new house, boat, mill, water wheel, etc. Did I tell you Omar has another girl, about 2 months ago? His wife and babies are to come up from Alexandria to see him, for he will not leave me for a day, on account of my constantly being so ailing and weak. I hope if I die away from you all, you will do something for Omar for my sake. I cannot conceive what I should do without his faithful and loving care. I don't know why he is so devotedly fond of me, but he certainly does love me, as he says, like his mother, and moreover, as a very affectionate son loves his other. How pleasant it would be if you could come, but please don't run any risks of fatigue or exposure to cold on your return. If you cannot come I shall go to Luxor early in October and send back the boat to let. I hear from Luxor that the people are all running away from the land, unable to pay triple taxes and eat bread. The ruin is universal. The poor Sheykhs el Beled, who had the honour of dining with the Viceroy at Minieh, have each had a squeeze politely administered. One poor devil I know had to make a present of 50 purses. How is my darling Rainey? I do so long for her earnest eyes at times, and I wonder if I shall ever be able to get back to you all again. I fear that breakdown at Soudan sent me down a great terrace. I have never lost the pain and the cough for a day since. I have not been out for an age, or seen anyone. Would you know the wife of your bosom in a pair of pink trousers and a Turkish tob? Such is my costume as I write. The woman who came to sew could not make a gown, so she made me a pair of trousers instead. Farewell, dearest, I hardly say how your hint of possibly coming has made me wish it, and yet I dread to persuade you. The great heat is quite over with the high Nile, and the air on the river fresh and cold at night even. End of letter 84. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 85 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, off Boulak, August 27, 1866. Dearest Alick, your letter of the 18th has this moment arrived. I am very glad to hear you are so much better. I am still seedy-ish, but no worse. Everybody is liver sick this year. I give calomel and jalap all round, except to myself. The last 2 or 3 days we have been in great tribulation about the boat. On Saturday her ribs were finished and the planking and caulking ready to be put on, when in the night up came the old Nile with a rush, and threatened to carry her off, but by the favour of Abul Hajjaj and Sheykh el Bastawi she was saved in this wise. You remember the tall old steersman who went with us to Bedrashane, and whom we thought so ill-conditioned. Well, he was in charge of a dahabieh close by, and he called up all the Raises and steersmen to help. O men of El Bastawi, this is our boat, i.e. we are the servants of her owner, and she is in our faces, and then he set the example, stripped and carried dust and hammered in piles all night, and by the morning she was surrounded by a dyke breast high. The longshoremen of Boulak were not a little surprised to see dignified Raises working for nothing like fellaheen. Meanwhile my 3 Ma'alimin, the chief builder, caulker and foreman, had also stayed all night with Omar and my Rais, who worked like the rest, and the Sheykh of all the boat builders went to visit every one of my Ma'alimin, who is his nephew, and hearing the case came down too at 1 in the morning and stayed till dawn. Then, just as the workmen passed, going to their respective jobs, he called to them and said, "Come finish this boat, it must be done by tomorrow night." Some men who objected and said they were going to the Pasha's dockyard, got a beating pro forma, and the end of it was that I found 46 men under my boat working like Afrits and Shaitans when I went to see how all was going in the morning. The old Sheykh marked out a piece to each 4 men, and then said, "If that is not done tonight, O dogs, tomorrow I'll put on the hat," i.e. today I have beaten moderately like an Arab, but tomorrow, please God, I'll beat like a Frank and be mad with the stick. Hers und gut, the boat which yesterday morning was a skeleton, is now, at 4 p.m. today, finished, caulked, pitched, and all capitally done. If the Nile carries off the dyke, she will float safe. The shore is covered with débris of other people's half-finished boats, I believe. I owe the ardour of the Ma'alims and of the Sheykh of the builders to one of my absurd pieces of Arab civility. On the day when Omar killed poor Abluk, my black sheep, over the bows and straked his blood upon them, the 3 Ma'alimin came on board this boat to eat their dish, and I followed the old Arab fashion and ate out of the wooden dish with them and the Rais for luck, or rather for a blessing, as we say here, and it seems that this gave immense satisfaction. My Rais wept at the death of the black sheep, which used to follow him to the coffee shop and the market, and was to him as a son, he said, but he ate of him nevertheless. Omar surreptitiously picked out the best pieces for my dinner for 3 days, with his usual eye to economy, then lighted a fire of old wood, borrowed a cauldron of some darweeshes, cut up the sheep, added water and salt, onions and herbs, and boiled the sheep. Then the big washing copper, a large, round, flat tray like a sponging bath, was filled with bread broken in pieces, over which the broth was slowly poured till the bread was soaked. Next came a layer of boiled rice, on the top of that the pieces of boiled meat, and over all was poured butter, vinegar, and garlic boiled together. This is called feta, and is the orthodox dish of darweeshes, and given at all khatmas and other semi-religious, semi-festive, semi-charitable festivals. It is excellent and not expensive. I asked how many had eaten, and was told 130 men had blessed my hand. I expended 160 piastres on bread, butter, vinegar, etc., and the sheep was worth 2 napoleons, 3 napoleons in all, or less, for I ate for 2 days of the mutton. The 3 Ma'alims came on board this boat, as I said, and ate, and it was fine to hear us, how polite we were. "A bit more, O Ma'alim? Praise be to God we have eaten well, we will return to our work. By the Prophet, coffee and a pipe. Truly thou art of the most noble people. O Ma'alim, ye have honoured us and rejoiced with us. Verily, this is a day white among days," etc. A very clever Egyptian engineer, a pupil of Whitworth's, who is living in a boat alongside mine, was much amused, and said, "Ah, you know how to manage them." I have learnt the story of the 2 dead bodies that hitched in my anchor chain some time ago. They were not Europeans as I thought, but Circassians, a young man and his mother. The mother used to take him to visit an officer's wife who had been brought up in the hareem of the Pasha's mother. The husband caught them, killed them, tied them together and flung them into the Nile near Rhoda, and gave himself into the hands of the police. All was of course hushed up. He goes to Fazoghlou, and I don't know what becomes of the slave girl, his wife. These sorts of things happen every day, as the bodies testify, among the Turks, but the Europeans never hear it. I heard it by a curious chance. September 4. My boat will soon be finished, and now will be as good as new. Omar has worked like a good one from daybreak till night, overlooking, buying all the materials, selling all the old wood and iron, etc., and has done capitally. I shall take a paper from my Ma'alims, who are all first-class men, to certify what they have done that the boat is as good as new. Goodah Effendi has kindly looked at her several times for me, and highly approves the work. I never saw men do a better day's work than those at the boat. It is pretty to see the carpenter holding the wood with one hand and one foot while he saws it, sitting on the ground, just like the old frescoes. Do you remember the picture of boat building in the tomb at Saqqara? Well, it is just the same, all done with the adze, but it is stout work they put into it, I can tell you. If you do not come, and I do not like to press you, I fear the fatigue for you and the return to the cold winter, I shall go to Luxor in a month or so, and send back the boat to let. I have a neighbour now, Goodah Effendi, an engineer, who studied and married in England. His wife is gone there with the children, and he is living in a boat close by, so he comes over of an evening very often, and I am glad of his company. He is a right good fellow and very intelligent. My best love to all at home. I've got a log from the cedars of Lebanon. My Muslim carpenter, who smoothed the broken end, swallowed the sawdust, because he believed Our Lady Mary had sat under the tree with our Lord Jesus. End of Letter 85. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 86 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, off Boulak, September 21st, 1866. I am better now, and go on very comfortably with my two little boys. Omar is, from dawn till night, at work at my boat, so I have only Mabrook and Achmet, and you would wonder to see how well I am served. Achmet cooks a very good dinner, and serves it and orders Mabrook about. Sometimes I whistle and hear Hayder ready from the water, and in tumbles Achmet, with the water running down his innocent nose, and looking just like a little bronze Triton of a Renaissance fountain, with a blue shirt and white skull cap added. Mabrook is a big lubberly lad of the laugh and grow fat breed, clumsy but not stupid, and very good and docile. You would delight in his guffaws, and the merry games and hearty laughter of my ménage is very pleasant to me. Another boy swims over from Goodah's boat, his Achmet, and then there are games at piracy, and much stealing of red pots from the potters' boats. The joke is to snatch one under the owner's very nose, and swim off brandishing it, whereupon the boatman uses eloquent language, and the boys out-hector him, and everybody is much amused. I only hope Palgrave won't come back from Sukum Kala and fetch Mabrook, just as he has got clever, not at stealing jars, but in his work. He already washes my clothes very nicely indeed, his stout black arms are made for a washer-boy. Achmet looked forward with great eagerness to your coming. He is mad to go to England, and in his heart planned to ingratiate himself with you, and go as a general servant. He is very little, if at all, bigger than a child of 7, but an Arab boy ne doute de rien, and does serve admirably. What would an English respectable cook say to seeing 2 dishes and a sweet, cooked over a little old wood on a few bricks, by a baby in a blue shirt, and very well cooked too, and followed by incomparable coffee? You will be pleased to hear that your capital story of the London cabman has its exact counterpart here. O gracious God, what aileth thee, O Achmet my brother, and why is thy bosom contracted, that thou hast not once said to me, Damn thy father, or son of a dog or pig, as thou art used to do? Can't you save up your holidays, and come for 4 months next winter with my Maurice? However, perhaps you would be bored on the Nile, I don't know. People either enjoy it rapturously, or are bored, I believe. I am glad to hear from Janet that you are well. I am much better. The carpenter will finish in the boat to-day, then the painter begins, and in a week, Inshallah, I shall get back to her. End of Letter 86. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 87 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, off Boulak, September 21st, 1866. Dearest Mutter, I am a good deal better again. The weather is delightful, and the Nile in full flood, which makes the river scenery from the boat very beautiful. Alick made my mouth water with his description of his rides with Janet about the dear old Surrey country; having her with him seems to have quite set him up. I have seen nothing and nobody but my next boat neighbour, Goodah Effendi, as Omar has been at work all day in the boat, and I felt lazy and disinclined to go out alone. Big Hassan of the donkeys has grown too lazy to go about, and I don't care to go alone with a small boy here. However, I am out in the best of air all day and am very well off. My 2 little boys are very diverting and serve me very well. The news from Europe is to my ignorant ideas désolant, a dégringolade back into military despotism, which would have excited indignation with us in our fathers' days, I think. I get lots of newspapers from Ross, which afterwards go to an Arab grocer, who reads the Times and the Saturday Review in his shop in the bazaar. What next? The cargo of books which Alick and you sent will be most acceptable for winter consumption. If I were a painter I would take up the Muslim traditions of Mary and Joseph. He was not a white-bearded old gentleman at all, you must know, but young, lovely, and pure as Our Lady herself. They were cousins, brought up together, and she avoided the light conversation of other girls, and used to go to the well with her jar, hand in hand with Joseph carrying his. After the angel Gabriel had announced to her the will of God, and blown into her sleeve, whereby she conceived the Spirit of God, Joseph saw her state with dismay, and resolved to kill her as was his duty as her nearest male relation. He followed her, knife in hand, meaning always to kill her at the next tree, and each time his heart failed him, until they reached the well and the tree under which the divine messenger stood once more and said, "Fear not, O Joseph, the daughter of thy uncle bears within her Isa, the Messiah, the Spirit of God." Joseph married his cousin without fear. Is it not pretty? 2 types of youthful purity and piety, standing hand in hand before the angel. I think a painter might make something out of the soft-eyed Syrian boy with his jar on his shoulder, hers on the head, and the grave, modest maiden who shrank from all profane company. I now know all about Sheykh Saleem, and why he sits naked on the river bank, from a very high authority, a great sheykh to whom it has been revealed. He was entrusted with the care of some of the holy she-camels, like that on which the Prophet rode to Jerusalem in one night, and which are invisible to all but the elect, and he lost one, and now he is God's prisoner till she is found. A letter from Aunt Charley all about her own and Rainie's country life, school feasts, etc., made me quite cry, and brought before me, oh how vividly, the difference between East and West, not quite all to the advantage of home, however, though mostly. What is pleasant here is the primitive ways. 3 times since I have been here lads of most respectable families of Luxor have come to ask hospitality, which consists in a place on the deck of the boat, and liberty to dip their bread in the common dish with my slave boy and Achmet. The bread they brought with them, bread and shelter, were not asked, as they slept sub dio. In England I must have refused the hospitality, on account of gêne and expense. The chief object to the lads was the respectability of being under my eye while away from their fathers, as a satisfaction to their families, and while they ate and slept like beggars, as we should say, they read their books and chatted with me, while I was out on deck, on perfectly equal terms, only paying the respect proper to my age. I thought of the orphanages and institutions, and all the countless difficulties of that sort, and wondered whether something was not to be said for this absence of civilization in knives, forks, beds, beer, and first and second tables above all. Of course climate has a good deal to do with the facility with which widows and orphans are absorbed here. Good-bye, dearest Mutter. To-day is post day, and Rais Mohammed is about to trudge into town in such a darling white turban and such a grand black robe. His first wife, whom he was going to divorce for want of children, has brought him a son, and we jeer him a little about what he may find in Luxor from the second, and wish him a couple of dozen. End of Letter 87. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 88 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, October 15, 1866. Dearest Alick, I have been back in my own boat 4 days, and most comfortable she is. I enlarged the saloon, and made a good writing table, and low, easy divans instead of benches, and added a sort of pantry and sleeping cabin in front, so that Omar has not to come through the saloon to sleep, and I have all the harem part to myself. Inside there is a good large stern cabin and wash closet and 2 small cabins with beds long enough even for you. Inshallah, you and Maurice will come next winter and go up the Nile and enjoy it with me. I intend to sail in 10 days and to send back the Urania to seek work for the winter. We had a very narrow escape of being flooded this year. I fear a good deal of damage has been done to the doura and cotton crops. It was sad to see the villagers close by here trying to pull up a little green doura as the Nile slowly swallowed up the fields. I was forced to flog Mabrook yesterday for smoking on the sly, a grave offence here on the part of a boy. It is considered disrespectful, so he was ordered with much parade to lie down, and Omar gave him 2 cuts with a rope's end, an apology for a flogging which would have made an Eton boy stare. The stick here is quite nominal, except in official hands. I can't say Mabrook seemed at all impressed, for he was laughing heartily with Omar in less than 10 minutes, but the affair was conducted with as much solemnity as an execution. Sheikh Stanley's friend, Gezawi, has married his negro slave to his own sister, on the plea that he was the best young man he knew. What would a Christian family say to such an arrangement? My boat is beautifully buoyant now, and has come up by the bows in fine style. I have not sailed her yet, but have no doubt she will walk well, as the Arabs say. Omar got £10 by the sale of old wood and nails, and also gave me 2,000 piastres, nearly £12, which the workmen had given him as a sort of bakshish. They all pay 1, 2, or 3 piastres daily to any wakeel agent who superintends. That is his profit, and it is enormous at that rate. I said, why did you not refuse it? But Omar replied they had pay enough after that reduction, which is always made from them, and that in his opinion therefore it came out of the master's pocket, and was cheatery. How people have been talking nonsense about Jamaica chez vous. I have little doubt Eyre did quite right, and still less doubt that the niggers have had enough of the sort of provocation which I well know to account for the outbreak. Baker's effusion is a poor business. There may be blacks like tigers, and whites too in London for that matter. I myself have seen at least 5 sorts of blacks, negroes, not Arabs, more unlike each other than Swedes are unlike Spaniards, and many are just like ourselves. Of course they want governing with a strong hand, like all ignorant childish creatures. But I am fully convinced that custom and education are the only real differences between one set of men and another. Their inner nature is all the same the world over. My Rais spoke a pretty parable the other day that I must needs write it. A Coptic Rais stole some of my wood, which we got back by force, and there was some reviling of the Nazarenes in consequence from Husayn and Ali, but Rais Mohammed said, not so, Girgis is a thief, it is true, but many Christians are honest, and behold, all the people in the world are like soldiers, some wear red and some blue, some serve on foot, others on horseback, and some in ships, but all serve one Sultan, and each fights in the regiment in which the Sultan has placed him, and he who does his duty best is the best man, be his coat red or blue or black. I said, excellent words, O Rais, and fit to be spoken from the best of pulpits. It is surprising what happy sayings the people here hit upon. They cultivate talk for want of reading, and the consequence is great facility of narration and illustration. Everybody enforces his ideas like Christ in parables. Haji Hannah told me 2 excellent fairy tales, which I will write for Rainey with some bowdlerizing, and several laughable stories, which I will leave unrecorded, as savouring too much of Boccaccio's manner, or that of the Queen of the Navarre. I told Achmet to sweep the floor after dinner just now. He hesitated, and I called him again. What manner is this, not to sweep when I bid thee? By the Most High God, said the boy, my hand shall not sweep in thy boat after sunset, O lady. I would rather have it cut off than sweep thee out of thy property. I found that you must not sweep at night, nor for 3 days after the departure of a guest whose return you desire, or the master of the house. Thinkest thou that my brother would sweep away the dust of thy feet from the floors at Luxor? Continued Achmet. He would fear never to see thy fortunate face again. If you don't want to see your visitor again, you break a gullah water jar behind him as he leaves the house, and sweep away his footsteps. What a canard your papers have in Europe about a constitution here. I don't write any politics, it is all too dreary, and Cairo gossip is odious, as you may judge by the productions of Mesdames Odard and Lot. Only remember this, there is no law nor justice but the will or rather the caprice of one man. It is nearly impossible for any European to conceive such a state of things as really exists. Nothing but perfect familiarity with the governed, i.e. oppressed, class will teach it; however intimate a man may be with the rulers he will never fully take it in. I am à l'index here, and none of the people I know dare to come see me (Arab, I mean). It was whispered in my ear in the street by a friend I met. Ismail Pasha's chief pleasure is gossip, and a certain number of persons, chiefly Europeans, furnish him with it daily, true or false. If the farce of the Constitution ever should be acted here it will be superb. Something like the Consul going in state to ask the Fellaheen what wages they got. I could tell you a little of the value of consular information, but what is the use? Europe is enchanted with the enlightened Pasha who has ruined this fine country. I long to see you in Rainie. I don't like to hope too much, but inshallah next year I shall see you all. End of Letter 88. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 89 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, off Boulak, October 19, 1866. I shall soon sail up the river. Yesterday Said Mustapha arrived, who says that the Greeks are all gone, and the poor Austrian at Thebes is dead, so I shall represent Europe in my single person from Siout to, I suppose, Khartoum. You would delight in Maybrook. A man asked him the other day, after his flogging, if he would not run away, to see what he would say as alleged, I suspect he meant, to steal and sell him. I run away, to eat lentils like you, when my Effendi gives me meat and bread every day, and I eat such a lot? Is not that a delicious, practical view of liberty? The creature's enjoyment of life is quite a pleasure to witness, and he really works very well and with great alacrity. If Palgrave claims him, I think I must buy him. I hear sad accounts from the Saeed; the new taxes and the new levies of soldiers are driving the people to despair, and many are running away from the land, which will no longer feed them after paying all exactions, to join the Bedaween in the desert, which is just as if our peasantry turned gypsies. A man from Dishné visited me; the people there want me to settle in their village, and offer me a voluntary corvée if I will buy land, so many men to work for me 2 days a month each. I haven't a conception why. It is a place about 50 miles below Luxor, a large agricultural village. Omar's wife Mabruka came here yesterday, a nice young woman, and the babies are fine children and very sweet-tempered. She told me that the lion's head, which I sent down to Alexandria to go to you, was in her room when a neighbour of hers, who had never had a child, saw it, and at once conceived. The old image worship survives in the belief, which is all over Egypt, that the antiques (antiquities) can cure barrenness. Mabruka was of course very smartly dressed, and the reckless way in which Eastern women treat their fine clothes gives them a grand air, which no Parisian duchess could hope to imitate; not that I think it a virtue, mind you, but some vices are genteel. Last night was a great Sheikh's fête, such drumming and singing, and ferrying across the river. The Nile is running down unusually fast, and I think I had better go soon, as the mud of Cairo is not so sweet as the mud of the upper land. End of Letter 89. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 90 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, off Boulak, October 25, 1866. Dearest Mutter, I have got all ready, and shall sail on Saturday. My men have baked the bread, and received their wages to go to Luxor and bring the boat back to let. It is turning cold, but I feel none the worse for it, though I shall be glad to go. I've had a dreary, worrying time here, and am tired of hearing all the meanness and wickedness which constitute the on dit here. Not that I hear much, but there is nothing else. I shall be best at Luxor now the winter has set in so early. You would laugh at such winter when one sits out all day under an awning in English summer clothes, and wants only 2 blankets at night, but all is comparative ici-bas, and I call it cold, and Mabrook ceases to consider his clothes such a grievance as they were to him at first, and takes kindly to a rough capote for the night. I have just been interrupted by my Rais and one of my men, who came in to display the gorgeous printed calico they have bought, one for his Luxor wife and the other for his betrothed up near Assouan. The latter is about 8 years old, and Hassan has dressed her and paid her expenses these 5 years, as is the custom up in that district. The Rais has bought a silk handkerchief for 9 shillings, but that was in the marriage contract. So I must see and admire and wish good luck to the finery and to the girls who are to wear it. Then we had a little talk about the prospects of letting the boat, and, inshallah, making some money for el Gama, i.e. all our company or all of us together. The Rais hopes that the Hogawat will not be too outrageous in their ways or given to use the stick, as the solution of every difficulty. The young Shurafa of Abu Hajjaj came from Gamal Azhar today to bid me good-bye and bring their letters for Luxor. I asked them about the rumours that the Ulema are preaching against the Franks, which is always being said, but they had heard nothing of the sort, and said they had not heard of anything the Franks had done lately which would signify to the Muslims at all. It is not the Franks who press so many soldiers, or levy such heavy taxes 3 months in advance. I will soon write again. I feel rather like the wandering Jew and long for home and rest, without being dissatisfied with what I have and enjoy, God knows. If I could get better and come home next summer. End of letter 90. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 91 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, November 21st, 1866. Dearest Alick, I arrived here on the morning of the 11th. I am a beast not to have written, but I caught cold after 4 days, and have really not been well, so forgive me, and I will narrate and not apologize. We came up best pace, as the boat is a flyer now, only 14 days to Thebes, and to Keneh only 11. Then we had bad winds, and my men pulled away at the rope, and sang the Rais al Rusa, bridegroom going to his bride, and even Omar went and pulled the rope. We were all very merry, and played practical jokes on a rascal who wanted a pound to guide me to the tombs. We made him run miles, fetch innumerable donkeys, and then laughed at his beard. Such is boatman fun. On arriving at Luxor I had a charivari of voices, and I knew I was at home, by the shrill pipe of the little children, El Sit, El Sit. Visitors all day of course, at night comes up another dahabieh, great commotion, as it had been telegraphed from Cairo, which I knew before I left, and was to be stopped. So I coolly said, O Mustapha, the Indian saint, Wali, is in thine eye, seeing that an Indian is all as one with an Englishman. How did I know there was an Indian and a Wali, etc. Meanwhile the Wali had a bad thumb, and someone told his slave there was a wonderful English doctress, so in the morning he sent for me, and I went inside the hareem. He was very friendly, and made me sit close beside him, told me he was 4th in descent from Abd el Kadir Gilami of Baghdad, but his father settled at Hyderabad, where he has great estates. He said he was a Wali or saint, and would have it that I was on the path of the Darwishes, gave me medicine for my cough, asked me many questions, and finally gave me $5 and asked if I wanted more. I thanked him heartily, kissed the money politely, and told him I was not poor enough to want it, and would give it in his name to the poor of Luxor, but that I would never forget that the Indian Sheykh had behaved like a brother to an Englishwoman in a strange land. He then spoke in great praise of the laws of the English, and said many more kind things to me, adding again, I tell thee thou art a Darwish, and do not forget me. Another Indian from Lahore, I believe the Sheikh's tailor, came to see me, an intelligent man, and a Syrian doctor, a manifest scamp. The people here said he was Balawar, rope dancer. Well, the authorities detained the boat with fair words till orders came from Keneh to let them go up further. Meanwhile the Sheykh came out and performed some miracles, which I was not there to see, perfuming people's hands by touching them with his, and taking English sovereigns out of a pocketless jacket, and the doctor told wonders of him. Anyhow, he spent £10 in one day here, and he is a regular darweesh. He and all the hareem were poorly dressed, and wore no ornaments whatever. I hope Sayd Abdurrahman will come down safe again, but no one knows what the government wants of him or why he is so watched. It is the first time I ever saw an Oriental travelling for pleasure. He had about 10 or 12 in the hareem, among them his 3 little girls, and perhaps 20 men outside, Indians and Arabs from Syria, I fancy. Next day I moved into the old house, and found one end in ruins, owing to the high Nile and want of repair. However, there is plenty more safe and comfortable. I settled all accounts with my men, and made an inventory in Arabic, which Sheykh Yussuf wrote for me, which we laughed over hugely. How to express a sauce-boat, a pie-dish, etc., in Arabic was a poser. A genteel Effendi, who sat by, at last burst out in uncontrollable amazement, "There is no God but God! Is it possible that 4 or 5 Franks can use all these things to eat, drink, and sleep on a journey?" N.B. I fear the Franks will think the stock very scanty. Whereupon Master Achmet, with the swagger of one who has seen cities and men, held forth, "Oh, Effendim, that is nothing. Our Lady is almost like the children of the Arabs. 1 dish or 2, a piece of bread, a few dates, and peace, as we say, there is an end of it. But thou shouldst see the merchants of Escandariya (Alexandria), 3 tablecloths, 40 dishes, to each soul 7 plates of all sorts, 7 knives and 7 forks and 7 spoons, large and small, and 7 different glasses for wine and beer and water." "It is the will of God," replied the Effendi, rather put down, "but," he added, "it must be a dreadful fatigue to them to eat their dinner." Then came an impudent merchant who wanted to go down with his bales and 5 souls in my boat for nothing. But I said, "Oh man, she is my property, and I will eat from her of thy money as of the money of the Franks." Whereupon he offered £1, but was bundled out amid general reproaches for his avarice and want of shame. So all the company said a Fatah for the success of the voyage, and Rais Mohammed was exhorted to open his eyes, and he should have a tarboosh if he did well. Then I went to visit my kind friend the Maōhn's wife, and tell her all about her charming daughter and grandchildren. I was, of course, an hour in the streets salaaming, etc. "Sharaftina Beledna, thou hast honoured our country on all sides. Blessings come with thee," etc. Everything is cheaper than last year, but there is no money to buy with, and the taxes have grown beyond bearing, as a fellow said, "A man can't," we will express it, "blow his nose, if you please," the real phrase was less parliamentary, and expressive of something at once ventose and valueless, without a cawass behind him to levy a tax on it. The ha'porth of onions we buy in the market is taxed on the spot, and the fish which the man catches under my window. I paid a tax on buying charcoal, and another on having it weighed. People are terribly beaten to get next year's taxes out of them, which they have not the money to pay. The Nubian M.P.'s passed the other day in 3 boats, towed by a steamer, very frightened and sullen. I fell in with some Egyptians on my way, and tried to talk the European style of talk. "Now you will help to govern the country, what a fine thing for you," etc. I got such a look of rueful reproach. "Laugh not thou at our beards, O Effendim! God's mercy, what words are these? And who is there on the banks of the Nile who can say anything but Hyder, ready, with both hands on the head, and a salaam to the ground even to a mutter, and thou talkest of speaking before Effendina? Art thou mad, Effendim?" Of all the vexations, none are more trying than the distinctions which have been inflicted on the unlucky Sheykhs el Beled. In fear and trembling they ate their Effendina's banquet, and sadly paid the bill, and those who have had the Nishan, the order of the Majidi, have had to disburse fees whereat the Lord Chamberlain's staff's mouths might water, and now the wretched delegates to the European Chambers, God save the mark, are going down with their hearts in their shoes. The Nubians say that the Divan is to be held in the citadel, and that the road by which the Memlook Beys left it is not stopped up, though perhaps it goes underground nowadays. November 27th. The first steamer full of travellers has just arrived, and with it the brother of the ladies, all wanting my saddle. I forbade Mustapha to send for it, but they intimidate the poor old fellow, and he comes and kisses my hand, not to get him into trouble with one old woman, who says she is the relation of a consul and a great lady in her own country. I am what Mrs. Grote called "cake" enough to concede to Mustapha's fears, what I had sworn to refuse henceforth. Last year 5 women on one steamer all sent for my saddle, besides other things, camp stools, umbrellas, beer, etc., etc. This year I'll bolt the doors when I see a steamer coming. I hear the big people are so angry with the Indian saint because he treated them like dirt everywhere. One great man went with a Mudir to see him, and asked him to sell him a memlook, a young slave boy. The Indian, who had not spoken or saluted, burst forth, "Be silent, thou wicked one! Dost thou dare to ask me to sell thee a soul to take it with thee to hell?" Fancy the surprise of the distinguished Turk. Never had he heard such language. The story has travelled all up the river, and is of course much enjoyed. Last night Sheykh Yussuf gave an entertainment, killed a sheep, and had a reading of the Sirat el-Rasul, chapter on the Prophet. It was the night of the Prophet's great vision, and is a great night in Islam. I was sorry not to be well enough to go. Now that there is no Kadee here, Sheykh Yussuf has lots of business to settle, and he came to me and said, "Expound to me the laws of marriage and inheritance of the Christians, that I may do no wrong in the affairs of the Copts, for they won't go and be settled by the priest out of the Gospels, and I can't find any laws, except about marriage, in the Gospels." I set him up with the text of the tribute money, and told him to judge according to his own laws, for that Christians had no laws other than those of the country they lived in. Poor Yussuf was sore perplexed about a divorce case. I refused to expound, and told him all the learned in the law in England had not yet settled which text to follow. Do you remember the German story of the lad who travelled das Grüseln zu lernen? Well, I, who never gruselt before, had a touch of it a few evenings ago. I was sitting here quietly drinking tea, and 4 or 5 men were present when a cat came to the door. I called bis, bis, and offered milk, but pussy, after looking at us, ran away. "Well dost thou, O lady," said a quiet sensible man, a merchant here, "to be kind to the cat, for I dare say he gets little enough at home; his father, poor man, cannot cook for his children every day." And then, in an explanatory tone to the company, "That is Ali Nasiri's boy Yussuf. It must be Yussuf, because his fellow twin Ismaeen is with his mule at Neggetta." Mere gruselte, I confess, not but what I have heard things almost as absurd from gentlemen and ladies in Europe, but an extravagance in a kuftan has quite a different effect from one in a tailcoat. "What, my butcher's boy who brings the meat, a cat?" I gasped. "To be sure, and he knows well where to look for a bit of good cookery, you see. All twins go out as cats at night if they go to sleep hungry, and their own bodies lie at home, like dead, meanwhile, but no one must touch them, or they would die. When they grow up to 10 or 12 they leave it off. Why, your boy Achmet does it. Oh, Achmet, do you go out as a cat at night?" "No," said Achmet tranquilly, "I am not a twin. My sister's sons do." I inquired if people were not afraid of such cats. "No, there is no fear, they only eat a little of the cookery, but if you beat them they will tell their parents next day, 'So and so beat me in his house last night,' and show their bruises. No, they are not Afrits, they are Beni Adam, sons of Adam. Only twins do it, and if you give them a sort of onion broth and camel's milk the first thing when they are born, they don't do it at all." Omar professed never to have heard of it, but I am sure he had, only he dreads being laughed at. One of the American missionaries told me something like it, as belonging to the Copts, but it is entirely Egyptian, and common to both religions. I asked several Copts who assured me it was true, and told just the same. Is it a remnant of the doctrine of transmigration? However, the notion fully accounts for the horror people feel at the idea of killing a cat. A poor pilgrim from the Black Country was taken ill yesterday at a village 6 miles from here. He could speak only a few words of Arabic, and begged to be carried to the Abab'deh. So the Sheykh el Beled put him on a donkey and sent him and his little boy, and laid him in Sheykh Hassan's house. He called for Hassan and begged him to take care of the child, and to send him to an uncle somewhere in Cairo. Hassan said, "Oh, you will get well, Inshallah, etc., and take the boy with you." "I cannot take him into the grave with me," said the black pilgrim. Well, in the night he died, and the boy went to Hassan's mat and said, "Oh Hassan, my father is dead." So the 2 sheikhs and several men got up and went and sat with the boy till dawn, because he refused to lie down or to leave his father's corpse. At daybreak he said, "Take me now and sell me, and buy new cloth to dress my father for the tomb." All the Abab'deh cried when they heard it, and Hassan went and bought the cloth, and some sweet stuff for the boy who remains with him. Such is death on the road in Egypt. I tell it as Hassan's slave told it to me, and somehow we all cried again at the poor little boy rising from his dead father's side to say, "Come now, sell me to dress my father for the tomb." These strange black pilgrims always interest me. Many take 4 years to Mecca and home, and have children born to them on the road, and learn a few words of Arabic. End of Letter 91. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 92 of Letters from Egypt. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Luxor, December 5, 1866. Dearest Janet, I write in answer to yours by the steamer, to go down by the Seine. I fancy I should be quite of your mind about Italy. I hate the return of Europe to the good old rule and ancient plan, that he should take who has the power, and he should keep who can. Nor can I be bullied into looking on might as right. Many thanks for the papers. I am anxious to hear about the Candia business. All my neighbours are sick at heart. The black boy Palgrave left with me is a very good lad, only he can't keep his clothes clean, never having been subject to that annoyance before. He has begun to be affectionate ever since I did not beat him for breaking my only looking-glass. I wish an absurd respect for public opinion did not compel him to wear a blue shirt and a tarbouche, his suit. I see it is misery to him. He is a very gentle cannibal. I have been very unwell indeed, and still am extremely weak, but hope I am on the mend. A eunuch here who is a holy man tells me he saw my boat coming up heavily laden in his sleep, which indicates a good let. I hope my reverend friend is right. If you sell any of your things when you leave Egypt, let me have some blankets for the boat. If she is let to a friendly dragoman, he will supply all deficiencies out of his own canteen, but, if to one who knows not Joseph, I fear many things will be demanded by right-minded British travellers, which must be left to the Rais's discretion to buy for them. I hope all the Fatah said for the success of the Urania's voyage will produce a due effect. Here we rely a good deal on the favour of Abu'l Hajjaj in such matters. The naivete with which people pray here for money is very amusing, though really I don't know why one shouldn't ask for one's daily sixpence as well as one's daily bread. An idiot of a woman has written me to get her a place as governess in an European or Arabian family in the neighbourhood of Thebes. Considering she has been 6 years in Egypt as she says, she must be well fitted to teach. She had better learn to make gilla and spin wool. The young Americans whom Mr. Hale sent were very nice. The Yankees are always the best bred and educated travellers that I see here. End of Letter 92. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 93 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, December 31st, 1866. Dearest Alec, I meant to have sent you a long yarn by a steamer which went the other day, but I have been in my bed. The weather set in colder than I ever felt it here, and I have been very unwell for some time. Dr. Osman Ibrahim, a friend of mine, an elderly man who studied in Paris in Muhammad Ali's time, wants me to spend the summer up here and take sand baths, i.e., bury myself up to the chin in the hot sand, and to get a Dongola slave to rub me. A most fascinating dervish from Esna gave me the same advice. He wanted me to go and live near him at Esna, and let him treat me. I wish you could see Sheikh Selim. He is a sort of remnant of the Memluk Beys, a Circassian who has inherited his master's property up at Esna, and married his master's daughter. The master was one of the Beys, also a slave inheriting from his master. Well, after being a terrible shaitan after drink, women, etc., Selim has repented and become a man of pilgrimage and prayer and perpetual fasting, but he has retained the exquisite grace and charm of manner which must have made him irresistible in his shaitan days, and also the beautifully delicate style of dress, a dove-coloured cloth sibba over a pale blue silk kaftan, a turban like a snowdrift, under which flowed the silky fair hair and beard, and the dainty white hands under the long muslin shirt-sleeve made a picture, and such a smile, and such ready graceful talk. Sheykh Yussuf brought him to me as a sort of doctor, and also to try and convert me on one point. Some Christians had made Yussuf quite miserable, by telling him of the doctrine that all unbaptized infants went to eternal fire, and, as he knew that I had lost a child very young, it weighed on his mind that perhaps I fretted about this, and so he could not refrain from trying to convince me that God was not so cruel and unjust as the Nazarene priests represented him, and that all infants whatsoever, as well as ignorant persons, were to be saved. Would that I could take the cruel error out of the minds of all the hundreds and thousands of poor Christian mothers who must be tortured by it, said he, and let them understand that their dead babies are with Him who sent and took them. I own I did not resent this interference with my orthodoxy, especially as it is the only one I ever knew Yussuf to attempt. Dr. Osman is a lecturer in the Cairo School of Medicine, a Sherif, and eminently a gentleman. He came up in the passenger steamer and called on me and spent all his spare time with me. I liked him better than the bewitching dervish Selim, he is so like my old love Don Quixote. He was amazed and delighted at what he heard here about me. Ah, madame, on vous aimait comme une sœur, et on vous respectait comme une reine, cela réjouit la cour des honnêtes gens de voir tous les préjugés oubliés et détruits à ce point. We had no end of talk. Osman is the only Arab I know who has read a good deal of European literature and history and is able to draw comparisons. He said, Vous seul dans toute l'Égypte connaissez le peuple et comprenez ce qui s'y passe. Tous les autres Européens ne savent absolument rien que les déroule. Il n'y a que vous qui ayez inspiré la confiance qu'il faut pour connaître la vérité. Of course, this is between ourselves, I tell you, but I don't want to boast of the kind thoughts people have of me, simply because I am decently civil to them. In Egypt we are eaten up with taxes, there is not a penny left to anyone. The taxes for the whole year 8 months in advance have been levied, as far as they can be beaten out of the miserable people. I saw one of the poor dancing girls the other day, there are 3 in Luxor, and she told me how cruel the new tax on them is. It is left to the discretion of the official who farms it to make each woman pay according to her presumed gains, i.e. her good looks, and thus the poor women are exposed to all the caprices and extortions of the police. This last new tax has excited more disgust than any. We now know the name of our ruler, said a fellow who had just heard of it. He is Mawash Pasha. I won't translate, but it is a terrible epithet when uttered in a tone which gives it the true meaning, though in a general way the commonest word of abuse to a donkey or a boy or to any other cattle. The wages of prostitution are unclean, and this tax renders all government salaries unlawful according to strict law. The capitation tax, too, which was remitted for 3 years on the Pasha's accession to the people of Cairo, Alexandria, Damietta and Rashid, is now called for. Omar will have to pay about £8 back tax, which he had fondly imagined himself excused from. You may conceive the distress this must cause among artisans, etc., who have spent their money and forgotten it, and feel cheated out of the blessings they then bestowed on the Pasha. As to that they will take out the change in curses. There was a meeting here the other day of the Cadi, Sheykh el Beled, and other notables to fix the amount of tax each man was to pay towards the increased police tax, and the old Sherif at the end spoke up, and said he had heard that one man had asked me to lend him money, and that he hoped such a thing would not happen again. Everyone knew I had heavy expenses this year, and most likely had not much money, that my heart was soft, and that as everyone was in distress it would be breaking my head, and in short, that he should think it unmanly if anyone tried to trouble a lone woman with his troubles. I did offer one man £2 that he might not be forced to run away to the desert, but he refused it and said, I had better go at once and rob out there and not turn rogue against thee. Never could I repay it. The people are running away in all directions. When the Moolid of the Sheykh came the whole family Abul Hajjaj could only raise 620 piastres among them to buy the buffalo cow, which by custom, strong as the laws of the Medes and Persians, must be killed for the strangers who come, and a buffalo cow is worth 1,000 piastres. So the stout old Sherif, aged 87, took his staff and the 620 piastres, and sallied forth to walk to Erment and see what God would send them, and a charitable woman in Erment did give a buffalo cow for the 620 piastres, and he drove her home the 20 miles rejoicing. There has been a burglary over at Gerna, an unheard of event. Some men broke into the house of the Coptic Gabit, tax gatherer, and stole the money box containing about 60 purses, over £150. The Gabit came to me sick with the fright which gave him jaundice, and about 8 men are gone in chains to Kenna on suspicion. Haji Baba, too, a Turkish Kawas, is awfully bilious. He says he is sick from beating men, and it's no use, you can't coin money on their backs and feet when they haven't a para in the world. Altogether everyone is gloomy, and many desperate. I never saw the aspect of a population so changed. January 1st, 1867. God bless you, dearest Alick, and grant you many good years more. I must finish this to go tomorrow by the steamer. I would give a great deal to see you again, but when will that be? End of letter 93, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 94 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, January 12, 1867. Dearest Alick, only 2 days ago I received letters from you of the 17th September and the 19th November. I wonder how many get lost and where. Janet gives me hopes of a visit of a few days in March, and promises me a little terrier dog, whereat Omar is in raptures. I have made no plans at all, never having felt well enough to hope to be able to travel. The weather has changed for the better, and it is not at all cold now. We shall see what the warmth does for me. You make my bowels yearn with your account of Rainey. If only we had Prince Achmet's carpet, and you could all come here for a few months. We were greatly excited here last week. A boy was shot out in the sugar cane field. He was with 4 Copts, and at first it looked ugly for the Copts. But the Maōhn tells me he is convinced they are innocent, and that they only prevaricated from fear. It was robbers that shot the poor child. What stuck and surprised me in the affair was the excessive horror and consternation it produced. The Maōhn had not had a murder in his district at all in 8 years. The market-place was thronged with wailing women. Omar was sick all day, and the Maōhn pale and wretched. The horror of killing seems greater here than I ever saw it. Palgrave says the same of the Arabian Arabs in his book. It is not one's notion of Oriental feeling, but a murder in England is taken quite as a joke compared with the scene here. I fear there will be robberies, owing to the distress, and the numbers who are running away from the land unable to pay their taxes. Don't fear for me, for I have 2 watchmen in the house every night, the regular guard and an amateur, a man whose boy I took down to Cairo to study in Gamal Azhar. Palgrave has written to Ross wanting Mabrook back. I am very sorry, the more so as Mabrook is recalcitrant. I want to stay with thee, I don't want to go back to the Nazarene. A boy who heard him said, but the lady is a Nazarene too, whereupon Mabrook slapped his face with great vigour. He will be troublesome if he does turn restive, and he is one who can only be managed by kindness. He is as good and quiet as possible with us, but the stubborn will is there, and he is too ignorant to be reasoned with. January 14th. Today the 4 Copts have again changed their story, and after swearing that the robbers were strangers, have accused a man who has shot birds for me all this winter, and the poor devil is gone to Kenna in chains. The weather seems to have set in steadily for fine. I hope soon to get out, but my donkey has grown old and shaky, and I am too weak to walk, so I sit in the balcony. End of letter 94, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 95 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, January 14, 1867. Dearest Mother, we have had a very cold winter, and I have been constantly ailing. Luckily the cough has transferred itself from the night to the day, and I get some good sleep. The last 2 days have been much warmer, and I hope matters will mend. I am beginning to take cod liver oil, as we can't find a milch camel anywhere. My boat has been well let in Cairo and is expected here every day. The gentlemen shoot, and tell the crew not to row, and in short take it easy, and give them £2 in every place. Imagine what luxury for my crew! I shall have to dismiss the lot, they will be so spoilt. The English Consul General came up in a steamer with Dr. Patterson and Mr. Francis. I dined with them one day. I wish you could have seen me carried in my armchair high up on the shoulders of 4 men, like a successful candidate, or more like one of the Pharaohs in an ancient bas-relief, preceded by torch-bearers and other attendants and followers. My procession was quite regal. I wish I could show you a new friend of mine, Osman Ibrahim, who studied medicine 5 years in Paris. My heart warmed to him directly, because, like most high-bred Arabs, he is so like Don Quixote, only Don Quixote quite in his senses. The sort of innocent sententiousness, and perfectly natural love of fine language and fine sentiments, is unattainable to any European, except, I suppose, a Spaniard. It is quite unlike Italian fustian or French sentiment. I suppose to most Europeans it is ridiculous, but I used to cry when the carriers beat the most noble of all knights, when I was a little girl and read Don Quixote, and now I feel, as it were, like Sancho, when I listen to Osman reciting bits of heroic poetry, or uttering wise saws and modern instances, with the peculiar mixture of strong sense of exultation which stamps the great Don. I may not repeat all I heard from him of the state of things here, and the insults he had to endure, a Sherif and an educated man, from coarse Turkish pashas. It was the carriers over again. He told me he had often cried like a woman, at night in his own room, at the miseries he was forced to witness and could do nothing to relieve. All the men I have particularly liked, I find, are more or less pupils of the Sheykh el Bagouri, now dead, who seems to have had the gift of inspiring honourable feeling. Our good Maōhn is one. He is no conjurer, but the honesty and goodness are heroic which lead a man to starve on £15 a month, when he is expected to grow rich on plunder. The war in Crete saddens many a household here. Sheykh Yussuf's brother, Sheykh Urus, is serving there, and many more. People are actually beginning to say, "We hope the English and French won't fight for the Sultan if the Muscovites want to eat him. There will be no good for us till the Turks are driven out." All the old religious devotion to the Sultan seems quite gone. Poor Mustapha has been very unwell, and I stopped his Ramadan, gave him some physic and ordered him not to fast, for which I think he is rather grateful. The Imam and Mufti always endorse my prohibitions of fasting to my patients. Old Ismaeen is dead, aged over 100. He served Belzoni, and when he grew doting was always wanting me to go with him to join Belzoni at Abu Simbel. He was not at all ill, he only went out like a candle. His grandson brought me a bit of the meat cooked at his funeral and begged me to eat it, that I might live to be very old, according to the superstition here. When they killed the buffalo for the Sheykh Abul Hajjaj, the man who had a right to the feet kindly gave them to Omar, who wanted to make calf's foot jelly for me. I had a sort of profane feeling, as if I were eating a descendant of the bull Apis. I am reading Madame du Deffand's letters. What a repulsive picture of a woman! I don't know which I dislike most, Horace Walpole or herself. The conflict of selfishness, vanity, and ennui disguised as sentiment is quite hateful. To her Turgot was un seul animal, so much for her great gifts. Remember me kindly to William, and tell him how much I wish I could see his improvements. Omar also desires his salaam to him, having a sort of fellow feeling for your faithful henchman. I need not say he kisses your hand most dutifully. End of letter 95. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 96 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, January 22, 1867. Dearest Alick, the weather has been lovely for the last week, and I am therefore somewhat better. My boat arrived today with all the men in high good humour, and Omar tells me all is in good order, only the people in Cairo gave her the evil eye, and broke the iron part of the rudder which had to be repaired at Beni Suef. Mr. Lear has been here the last few days, and is just going up to the second cataract. He has done a little drawing of my house for you, a new view of it. He is a pleasant man, and I was glad to see him. Such a queer fellow came here the other day, a tall, stalwart Holsteiner, I should think a man of 50, who has been 4 years up in the Soudan and Sennaar, and being penniless, had walked all through Nubia begging his way. He was not the least down upon his luck, and spoke with enthusiasm of the hospitality and kindness of Sir Samuel Baker's tigers. Ja, das sind die rechten Kerls, das ist das glückliche Leben. His account is, that if you go with an armed party, the blacks naturally show fight, as men with guns, in their eyes, are always slave hunters, but if you go alone and poor, they kill an ox for you, unless you prefer a sheep, give you a hut, and generally anything they have to offer, Maurice, beer to make you as drunk as a lord, and young ladies to pour it out for you, and you need not wear any clothes. If you had heard him you would have started for the interior at once. I gave him a dinner and a bottle of common wine, which he emptied, and a few shillings, and away he trudged merrily towards Cairo. I wonder what the Nubians thought of a Hagawa begging. He said they were all kind, and that he was sure he often ate what they pinched themselves to give, doura bread and dates. In the evening we were talking about this man's stories, and of anthropophagi and men whose heads do grow to a prodigious height, by means of an edifice woven of their own hair, and other queer things, when Hassan told me a story which pleased me particularly. My father, said he, Sheikh Mohammed, who was a taller and handsomer man than I am, was travelling very far up in the Black Country, and he and the men he was with had very little to eat, and had killed nothing for many days. Presently they heard a sort of wailing from a hole in the rock, and some of the men went in and dragged out a creature, I know not, and my father knew not, whether a child of Adam or a beast, but it was like a very foul and ill-shaped woman, and had 6 toes on its feet. The men wished to slay it, according to the law, declaring it to be a beast and lawful food, but when it saw the knife, it cried sadly and covered its face with its hands in terror, and my father said, By the Most High God, ye shall not slay the poor woman-beast which thus begs its life. I tell you it is unlawful to eat one so like the children of Adam. And the beast or woman clung to him and hid under his cloak, and my father carried her for some time behind him on his horse, until they saw some creatures like her, and then he sent her to them, but he had to drive her from him by force, for she clung to him. Thinkest thou, O lady, it was really a beast, or some sort of the children of Adam? God knows, and he only, said I piously, but by his indulgent name, thy father, O Sheykh, was a true nobleman. Sheykh Yussuf chimed in and gave a decided opinion that a creature able to understand the sight of the knife and act so, was not lawful to kill for food. You see what a real Arab Don Quixote was. It is a picture worthy of him, the tall, noble-looking Ababda sheltering the poor woman-beast, most likely a gorilla or chimpanzee, and carrying her en croupe. End of letter 96. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 97 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, January 26, 1867. Dearest Mother, I must betray dear Sheykh Yussuf's confidence and tell you his love story. A young fellow ran away with a girl he loved a short time ago, she having told him that her parents wanted to marry her to another, and that she would go to such a spot for water, and he must come on a horse, beat her and carry her off. The beating saves the maiden's blushes. Well, the lad did it, and carried her to Salamea where they were married, and then they went to Sheykh Yussuf to get him to conciliate the family, which he did. He told me the affair, and I saw he sympathized much with the runaways. Ah, he said, Lady, it is love, and that is terrible. I can tell thee love is dreadful indeed to bear. Then he hesitated and blushed and went on, I felt at once, lady, it was the will of God that I should love her who is now my wife. 13 years ago I loved her and wished to marry her, but my father and her grandfather my uncle the Sherif had quarrelled, and they took her and married her to another man. I never told anyone of it, but my liver was burning and my heart ready to burst for 3 years. But when I met her I fixed my eyes on the ground for fear she should see my love, and I said to myself, O Yussuf, God has afflicted thee, praise be unto him, do thou remember thy blood, Sherif, and let thy conduct be that of the Beni Azra, who, when they are thus afflicted die rather than sin, for they have the strongest passion of love and the greatest honour. And I did not die, but went to Cairo to the Gamal el Azhar and studied, and afterwards I married twice, as thou knowest, but I never loved any but that one, and when my last wife died the husband of this one had just divorced her to take a younger and prettier one, and my father desired me then to take her, but I was half afraid, not knowing whether she would love me, but praise be to God I consented, and behold, poor thing, she also had loved me in like manner. I thought when I went to see her that she was unusually radiant with new married happiness, and she talked of El Sheikh with singular pride and delight, and embraced me and called me mother most affectionately. Is this not a pretty piece of regular Arab romance like Gamem? My boat has gone up today with two very nice Englishmen in her. Their young Maltese dragoman, aged 24, told me his father often talked of the commissioners and all they had done, and how things were changed in the island for the better. Everything spiritual and temporal has been done for the boat's safety in the cataract. Urgent letters to the Ma'on el Badr, and him of Aswan to see the men, and plenty of prayers and vows to Abul Hajjaj on behalf of the property of the lady, or Kurzweg, our boat, as she is commonly called in Luxor. Here we have the other side of the misery of the Candian business. In Europe, of course, the obvious thing is the suffering of the Cretans, but really I am more sorry for the poor fellah lads who are dragged away to fight in a quarrel they had no hand in raising, and with which they have no sympathy. The Times suggests that the Sultan should relinquish the island, and that has been said in many an Egyptian hut long before. The Sultan is worn out, and the Muslims here know it, and they say it would be the best stay for the Arabs if he were driven out; that, after all, a Turk never was the true Amir el Moamin, commander of the faithful. Only in Europe people talk and write as if it were all Muslim versus Christian, and the Christians were all oppressed and the Muslims all oppressors. I wish they could see the domineering of the Greeks and Maltese as Christians. The Englishman domineers as a free man and a Briton, which is different, and that is the reason why the Arabs wish for English rule, and would dread that of Eastern Christians. Well they may, for if ever Greeks do reign in Stamboul the sufferings of the Muslims will satisfy the most eager fanatic that ever cursed Mahound. I know nothing of Turkey, but I have seen and heard enough to know that there are plenty of other divisions besides that of Christian and Muslim. Here in Egypt it is clear enough, it is Arab versus Turk, and the Copt siding with the stronger for his interest, while he rather sympathises with his brother fellah. At all events the Copt don't want other Christians to get power, he would far rather have a Muslim than a heretic ruler, above all the hated Greek. The Englishman he looks on as a variety of Muslim, a man who washes, has no pictures in his church, who has married bishops, and above all, who does not fast from all that has life for half the year, and this heresy is so extreme as not to give offence unless he tries to convert. The Pasha's sons have just been up the river; they ordered a reading of the Koran at the tomb of Abul Hajjaj, and gave every Alim sixpence. We have not left off chaffing, as Maurice would say, Sheykh Allah ud Din, the Muezzin, and sundry others on this superb bakshish, and one old Fiki never knows whether to laugh, to cry, or to scold, when I ask to see the shawl and tarboosh he has bought with the presents of Pashas. Yussuf and the Kadee, too, had been called on to contribute baskets of bread to the steamer, so that their sixpences were particularly absurd. The little boy whose father died is still with Ababda, who will not let him travel to Cairo till the weather is warmer and they find a safe person to be kind to him. Rachma says, please God, he will go with the Sitt, perhaps. Hassan has consoled him with sugar cane and indulgence, and if I lose Mabrook and the little boy likes me, he may fall into my hands as Achmet has done. I hear he is a good boy but a perfect savage; that, however, I find makes no difference. In fact I think they learn faster than those who have ways of their own. So I see Terence was a nigger. I would tell Rachma so if I could make him understand who Terence was, and that he, Rachma, stood in need of any encouragement, but the worthy fellow never imagines that his skin is in any way inferior to mine. End of Letter 97. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 98 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, February 3, 1867. Dearest Alick, the boat goes down tomorrow, and I have little to add to Mutter's letter, only that I am better. There is a man here from Girgeh who says he is married to a Guinea fairy princess. I have asked to be presented to her, but I suspect there will be some hitch about it. It will be like Alexis's "Allez, madame, vous êtes trop incrédule." The unintelligible thing is that the motive which prompts wonders and miracles here, seeing that the wonder workers do not get any money by it, and indeed very often give, like the Indian saint I told you of who gave me $4. His miracles were all gratis, which was the most miraculous thing of all in a saint. I am promised that the Guinea shall come through the wall. If she should do it, I shall be compelled to believe in her, as there are no mechanical contrivances in Luxor. All the harem here believe it, and the man's human wife swears she waits on her like a slave, and backs her husband's lie or delusion fully. I have not seen the man, but I should not wonder if it were a delusion. Real bona fide visions and revelations are so common, and I think there is but little downright imposture. Meanwhile familiarity breeds contempt. Jinns, afrits, and shaitans inspire far less respect than the stupidest ghost at home, and the devil, Iblis, is reduced to deplorable insignificance. He is never mentioned in the pulpit, or in religious conversation, with the respect he enjoys in Christian countries. I suppose we may console ourselves with the hope that he will pay off the Muslims for their neglect of him hereafter. I cannot describe to you the misery here now. Indeed, it is wearisome even to think of, every day some new tax. Now every beast, camel, cow, sheep, donkey, horse, is made to pay. The fellaheen can no longer eat bread, they are living on barley meal, mixed with water and new green stuff, vetches, etc., which to people used to good food is terrible, and I see all my acquaintances growing seedy and ragged and anxious. Yussuf is clear of debt, his religion having kept him from borrowing, but he wants to sell his little slave girl, and has sold his donkey, and he is the best off. The taxation makes life almost impossible. 100 piastres for feddan, a tax on every crop, on every annual fruit, and again when it is sold in the market, on every man, on charcoal, on butter, on salt, on the dancing girls. I wonder I am not tormented for money. Not above 3 people have tried to beg or borrow. Thanks for the Westminster epilogue. It always amuses me much. So Terence was a nigger. There is no trace of the negro boy in his Davis. My nigger has grown huge, and has developed a voice of thunder. He is of the elephantine rather than the tiger species, a very mild young savage. I shall be sorry when Palgrave takes him. I am tempted to buy Yussuf's nice little Dinka girl to replace him, only a girl is such an impossibility where there is no regular harem. In the boat Achmet is enough under Omar, but in this large dusty house, and with errands to run, and comers and goers to look after, pipes and coffee and the like, it takes 2 boys to be comfortable. Maybrook too washes very well. It is surprising how fast the boys learn, and how well they do their work. Achmet, who is quite little, would be a perfectly sufficient servant for a man alone. He can cook, wash, clean the rooms, make the beds, do all the table service, knife and plate cleaning, all fairly well, and I believe now he would get along even without Omar's orders. Mabruk is slower, but he has the same merit our poor Hassan had. He never forgets what he has been once told to do, and he is clean in his work, though hopelessly dirty as to his clothes. He cannot get used to them, and takes a roll in the dust or leans against a dirty wall, oblivious of his clean-washed blue shirt. Achmet is quicker and more careless, but they both are good boys and very fond of Omar. Uncle Omar is the form of address, though he scolds them pretty severely if they misbehave, and I observe that the high jinks take place chiefly when only I am in the way, and Omar gone to market or the mosque. The little rogues have found out that their laughing does not affect my nerves, and I am often treated to a share in the joke. How I wish Rainie could see the children, they would amuse her. Yusuf's girl, Mir en Nezil, is a charming child, and very clever, her enigmatic way of explaining everything to me, and her gestures would delight you. Her cousin and future husband, aged 5 (she is 6), broke the doll which I had given her, and her description of it was most dramatic, ending with a wheedling glance at the cupboard, and of course there are no more dolls there, oh no, no more. She is a fine little creature, far more Arab than Fellaha, quite a shaitan, her father says. She came in full of making cakes for Bairam, and offered her services. "Oh, my aunt, if thou wantest anything I can work," said she, tucking up her sleeves. End of Letter 98. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 99 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, March 6, 1867. Dearest Mother, the warm weather has set in, and I am already as much the better for it as usual. I had a slight attack, not nearly so bad as that at Soudan, but it lingered, and I kept my bed as a measure of precaution. Dear Yusuf was with me the evening I was attacked, and sat up all night to give me my medicine every hour. At the prayer of dawn, an hour and a half before sunrise, I heard his supplications for my life and health, and for you and all my family, and I thought of what I had lately read, how the Greeks massacred their own patriots because the Turks had shown them mercy, a display of temper which I hope will enlighten Western Christendom as to what the Muslims have to expect, if they, the Western Christians, help the Eastern Christians to get the upper hand. Yusuf was asking about a lady the other day who has turned Catholic. "Poor thing," said he, "the priests have drawn out her brains through her ears, no doubt, but never fear, her heart is good and her charity great, and God will not deal hardly with those who serve him with their hearts, though it is sad she should bow down before images. But look at thy slave Mabrook. Can he understand 100th part of the thoughts of thy mind? Nevertheless he loves thee, and obeys thee with pleasure and alacrity, and wilt thou punish him because he knows not all thy ways? And shall God, who is so much higher above us as thou art above thy slave, be less just than thou?" I pinned him at once, and insisted on knowing the orthodox belief, but he quoted the Koran and the decisions of the Ulema to show that he stretched no point as far as Jews and Christians are concerned, and that even idolaters are not to be condemned by man. Yusuf wants me to write a short account of the faith from his dictation. Would anyone publish it? It annoys him terribly to hear the Muslims constantly accused of intolerance, and he is right, it is not true. They show their conviction that their faith is the best in the world with the same sort of naivete that I have seen in very innocent and ignorant Englishwomen, in fact, display a sort of religious conceit, but it is not often bitter or haineux, however much they are in earnest. I am going to write to Palgrave and ask him to let me send another boy or the money for Mabrook, who can't endure the notion of leaving me. Achmet, who was always hankering after the flesh pots of Alexandria, got some people belonging to the boats to promise to take him, and came home and picked a quarrel and departed. Poor little chap, the Sheykh el Beled put a spoke in his wheel by informing him he would be wanted for the Pasha's works, and must stay in his own place. Since he went Mabrook has come out wonderfully and does his own work and Achmet's with the greatest satisfaction. He tells me he likes it best, he likes to be quiet. He just suits me and I him. It is humiliating to find how much more I am to the taste of savages than of the polite circles. The old lady of the Maon promised to come to me, but I would not let her leave her home, which would be quite an adventure to her. I knew she would be exclamatory and lament over me and say every minute, "Oh my liver, oh my eyes! The name of God upon thee, and never mind, tomorrow, please God, thou wilt be quite well," and so forth. People send me such odd dishes, some very good. Yusuf's wife packed 2 calves' feet tight in a little black earthen pot, with a seasoning of herbs, and baked it in the bread oven, and the result was excellent. Also she made me a sort of small macaroni, extremely good. Now too we can get milk again, and Omar makes kishta, alias clotted cream. Do send me a good edition of the Arabian Nights in Arabic, and I should much like to give Yussuf Lane's Arabic Dictionary. He is very anxious to have it. I can't read the Arabian Nights, but it is a favourite amusement to make one of the party read aloud. A stray copy of Kamar ez Zeman and Sit Boudurra went all round Luxor, and was much coveted for the village soirées, but its owner departed, and left us to mourn over the loss of his manuscripts. I must tell you a black standard of respectability, it is quite equal to the English one of the gig or the ham for breakfast. I was taking counsel with my friend Rachma, a negro, about Mabrook, and he urged me to buy him of Palgrave, because he saw that the lad really loved me. Moreover, said he, the boy is of a respectable family, for he told me his mother wore a cow's tail down to her heels, that and a girdle to which the tail is fastened, and a tiny leathern apron in front, constituted her whole wardrobe, and that she beat him well when he told lies or stole his neighbour's eggs. Poor woman! I wish this abominable slave trade had spared her and her boy. What folly it is to stop the Circassian slave trade, if it is stopped, and to leave this. The Circassians take their own children to market as a way of providing for them handsomely, and both boys and girls like being sold to the rich Turks, but the blacks and Abyssinians fight hard for their own liberty and that of their cubs. Mabrook swears that there were 2 Europeans in the party which attacked his village and killed he knew not how many, and carried him and others off. He was not stolen by Arabs, or by Barbaries like Hassan, but taken in a war from his home by the seaside, a place called Buki, and carried in a ship to Jeddah, and thence back to Kosseir and Kenna, where Palgrave bought him. I must say that once here the slaves are happy and well off, but the waste of life and the misery caused by the trade must be immense. The slaves are coming down the river by hundreds every week, and are very cheap, 12 to 20 pounds for a fine boy, and 9 pounds and upwards for a girl. I heard that the last Gelab offered a woman and a baby for anything anyone would give for them on the count of the trouble of the baby. By the by, Mabrook displays the negro talent for babies. Now that Ahmed is gone, who scolded them and drove them out, Mohammed's children, quite babies, are forever trotting after Mabou, as they pronounce his name, and he talks incessantly to them. It reminds me so of Janet and poor Hassan, but Mabrook is not like Hassan. He is one of the sons of Anak, and already as big and strong as a man, with the most prodigious chest and limbs. Don't be at all uneasy about me as to care. Omar knows exactly what to do, as he showed the other day when I was taken ill. I had shown him the medicines and given him instructions, so I had not even to speak, and if I were to be ill enough to want more help, Yussuf would always sit up alternate nights, but it is not necessary. Arabs make no grievance about broken rest. They don't go to bed properly, but lie down half dressed, and have a happy faculty of sleeping at odd times, and anyhow, which enables them to wait on one night and day, without distressing themselves as it distresses us. Thursday. A telegram has just come announcing that Janet will leave Cairo tomorrow in a steamer, and therefore be here, inshallah, this day week. I enclose a note from a Copt boy, which will amuse you. He is sapping in English, and I teach him whenever I am able. I am a special favourite with all the young lads. They must not talk much before grown men, so they come and sit on the floor round my feet, and ask questions and advice, and enjoy themselves amazingly. Hobbledehoyhood is very different here from what it is with us. They care earlier for the affairs of the grown-up world, and are more curious and more polished, but lack the fine animal gaiety of our boys. The girls are much more gamine than the boys, and more romping and joyous. It is very warm now. I fear Janet will sigh terribly over the heat. They have left their voyage too late for such as do not love the Shems el Kabir, the big sun, which has just begun. I who worship Amun Ra love to feel him in his glory. It is long since I had any letters. I want so to hear how you all are. End of letter 99. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 100 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, March 7, 1867. Dearest Alick, I have written a long yarn to mutter, and am rather tired, so I only write to say I am much better. The heat has set in, and of course with it my health has mended, but I am a little shaky and afraid to tire myself. Moreover, I want to nurse up and be stronger by next Thursday, when Janet and Ross are expected. Who wants to whitewash Miss Rampsinitus and identify her with the beloved of Solomon or Salim. My brain spun round as I read it. Must I answer him, or will you? A dragoman gave me an old broken travelling armchair, and Yusuf sat in an armchair for the first time in his life. May the soul of the man who made it find a seat in paradise, was his exclamation, which strikes me as singularly appropriate on sitting in a very comfortable armchair. Yusuf was thankful for small mercies in this case. I am afraid Janet may be bored by all the people's civility. They will insist on making great dinners and fantasias for her, I am sure. I hope they will go on to Assouan and take me with them. The change will do me good, and I should like to see as much of her as I can before she leaves Egypt for good. The state of business here is curious. The last regulations have stopped all money lending, and the prisons are full of Sheikh el Beled whose villages can't pay the taxes. Most respectable men have offered me to go partners with them now in their wheat, which will be cut in 6 weeks, if only I would pay their present taxes, I to take half the crop and half the taxes, with interest out of their half, some such trifle as 30% per month. Our prison is full of men, and we send them their dinner à tour de rôle. The other day a woman went with a big wooden bowl on her head, full of what she had cooked for them, accompanied by her husband. One Khalil Effendi, a new vakeel here, was there, and said, "What dost thou ask here, thou harlot?" Her husband answered, "That is no harlot, O Effendim, but my wife." Whereupon he was beaten till he fainted, and then there was a lamentation. They carried him down past my house, with a crowd of women all shrieking like mad creatures, especially his wife, who yelled and beat her head and threw dust over it, more majorum, as you see in the tombs. The humours of tax gathering in this country are quite impayable, you perceive, and ought to be set forth on the escutcheon of the new Knight of the Bath, whom the Queen hath delighted to honour. Cawas battant, Fella rampant, and Fellaha pleurant would be the proper blazon. Distress in England is terrible, but at least it is not the result of extortion, as it is here, while everything from nature is so abundant and glorious, and yet mankind so miserable. It is not a little hunger, it is the cruel oppression which maddens the people now. They never complained before, but now whole villages are deserted. The boat goes tomorrow morning, so I must say good-bye. End of letter 100. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 101 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, April 12, 1867. Dearest Mother, I have just received your letters, including the one for Omar which I read to him, and which he kissed and said he should keep as a hegeb talisman. I have given him an order on Coutts's correspondence for the money, in case I die. Omar proposes to wait till we get to Cairo and then to buy a little house, or a floor in one. I am to keep all the money till the house is found, so he will in no way be tempted to do anything foolish with it. I hope you approve? Janet's visit was quite an Eid festival, as the people said. When I got up on the morning she was expected, I found the house decked with palm branches and lemon blossoms, and the holy flags of Abu'l Hajjaj waving over my balcony. The mosque people had brought them, saying all the people were happy today, because it was a fortunate day for me. I suppose if I had a mind to testify, I ought to have indignantly torn down the banners which bore the declaration, "There is no God but God, and Mohammed is his prophet." But it appeared to me that if imams and muezzins could send their banners to decorate a Christian house, the Christian might manage to endure the kindness. Then there was fantasia on horseback, and all the notables to meet the boat, and general welcome and jubilation. Next day I went on with Henry and Janet in the steamer, and had a very pleasant time to Assouan and back, and they stayed another day here, and I hired a little dahabeah which they towed down to Keneh where they stayed a day, after which Sheykh Yussuf and I sailed back again to Luxor. As bad luck would have it, we had hot weather just the week they were up here; since then it has been quite cool. Janet has left me her little black and tan terrier, a very nice little dog, but I can't hope to rival Omar in his affections. He sleeps in Omar's bosom, and Omar spoils and pets him all day, and boasts to the people how the dog drinks tea and coffee and eats dainty food, and the people say Mashallah, whereas I should have expected them to curse the dog's father. The other day a scrupulous person drew back with an air of alarm from Bob's approach, whereupon the dog stared at him and forthwith plunged into Sheykh Yussuf's lap, from which stronghold he yapped defiance at whoever should object to him. I never laughed more heartily, and Yussuf went into fou rire. The mouth of the dog only is unclean, and Yussuf declares he is a very well educated dog, and does not attempt to lick. He pets him accordingly, and gives him tea in his own saucer, only not in the cup. I am to inherit another little blackie from Ross's agency at Keneh, the funniest little chap. I cannot think why I go on expecting so-called savages to be different from other people. Mabrook's simple talk about his village, and the animals and the victuals, and how the men of a neighbouring village stole him in order to sell him for a gun, the price of a gun as a boy, but were prevented by a razzia of Turks, etc., who killed the first aggressors and took all the children, all this he tells just as an English boy might tell of bird nesting. Delights me. He has the same general notion of right and wrong, and yet his tribe know neither bread nor any sort of clothes, nor cheese nor butter, nor even drink milk, nor the African beer, and it always rains there, and is always deadly cold at night, so that without a fire they would die. They have two products of civilization, guns and tobacco, for which they pay in boys and girls, whom they steal. I wonder where the country is; it is called Sawagli, and the next people are Musa on the sea coast, and it is not so hot as Egypt. It must be in the southern hemisphere. The new Négrillon is from Darfour. Won't Maurice be amused by his attendance; the Darfour boy will trot after him, as he can shoot and clean guns, tiny as he is. Maurice seems to wish to come, and I hope Alexander will let him spend the winter here, and I will take him up to the second cataract. I really think he would enjoy it. My boat will not return, I think, for another 6 weeks. Mr. Eaton and Mr. Baird were such nice people. Their dragoman, a Maltese, appeared to hate the Italians with ferocity. He said all decent people in Malta would 10 times rather belong to the Mohammedans than to the Italians; after all, blood tells. He was a very respectable young man, and being a dragoman and the son of a dragoman, he has seen the world, and particularly the Muslims. I suppose it is the Pope that makes the Italians so hateful to them. The post here is dreadful. I would not mind their reading one's letters if they would only send them on. Omar begs we to say that he and his children will pray for you all his life, please God, not for the money only, but still more for the good words and the trusting him. But he says I can't say much politica, please God, she shall see, only I kiss her hand now. You will hear from Janet about her excursion. What I liked best was shooting the cataract in a small boat. It was fine fantasia. End of letter 101. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 102 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, April 19, 1867. Dearest Alick, I have been much amused lately by a new acquaintance, who, in romances of the last century, would have been called an Arabian sage. Sheykh Abdurrahman lives in a village half a day's journey off, and came over to visit me and to doctor me according to the science of Galen and Avicenna. Fancy a tall, thin, graceful man, with a grey beard and liquid eyes, absorbed in studies of the obsolete kind, a doctor of theology, law, medicine, and astronomy. We spent 3 days in arguing and questioning. I consented to swallow a potion or two which he made up before me of very innocent materials. My friend is neither a quack nor superstitious, and 200 years ago would have been a better physician than most in Europe. Indeed, I would rather swallow his physic now than that of many an M.D. I found him like all the learned theologians I have known, extremely liberal and tolerant. You can conceive nothing more interesting and curious than the conversation of a man learned and intelligent, and utterly ignorant of all our modern Western science. If I was pleased with him, he was enchanted with me, and swore by God that I was a mufti indeed, and that a man could nowhere spend time so delightfully as in conversation with me. He said he had been acquainted with 2 or 3 Englishmen who had pleased him much, but that if all Englishwomen were like me the power must necessarily be in our hands, for that my akil (brain, intellect) was far above that of the men he had known. He objected to our medicine that it seemed to consist in palliatives, which he rather scorned, and aimed always at a radical cure. I told him that if he had studied anatomy he would know that radical cures were difficult of performance, and he ended by lamenting his ignorance of English or some European language, and that he had not learned our ilm (science) also. Then we plunged into sympathies, mystic numbers, and the occult virtues of stones, etc., and I swallowed my mixture, consisting of liquorice, cumin, and soda, just as the sun entered a particular house, and the moon was in some favourable aspect. He praised to me his friend, a learned Jew of Cairo. I could have fancied myself listening to Abu Suleiman of Cordova, in the days when we were the barbarians and the Arabs were the learned race. There is something very winning in the gentle, dignified manners of all the men of learning I have seen here, and their homely dress and habits make it still more striking. I longed to photograph my Sheykh as he sat on the divan pulling manuscripts out of his bosom to read me the words of El Hakim Lokman, or to overwhelm me with the authority of some physician whose very name I had never heard. The hand of the government is awfully heavy upon us. All this week the people have been working night and day cutting their unripe corn, because 310 men are to go tomorrow to work on the railroad below Siout. This green corn is, of course, valueless to sell and unwholesome to eat, so the magnificent harvest of this year is turned to bitterness at the last moment. From a neighbouring village all the men are gone, and 7 more are wanted to make up the corvée. The population of Luxor is 1,000 males of all ages, so you can guess how many strong men are left after 310 are taken. I don't like to think too much about seeing you and Maurice next winter, for fear I should be disappointed. If I am too sick and wretched I can hardly wish you to come, because I know what a nuisance it is to be with one always coughing and panting and unable to do like other people. But if I pick up tolerably this summer I shall indeed be glad to see you and him once more. This house is falling sadly to decay, which produces snakes and scorpions. I sent for the Hawi (snake catcher) who caught a snake, but who can't conjure the scorpions out of their holes. One of my fat turkeys has just fallen a victim, and I am in constant fear for little Bob, only he is always in Omar's arms. I think I described to you the festival of Sheykh Gibriel, the dinner, the poets who improvised. This year I had a fine piece of declamation in my honour. A real calamity is the loss of our good Maon, Salim Effendi. The Moudir hailed him from his steamer to go to Keneh directly, with no further notice. We hoped some good luck for him, and so it would have been to a Turk. He is made overseer to the poor people at the railway work, and only gets £2 5s. per month additional. He has to keep a horse and a donkey, and to buy them and to hire a sais, and he does not know how to squeeze the fellaheen. It is true, however close you skin an onion, a clever man can always peel it again, which means that even the poorest devils at the works can be beaten into giving a little more, but our dear Salim, God bless him, will be ruined and made miserable by his promotion. I had a very woeful letter from him yesterday. End of letter 102. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 103 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, May 15, 1867. Dearest Alick, all the Christendom of Upper Egypt is in a state of excitement, owing to the arrival of the Patriarch of Cairo, who is now in Luxor. My neighbour, Mikaeel, entertains him, and Omar has been busily decorating his house and arranging the illumination of his garden, and to day is gone to cook the confectionery, he being looked upon as the person best acquainted with the customs of the great. Last night the Patriarch sent for me, and I went to kiss his hand, but I won't go again. It was a very droll caricature of the thunders of the Vatican. Poor Michael had planned that I was to dine with the Patriarch, and had borrowed my silver spoons, etc., etc., in that belief. But the representative of St. Mark is furious against the American missionaries who have converted some 20 Copts at Kous, and he could not bring himself to be decently civil to a Protestant. I found a coarse-looking man seated on a raised divan smoking his chibouk. On his right were some priests on a low divan. I went up and kissed his hand and was about to sit by the priests, but he roughly ordered a cawass to put a wooden chair off the carpet to his left, at a distance from him, and told me to sit there. I looked round to see whether any of my neighbours were present, and I saw the consternation in their faces; so, not wishing to annoy them, I did as if I did not perceive the affront, and sat down and talked for half an hour to the priests, and then took leave. I was informed that the Catholics were nas mekassin, poor inoffensive people, and that the Muslims at least were of an old religion, but that the Protestants ate meat all the year round, like dogs, or Muslims, put in Omar, who stood behind my chair and did not relish the mention of dogs and the English religion in one sentence. As I went the Patriarch called for dinner; it seems he had told Michael he would not eat with me. It is evidently a judgment of a most signal nature that I should be snubbed for the offences of missionaries, but it has caused some ill blood; the Cadi and Sheykh Yussuf and the rest, who all intended to do the civil to the Patriarch, now won't go near him on account of his rudeness to me. He has come up in a steamer, at the Pasha's expense, with a guard of cawasses, and of course is loud in praise of the government, though he failed in getting the Moudir to send all the Protestants of Kous to the public works, or the army. From what he said before me about the Abyssinians, and still more, from what he said to others about the English prisoners up there, I am convinced that the place to put the screw on is the Batar Chain Patriarch's Palace at Cairo, and that the priests are at the bottom of that affair. He boasted immensely of the obedience and piety of El Habesh, the Abyssinians. Saturday. Yesterday I heard a little whispered grumbling about the money demanded by the father. One of my Copt neighbours was forced to sell me his whole provision of cooking butter, to pay his quota. This a little damps the exultation caused by seeing him so honoured by the Effendina. One man who had heard that he had called the American missionaries beggars grumbled to me, "Ah yes, beggars, beggars, they didn't beg of me for money." I really do think that there must be something in this dread of the Protestant movement. Evidently the Pasha is backing up the Patriarch, who keeps his church well apart from all other Christians, and well under the thumb of the Turks. It was pretty to hear the priests talk so politely of Islam, and curse the Protestants so bitterly. We were very nearly having a row about a woman who formerly turned Muslimah to get rid of an old blind Copt husband who had been forced upon her, and was permitted to recant, I suppose in order to get rid of the Muslim husband in his turn. However, he said, "I don't care, she is the mother of my 2 children, and whether she is Muslim or Christian she is my wife, and I won't divorce her, but I'll send her to church as much as she likes." Thereupon the priests of course dropped the wrangle, much to the relief of Sheykh Yussuf, in whose house she had taken up her quarters after leaving the church, and who was afraid of being drawn into a dispute. My new little Darfour boy is very funny and very intelligent. I hope he will turn out well; he seems well disposed, though rather lazy. Mabrook quarrelled with a boy belonging to the quarter close to us about a bird, and both boys ran away. The Arab boy is missing still I suppose, but Mabrook was brought back by force, swelling with passion, and with his clothes most scripturally rent. He had regularly run amuck. Sheykh Yussuf lectured him on his insolence to the people of the quarter, and I wound up by saying, "Oh, my son, whither dost thou wish to go? I cannot let thee wander about like a beggar, with torn clothes and no money, that the police may take thee and put thee in the army, but say where thou desirest to go, and we will talk about it with discretion." It was at once borne in upon him that he did not want to go anywhere, and he said, "I repent, but I am an ox, bring the courbash, beat me, and let me go to finish cooking the Sitt's dinner." I remitted the beating, with a threat that if he bullied the neighbours again he would get it at the police, and not from Omar's very inefficient arm. In half an hour he was as merry as ever. It was a curious display of negro temper, and all about nothing at all. As he stood before me he looked quite grandly tragic, and swore he only wanted to run outside and die, that was all. I wish you could have heard, and understood, my soirées, au clair de la lune, with Sheykh Yussuf and Sheykh Abdurrahman. How Abdurrahman and I wrangled, and how Yussuf laughed and egged us on. Abdurrahman was wroth at my want of faith in physic generally, as well as in particular, and said I talked like an infidel, for had not God said, I have made medicine for every disease? I said, yes, but he does not say that he has told the doctors which it is, and meanwhile I say Hekmet Allah, God will cure, which can't be called an infidel sentiment. Then we got into alchemy, astrology, magic, and the rest, and Yussuf vexed his friend by telling gravely stories palpably absurd. Abdurrahman intimated that he was laughing at Ilm el-Muslimin, the science of the Muslims, but Yussuf said, what is the Ilm el-Muslimin? God has revealed religion through his prophets, and we can learn nothing new on that point, but all other learning he has left to the intelligence of men, and the Prophet Muhammad said, all learning is from God, even the learning of idolaters. Why then should we Muslims shut out the light, and want to remain for ever like children? The learning of the Franks is as lawful as any other. Abdurrahman was too sensible a man to be able to dispute this, but it vexed him. I am tired of telling all the placarayan of our poor people, how 310 men were dragged off on Easter Monday with their bread and tools, how in 4 days they were all sent back from Keneh, because there were no orders about them, and made to pay their boat hire. Then in 5 days they were sent for again. Meanwhile the harvest was cut green, and the wheat is lying out unthreshed to be devoured by birds and rats, and the men's bread was wasted and spoiled with the hauling in and out of the boats. I am obliged to send camels 20 miles for charcoal, because the Abab'deh won't bring it to market any more, the tax is too heavy. Butter too we have to buy secretly, none comes into the market. When I remember the lovely smiling landscape which I first beheld from my windows, swarming with beasts and men, and look at the dreary waste now, I feel the foot of the Turk heavy indeed. Where there were 50 donkeys there is but one, camels, horses, all are gone, not only the horned cattle, even the dogs are more than decimated, and the hawks and vultures seem to me fewer, mankind has no food to spare for hangers-on. The donkeys are sold, the camels confiscated, and the dogs dead, the one sole advantage. Meat is cheap, as every one must sell to pay taxes, and no one has money to buy. I am implored to take sheep and poultry for what I will give. End of letter 103. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 104 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Luxor, May 23, 1867. Dearest Mutter, I have only time for a few words by Giagar Pasha, who goes early to-morrow morning. My boat arrived all right and brought your tin box. The books and toys are very welcome. The latter threw the Darfour into ecstasies, and he got into disgrace for playing with the Sitt instead of minding some business on hand. I fear I shall spoil him, he is so extremely engaging and such a baby. He is still changing his teeth, so cannot be more than 8. At first I did not like him, and feared he was sullen, but it was the usual kas, fear, the word that is always in one's ears, and now that is gone, he is always coming hopping in to play with me. He is extremely intelligent, and has a pretty baby nigger face. The Darfour people are, as you know, an independent and brave people, and by no means savages. I can't help thinking how pleased Rainey would be with the child. He asked me to give him the picture of the English Sultana out of the Illustrated London News, and has pasted it inside the lid of his box. I am better, as usual, since the hot weather has begun, the last 6 days. I shall leave this in a week, I think, and Mustapha and Yussuf will go with me to Cairo. Yussuf was quite enchanted with your note to him, his eyes glistened, and he took an envelope to keep it carefully. Omar said such a letter is like a hegab (amulet), and Yussuf said, 'Truly it is, and I could never have one with more barakah (blessing) or more like the virtue which went out of Jesus; if ever I wore one at all, I will never part with it.' We had a very pretty festival for the Sheykh whose tomb you have a photograph of, and I spent a very pleasant evening with Sheykh Abd el Mutaoul, who used to scowl at me, but now we are like brothers. I found him very clever and better informed than any Arab I have met, who is quite apart from all Franks. I was astonished to find that he abondait dans mon sens in my dispute with Sheykh Abdurrahman, and said it was the duty of Muslims to learn what they could from us, and not to stick to the old routine. On Sunday the Patriarch snubbed me and would not eat with me, and on Monday a Wali (saint) picked out tit bits for me with his own fingers, and went with me inside the tomb. The Patriarch has made a blunder with his progress. He has come ostentatiously as the protégé and prénom of the Pasha, and he has eaten and beaten the fellaheen. The Copts of Luxor have had to pay £50 for the honour of his presence, besides no end of sheep, poultry, butter, etc. If I were of a proselytizing mind I could make converts of several whose pockets and backs are smarting, and the American missionaries will do it. Of course the Muslims sympathize with the converts to a religion which has no idols, and no monks, and whose priests marry like other folk, so they are the less afraid. I hear there are now 50 Protestants at Kous, and the Patriarch was furious because he could not beat them. Omar cooked a grand dinner for him last night for our neighbour Mikaeel, and the eating was not over till 2 in the morning. Our Government should manage to put the screw on him about our Abyssinian prisoners. I dare not say who told me all he said, but he was a truthful man and a Christian. The Patriarch answered me sharply when I asked about the state of the religion in Abyssinia that 'they were lovers of the faith, and his obedient children.' Whenever there is mischief among the Copts, the priests are at the bottom of it. If the Patriarch chose, those people would be let go, and so it would be, but he hates all Europeans bitterly. I should like to have the Revue des Deux Mondes of all things, but I don't know how it is to come here, or what the postage would cost. They send nothing but letters above Cairo by post, as all goes on men's backs. 'Inshallah, I am the bearer of good news,' cries the postman, as he flings the letter over the wall. I am so glad of the chance of getting news to you quick by Giafar Pasha, who came here like a gentleman, alone, without a retinue. He is on his way from 2 years in the Soudan, where he was absolute Pasha. He is very much liked and respected, and seems a very sensible and agreeable man, quite unlike any Turkish bigwig I have seen. Great potentate as he is, he made Yussuf Mustapha and Abdallah sit down, and was extremely civil and simple in his manners. End of letter 104. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 105 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Beni Suef, June 30th, 1867. Dearest Alick, I write on the chance that this may go safe by post, so that you may not think me lost. I left Luxor on May 31st, got to Siout half way in a week, and have ever since been battling with an unceasing, furious north and north-east wind. I feel like the much-travelled Odysseus, and have seen villages and men; unlike him, however, my companions have neither grumbled nor deserted, though it is a bad business for them, having received their money at the rate of about 20 days' pay, for which they must take me to Cairo. They have eaten all, and are now obliged to stop and make bread here, but they are as good-humoured as if all were well. My fleet consisted of my dahabeah, flagship, tender, a kiassa, cargo boat for my horse and sais, wherein were packed 2 extremely poor shrivelled old widows, going to Cairo to see their sons, now in garrison there, lots of hard bread, wheat, flour, jars of butter, onions and lentils for all the lads of my family studying at Gamal Azhar, besides, in my box, queer little stores of long-hoarded money for those Megawareen, students of Gamal Azhar. Don't you wish you could provide for Maurice with a sack of bread, a basket of onions, and £1 16s? The handsome brown Sheykh el Arab, Hassan, wanted me to take him, but I knew him to be a fast man, and asked Yussuf how I could avoid it without breaking the laws of hospitality; so my father, the old Shereef, told Hassan that he did not choose his daughter to travel with a wine bibber and a frequenter of loose company. Under my convoy sailed 2 or 3 little boats with family parties. One of these was very pretty, whose steersman was a charming little fat girl of 5 years old. All these hoped to escape being caught and worried by the way, by belonging to me, and they dropped off at their several villages. I am tolerably well, better than when I started, in spite of the wind. Poor Reis Mohammed had a very bad attack of ophthalmia, and sat all of a heap, groaning all day and night, and protesting, "I am a Muslim," equivalent to "God's will be done." At one place I was known, and had a lot of sick to see, and a civil man killed a sheep and regaled us all with meat and fateereh. The part of the river in which we were kept by the high wind is made cheerful by the custom of the hareem being just as free to mix with men as Europeans, and I quite enjoyed the pretty girls' face, and the gossip with the women who came to fill their water jars and peep in at the cabin windows, which, by the way, they always ask leave to do. The Sheykh el Hawara gave me 2 sheep, which are in the cargo boat with 4 others, all presents, which Omar intends you to eat at Cairo. The Sheykh is very anxious to give you an entertainment at his palace, if you come up the river, with horse riding, feasting, and dancing girls. In fact I am charged with many messages to El Kebir, the great master. End of letter 105. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 106 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Cairo, July 8, 1867. Dearest Alick, I arrived today after 38 days' voyage, 1 month of ceaseless furious wind. My men had a hard pull down against it. However, I am feeling better than when I left Luxor. Omar has just brought a whole cargo of your letters, the last of the 26th June. Let me know your plans. If you can go up the river I might send the boat beforehand to Minieh, so far there is a railway now, which would break the neck of the tedious part of the voyage for you if you are pressed for time. I must send this off at once to catch early post to-morrow. Excuse haste, I write in all the bustle of arrival. End of letter 106. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 107 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Boulak, July 28, 1867. Dearest Mutter, I know I can write nothing more sure to please you than that I am a good deal better. It has been intensely hot, and the wind very worrying, but my cough has greatly abated, and I do not feel so weak as I did. I am anchored here in the river at my old quarters, and have not yet been ashore owing to the hot wind and the dust, which of course are far less troublesome here on the river. I have seen but very few people and have but one neighbour, in a boat anchored near mine, a very bewitching Circassian, the former slave of a rich Pasha, now married to a respectable dragoman, and staying in his boat for a week or 2. She is young and pretty, and very amiable, and we visit each other often and get on very well indeed. She is a very religious little lady, and was much relieved when I assured her it was not part of my daily devotions to curse the Prophet and revile the noble Koran. I am extremely glad that the English have given a hearty welcome to the Ameer el Mournemeen, Commander of the Faithful. It will have an excellent effect in all Mussulman countries. A queer little Indian from Delhi who had been converted to Islam, and spent 4 years at Mecca acting as dragoman to his own countrymen, is now settled at Karnak. I sent for him, and he came shaking in his shoes. I asked why he was afraid. Oh, perhaps I was angry about something, and he was my rayah, and I might have him beaten. I cried out at him, "Ask pardon of God, O man! How could I beat thee any more than thou couldst beat me? Have we not laws? And art thou not my brother, and the rayah of our queen, as I am and no more?" "Mashallah!" exclaimed the 6 or 8 fellaheen who were waiting for physic, in prodigious admiration and wonder, "and did we not tell thee that the face of the Sitt brings good fortune and not calamity and stick?" I found the little Indian had been a hospital servant in Calcutta, and was practising a little physic on his own account. So I gave him a few drugs especially for bad eyes, which he knew a good deal about, and we became very good friends. He was miserable when I left and would have liked me to have taken him as a volunteer servant. I have come to a curious honour. Ich bin beim lebendigem Lebe besungen. Several parties of real Arabs came with their sick on camels from the desert above Edfu. I asked at last what brought them, and they told me that a shaer (bard or poet) had gone about singing my praises, as how the daughter of the English was a flower on the heads of the Arabs, and those who were sick should go and smell the perfume of the flower and rejoice in the brightness of the light, Noreen, my name. Rather a high-flown way of mentioning the exhibition of a black dose. But we don't feel that a man makes a fool of himself here when he is romantic in his talk, even about an old woman. It is no use to talk of the state of things here. All classes are suffering terribly under the fearful taxation, the total ruin of the fellaheen, and the destruction of trade brought about by this much extolled Pasha. My grocer is half ruined by the improvements made à l'instar de Paris, long military straight roads cut through the heart of Cairo. The owners are expropriated, and there is an end of it. Only those who have half a house left are to be pitied, because they are forced to build a new front to the street on a Frankish model, which renders it uninhabitable to them and unsaleable. The rivermen are excited about the crews gone to Paris, for fear they should be forcibly detained by the Sultana Franzaweeh. I assured them that all will come home safe and happy, with a good baksheesh. Many of them think it a sort of degradation to be taken for the Parisians to stare at like an antica, a word which here means what our people call a curiosity. I go on very well with my two boys. Maybrook washes very well and acts as marmiton. Darfour is housemaid and waiter in his very tiny way. He is only troublesome as being given to dirty his clothes in an incredibly short time. His account of the school system of Darfour is curious. How, when the little boy has achieved excellence he is carried home in triumph to his father's house, who makes a festival for the master and boys. I suppose you will be surprised to hear that the Darfour niggers can nearly all read and write. Poor little Darfour apologized to me for his ignorance; he was stolen, he said, when he had only just begun to go to school. I wish an English or French servant could hear the instructions given by an Alim here to the serving men. How he would resent them! When thou hast tired out thy back do not put thy hand behind it, do not shirk the burden. Remember that thou art not only to obey, but to please thy master, whose bread thou eatest, and much more of the like. In short, a standard of religious obedience and fidelity fit for the highest Catholic idea of the religious life. Upon the few who seek instruction it does have an effect. I am sure Omar looks on his service as a religious duty, but of course they are few, and those who don't seek it themselves get none. It is curious how all children here are left utterly without any religious instruction. I don't know whether it is in consequence of this that they grow up so very devout. End of letter 107. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 108 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, July 29, 1867. Dearest Alick, your letter has arrived to my great relief, only I fear you are not at all well. About Maurice, if he wishes to see the Nile let him come, but if he is only to be sent because of me, let it alone. I know I am oppressive company now, and am apt, like Mr. Woodhouse in Emma, to say, let us all have some gruel. We know nothing here of a prohibition of gunpowder; at this moment some Europeans are popping away incessantly at Embabeh just opposite. Evidently the Pasha wants to establish a right of search on the Nile. That absurd speech about slaves he made in Paris shows that. With 3,000 in his hareem, several slave regiments, and lots of gangs on all his sugar plantations, his impudence is wonderful. He is himself the greatest living slave trader as well as owner. My lads are afraid to go out alone for fear of being snapped up by cawasses and taken to the army or the sugar works. You will be sorry to hear that your stalwart friend Hassan has had 50 blows on each footsole and had to pay £6. He was taking 2 donkeys to Shepherd's Hotel before sunrise for a French lady and gentleman to go to the Pyramids, when a cawass met him, seized the donkeys, and on Hassan's refusal to give them up, spat on the side saddle and reviled Hassan's own hareem and began to beat him with his courbash. Hassan got impatient, took the cawass up in his arms and threw him on the ground, and went on. Presently 4 cawasses came after him, seized him and took him to the Zaptiya police office, where they all swore he had beaten them, torn their clothes, and robbed one of an imaginary gold watch, all valued at £24. After the beating he was carried to the prison in chains, and there sentenced to be a soldier. A friend, however, interfered and settled the matter for £6. Hassan sends you his best salaam. Last night was very pretty, all the boats starting for the Moolid of Said el Bedawi at Tanta. Every boat had a sort of pyramid of lanterns, and the darweeshes chanted and the worldly folks had profane music and singing, and I sat and looked and listened, and thought how many thousand years ago just the same thing was going on in honour of Bubastis. End of letter 108. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 109 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Bullock, August 7, 1867. My dearest Alick, 2 sailors of mine went last year to Paris in the dahabeah for the Empress and are just come back. When I see them I expect I shall have some fun out of their account of their journey. Poor Adam's father died of grief at his son's going, nothing would persuade him that Adam would come back safe, and having a heart complaint he died. And now the lad is back, well and with fine clothes, but is much cut up I hear by his father's death. Please send me a tremendous whistle, mine is not loud enough to wake Omar at the other end of the cabin. A boatswain's whistle or something in the line of the last trump is needed to wake sleeping Arabs. My pretty neighbour has gone back into the town. She was a nice little woman and amused me a great deal. I see that a good respectable Turkish hareem is an excellent school of useful accomplishments, needlework, cookery, etc. But I observed that she did not care a bit for the Pasha, by whom she had a child, but was extremely fond of her lady, as she politely called her, also that like every Circassian I ever knew, she regarded being sold as quite a desirable fate, and did not seem sorry for her parents, as the negroes always are. The heat has been prodigious, but I am a good deal better. Yesterday the Nile had risen above 10 cubits and the cutting of the Khalig took place. The river is pretty full now, but they say it will go down fast this year. I don't know why. It looks very beautiful, blood red and tossed into waves by the north wind fighting the rapid stream. Goodbye, dear Alick. I hope to hear a better account of your health soon. End of letter 109. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 110 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Austen, Bullock, August 8, 1867. Dearest Mother, 2 of my sailors were in Paris and have just come home. I hear they are dreadfully shocked by the dancing, and by the French women of the lower class generally. They sit in the coffee shops like shaers, poets, and tell of the wonders of Paris to admiring crowds. They are enthusiastic about the courtesy of the French police, who actually did not beat them when they got into a quarrel, but scolded the Frankish man instead, and accompanied them back to the boat quite politely. The novelty and triumph of not being beaten was quite intoxicating. There is such a curious sight of a crowd of men carrying huge blocks of stone up out of a boat. One sees exactly how the stones were carried in ancient times. They sway their bodies all together like one great lithe animal with many legs, and hum a low chant to keep time. It is quite unlike any carrying heavy weights in Europe. It is getting dusk and too windy for candles, so I must say good night and eat the dinner which Darfour has pressed upon me 2 or 3 times. He is a pleasant little creature, so lively and so gentle. It is washing day. I wish you could see Mabrook squatting out there, lathering away at the clothes with his superb black arms. He is a capital washer and a fair cook, but an utter savage. Editor's Note: The foregoing letter reached England the day after the death of my grandmother, Mrs. Austen, which was a great shock to my mother and made her ill and unhappy, so it was settled that my brother Maurice should go out and spend the winter with her on the Nile. End of letter 110. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 111 of a Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, September 7, 1867. Dearest Alick, many thanks for your letter and for all the trouble you have taken. I wish you were better. There is such a group all stitching away at the big new sail. Omar, the Rais, 2 or 3 volunteers, some old sailors of mine, and little Darfour. If I die, I think you must have that tiny nigger over. He is such a merry little soul. I am sure you would love him. He is quite a civilized being and has a charming temper, and he seems very small to be left alone in the world. I hope Maurice is not of the faction of the ennuyés of this generation. I am more and more of Omar's opinion, who said with a pleased sigh as we sat on the deck under some lovely palm trees in the bright moonlight, moored far from all human dwellings, how sweet are the quiet places of the world. I wonder when Europe will drop the absurd delusion about Christians being persecuted by Muslims. It is absolutely the other way, here at all events. The Christians know that they will always get backed by some consul or other, and it is the Muslims who go to the wall invariably. The brute of a patriarch is resolved to continue his persecution of the converts, and I was urged the other day by a Sheykh to go to the Sheykh ul-Islam himself and ask him to demand equal rights for all religions, which is the law, on behalf of these Coptic Protestants. Everywhere the Ulema have done what they could to protect them, even at Siout, where the American missionaries had caused them, the Ulemas, a great deal of annoyance on a former occasion. No one in Europe can conceive how much the Copts have got the upper hand in the villages. They are backed by the government, and they know that the Europeans will always side with them. September 13th. Omar is crazy with delight at the idea of Maurice's arrival, and Rais Mohammed is planning what men to take who can make a fantasia and not ask too much wages. Let me know what boat Maurice comes by, that I may send Omar to Alexandria to meet him. Omar begs me to give you and Siti Rainie his best salaam, and his assurance that he will take great care of the young master and keep him very tight. I think Maurice will be diverted with small Darfour. Mabrook now really cooks very fairly under Omar's orders, but he is beyond belief uncouth, and utters the wildest howls now that his voice is grown big and strong like himself. Moreover, he won't be spoken to, as our servants say, but he is honest, clean, and careful. I should not have thought any human creature could remain so completely a savage in a civilized community. I rather respect his savage hauteur, especially as it is combined with truth and honesty. End of letter 111. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 112 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, Boat Marie-Louise, October 17, 1867. Dearest Alick, you must not be wroth with me because I have not written for a long time. I have been ill, but am much better. Omar will go down to Alexandria to meet Maurice on Monday. My boat is being painted, but is nearly finished. As soon as it is done I shall move back into her. I got out into a little cangia, but it swarmed with bugs and wasps, and was too dirty, so I moved yesterday into a good boat belonging to a dragoman, and hope to be back in my own by Sunday. But oh Lord, I got hold of the barber himself turned painter, and as the little cangia was moored alongside the Urania in order to hold all the mattresses, carpets, etc., I was his victim. First it was a request for £3 to buy paint. None but the best of paint is fitting for a noble person like thee, and that thou knowest is costly, and I am thy servant and would do thee honour. Very well, say I, take the money and see, O man, that the paint is of the best, or thy backsheesh will be bad also. Well, he begins and then rushes in to say, Come, O Bey, O Pasha, and behold the brilliancy of the white paint, like milk, like glass, like the full moon. I go and say, Mashallah, but now be so good as to work fast, for my son will be here in a few days, and nothing is ready. Fatal remark, Mashallah, Bismillah, may the Lord spare him, may God prolong thy days. Let me advise thee how to keep the eye from him, for doubtless thy son is beautiful as a memlook of 1,000 purses. Remember to spit in his face when he comes on board, and revile him aloud that all the people may hear thee, and compel him to wear torn and dirty clothes when he goes out. And how many children hast thou, and our master, thy master, is he well, etc., etc. Shukr Allah, all is well with us, say I, but by the Prophet, paint, O Ma'alim, exactly the German Meister, and do not break my head any more. But I was forced to take refuge at a distance from Hajj Ali's tongue. Read aloud the story of the barber, and you will know exactly what Ma'alim Hajj Ali is. And just as I got out of my boat and he had begun, the painter whom I had last year and with whom I was dissatisfied, went to the Sheykh of the painters and persuaded him to put my man in prison for working too cheap. That was at daybreak. So I sent my Rais to the Sheykh to inform him that if my man did not return by next day at daybreak, I would send for an European painter and force the Sheykh to pay the bill. Of course my man came. My steersman Hassan and a good man Hossein, who can wash and is generally nice and pleasant, arrived from El Bastoui a few days ago, and are waiting here till I want them. Poor little ugly black Hassan has had his house burnt down in his village, and lost all the clothes which he had bought with his wages. They were very good clothes, some of them, and a heavy loss. He is my Rais's brother, and a good man, clean and careful and quiet, better than my Rais even. They are a respectable family. Big stout Hazazin owes me 200 piastres which he is to work out, so I have still 5 men and a boy to get. I hope a nice boy, called Hedderby, the lizard, will come. They don't take pay till the day before we sail, except the Rais and Abdou Sadig, who are permanent. But Hassan and Hossein are working away as merrily as if they were paid. People growl at the baksheesh, but they should also remember what a quantity of service one gets for nothing here, and for which, oddly enough, no one dreams of asking baksheesh. Once a week we shift the anchors, for fear of their silting over, and 6 or 8 men work for an hour, then the mast is lowered, 12 or 14 men work at this, and nobody gets a farthing. The other day Omar met in the market an agreeable merchant, an Abyssinian fresh from his own country, which he had left because of the tyranny of Kassa, alias Todoros, the Sultan. The merchant had brought his wife and concubines to live here. His account is that the mass of the people are delighted to hear that the English are coming to conquer them, as they hope, and that everyone hates the king except 200 or 300 scamps who form his bodyguard. He had seen the English prisoners, who he says are not ill treated but certainly in danger, as the king is with difficulty restrained from killing them by the said scamps, who fear the revenge of the English, also that there is one woman imprisoned with the native female prisoners. Hassan, the donkey boy, when he was marmiton in Cairo, knew the Sultan Todoros. He was the only man who could be found to interpret between the king of Abyssinia and Mohammed Ali Pasha, whom Todoros had come to visit. The merchant also expressed a great contempt for the Patriarch, and for their Matram or Metropolitan, whom the English papers call the Abuna. Abuna is Arabic for our father. The man is a Cairene Copt and was a hanger-on of 2 English missionaries, they were really Germans, here, and he is more than commonly a rascal and a hypocrite. I know a respectable Jew whom he had robbed of all his merchandise, only Ras Ali forced the Matram to disgorge. Pray, what was all that nonsense about the Armenian Patriarch of Jerusalem writing to Todoros? What could he have to do with it? The Coptic Patriarch, whose place is Cairo, could do it if he were forced. At last my boat is finished, so to morrow Omar will clean the windows, and on Saturday move in the cushions, etc., and me, and on Sunday go to Alexandria. I hear the dreadful voice of Hajj Ali the painter outside, and will retire before he gets to the cabin door, for fear he should want to bore me again. I do hope Maurice will enjoy his journey; everyone is anxious to please him. The Sheykh of the Hawara sent his brother to remind me to stop at his palace near Girgeh, that he might make a fantasia for my son. So Maurice will see real Arab riding, and jereed, and sheep roasted whole and all the rest of it. The Sheykh is the last of the great Arab chieftains of Egypt, and has thousands of fellaheen and a large income. He did it for Lord Spencer and for the Duke of Rutland, and I shall get as good a fantasia, I have no doubt. Perhaps at Keneh Maurice had better not see the dancing, for Zeyneb and Latifa are terribly fascinating; they are such pleasant, jolly girls, as well as pretty and graceful, but old es Zeyn, Mother of Beauty, so called on account of his hideousness, will want us to eat his good dinner. End of Letter 112. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 113 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Urania, Boulak, October 21, 1867. Dearest Alick, so many thanks for the boxes and their contents. My slaves are enchanted with all that the great master has sent. Darfour hugged the horsecloth in ecstasy that he should never again be cold at night. The waistcoats of printed stuff, and the red flannel shirts are gone to be made up, so my boys will be like Pashas this winter, as they told the Reis. He is awfully perturbed about the evil eye. Thy boat, mashallah, is such as to carry envy from all beholders; now when they see a son with thee, Bismillah, mashallah, like a flower, verily, I fear greatly from the eye of the people. We have bought a tambourine and a tarabuka, and are on the look out for a man who can sing well, so as to have fantasia on board. October 22nd. I hear to day that the Pasha sent a telegram Hocht eigenhandig to Kous, in consequence whereof one Stephanos, an old Copt of high character, many years in government employ, was put in chains and hurried off within 20 minutes to Fazoglo with 2 of his friends, for no other crime than having turned Presbyterian. This is quite a new idea in Egypt, and we all wonder why the Pasha is so anxious to brush the coat of the Copt Patriarch. We also hear that the people up in the Saeed are running away by wholesale, utterly unable to pay the new taxes and to do the work exacted. Even here the beating is fearful. My Reis has had to send all his month's wages to save his aunt and his sister-in-law, both widows, from the Kourbash. He did not think so much of the blows, but of the shame. Those are women, lone women; from whence can they get the money? End of Letter 113. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 114 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Mrs. Ross, Boulak, November 3, 1867. Dearest Janet, Maurice arrived on Friday week, and is as happy as can be. He says he never felt so well, and never had such good snipe shooting. Little Darfour's amusement at Maurice is boundless. He grins at him all the time he waits at table. He marvels at his dirty boots, at his bathing, at his much walking out shooting, at his knowing no Arabic. The dyke burst the other day up Bahr Yussuf, and we were nearly all swept away by the furious rush of water. My little boat was upset while 3 men in her were securing the anchor, and 2 of them were nearly drowned, though they swim like fish. All the dahabiahs were rattled and pounded awfully, and in the middle of the fracas, at noonday, a steamer ran into us quite deliberately. I was rather frightened when the steamer bumped us, and carried away the iron supports of the awning, and they cursed our fathers into the bargain, which I thought needless. The English have fallen into such contempt here, that one no longer gets decent civility from anything in the Miri (government). Olagnier has sent us a lovely little skiff, and I have had her repaired and painted, so Maurice is set up for shooting and boating. Darfour calls him the son of a crocodile, because he loves the water, and generally delights in him hugely, and all my men are enchanted with him. End of letter 114. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 115 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, December 20th, 1867. Dearest Alick, we arrived here all safe 3 days ago. I think of starting for Nubia directly after Christmas Day, which we must keep here. We have lovely weather. Maurice is going with a friend of my friends, a Bedawi, to shoot. I hope among the Abab'da he will get some gazelle shooting. I shall stop at Syalya to visit the Sheikh's mother, and with them Maurice could go for some days into the desert. As to crocodiles, inshallah, we will eat their hearts, and not they ours. You may rely on it that Maurice is on the head and in the eye of all of my crew, and will not be allowed to bathe in unclean places. Rais Mohammed stopped him at Gebed Abdul Foda. You would be delighted to see how different he looks, all his clothes are too tight now. He says he is thoroughly happy, and that he was never more amused than when with me, which I think very flattering. Half of the old house at Luxor fell down into the temple beneath 6 days before I arrived, so there is an end of the Maison de France, I suppose. It might be made very nice again at a small expense, but I suppose the consul will not do it, and certainly I shall not unless I want it again. Nothing now remains solid but the 3 small front rooms and the big hall with 2 rooms off it. All the part I lived in is gone, and the steps, so one cannot get in. Luckily Yussuf had told Mohammed to move my little furniture into the part which is solid, having a misgiving of the rest. He has the most exquisite baby, an exact miniature of himself. He is in a manner my godson, being named Noor ed Din Hishan Abu el Hajjaj, to be called Noor like me. End of letter 115. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 116 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, on board the Urania, January, 1868. Dearest Alick, your letter of the 10th December most luckily came on to Edfu by the American Consul General, who overtook us there in his steamer and gave me a lunch. Maurice was, as usual, up to his knees in a distant swamp trying to shoot wild geese. Now we are up close to Assuan, and there are no more marshes, but en revanche there are quails and kata, the beautiful little sand grouse. I eat all Maurice shoots, which I find very good for me, and as for Maurice he has got back his old round boyish face. He eats like an ogre, walks all day, sleeps like a top, bathes in the morning and has laid on flesh so that his clothes won't button. At Esneh we fell in with handsome Hassan, who is now Sheykh of the Abab'da, as his elder brother died. He gave us a letter to his brother at Syalya, up in Nubia, ordering him to get up a gazelle hunt for Maurice, and I am to visit his wife. I think it will be pleasant, as the Bedouin women don't veil or shut up, and to judge by the men ought to be very handsome. Both Hassan and Abu Goord, who was with him, preached the same sermon as my learned friend Abu Rahman had done at Luxor. Why, in God's name, had I left my son without a wife? They are sincerely shocked at such indifference to a son's happiness. Aswan, 10 Ramadan. I have no almanac, but you will be able to know the date by your own red pocket-book, which determined the beginning of Ramadan at Luxor this year. They received a telegram fixing it for Thursday, but Sheykh Yussuf said that he was sure the astronomers in London knew best, and made it Friday. To-morrow we shall make our bargain, and next day go up the cataract, inshallah in safety. The water is very good, as Jesus the black pilot tells me. He goes to the second cataract and back, as I intend to stay nearly 2 months in Nubia. The weather here is perfect now; we have been lucky in having a lovely mild winter hitherto. We are very comfortable with a capital crew, who are all devoted to Maurice. The Sheykh of the Abab'deh has promised to join us if he can, when he has convoyed some 400 Bashi Bazouks up to Wady Halfa, who are being sent up because the English are in Abyssinia. End of letter 116. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 117 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Luxor, April 1868. Dearest Alick, I have been too weak to write, but the heat set in 3 days ago and took away my cough, and I feel much better. Maurice also flourishes in the broil, and protests against moving yet. He speaks a good deal of Arabic and is friends with everyone. It is Salam aleikum ya Maurice on all sides. A Belgian has died here, and his 2 slaves, a very nice black boy and an Abyssinian girl, got my little valet, Darfour, to coax me to take them under my protection, which I have done, as there appeared a strong probability that they would be annexed by a rascally Copt who is a consular agent at Keneh. I believe the Belgian has left money for them, which of course they would never get without some one to look after it, and so I have Ramadan, the boy, with me, and shall take the girl when I go, and carry them both to Cairo, settle their little business, and let them present a sealed up book which they have to their consul there, according to their master's desire, and then marry the girl to some decent man. I have left her in Mustapha's harem till I go. I enjoyed Nubia immensely, and longed to go and live with the descendants of a great Ras (head, chief), who entertained me at Ibrim, and who said, like Ravenswood, "Thou art come to a fallen house, and there is none to serve thee left save me." It was a paradise of a place, and the Nubian had the grand manners of a very old, proud nobleman. I had a letter to him from Sheykh Yussuf. Since I wrote the above it is turned quite chilly again, so we agreed to stay till the heat really begins. Maurice is so charmed with Luxor that he does not want to go, and we mean to let the boat and live here next winter. I think another week will see us start down stream. Janet talks of coming up the Nile with me next year, which would be pleasant. I am a little better than I have been the last 2 months. I was best in Nubia, but I got a cold at Esneh, second hand from Maurice, which made me very seedy. I cannot go about at all for want of breath. Could you send me a chair such as people are carried in by 2 men? A common chair is awkward for the men when the banks are steep, and I am nervous, so I never go out. I wish you could see your son bare-legged and footed, in a shirt and a pair of white Arab drawers, rushing about with a fellaheen. He is everybody's brother or son. End of letter 117. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 118 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Minia, May 1868. Dearest Alick, we are just arriving at Minia, whence the railway will take letters quickly. We dined at Keneh and at Siout with some friends, and had fantasia at Keneh. Omar desires his dutiful salams to you, and hopes you will be satisfied with the care he has taken of the child. How you would have been amused to hear the girl who came to dance for us at Esneh lecture Maurice about evil ways, but she was an old friend of mine, and gave good and sound advice. Everyone is delighted about Abyssinia. Thank God our Pasha will fear the English more than before, and the Sultan also, and when I lamented the expense they all exclaimed, "Never mind the expense, it is worth more than 10 millions to you. Your faces are whitened and your power enlarged before all the world, but why don't you take us on your way back?" I saw a very interesting man at Keneh, one Faam, a Copt, who has turned Presbyterian, and has induced 100 others at Koos to do likewise. An American missionary is their minister. Faam was sent off to the Soudan by the Patriarch, but brought back. He is a splendid old fellow, and I felt I looked on the face of a Christian martyr, a curious sight in the 19th century. The calm, fearless, rapt expression was like what you see in noble old Italian pictures, and he had the perfect absence of doing pious which shows the undoubting faith. He and the Mufti, also a noble fellow, sparred about religion in a jocose and friendly tone which would be quite unintelligible in Exeter Hall. When he was gone the Mufti said, "Ah, we thank them, for though they know not the truth of Islam, they are good men, and walk straight, and would die for their religion. Their example is excellent. Praise be to God for them." End of letter 118. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 119 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, June 14, 1868. Dearest Alick, the climate has been odious for Egypt. To shiver in cold winds of June on the Nile seems hard. Maurice inherits my faculty for getting on with damned niggers. All the crew kiss him on both cheeks, and swore to come back again in the winter, and up the country he was hand and glove with all the fellaheen, eating a good deal of what he called muck with great enjoyment, walking arm in arm with a crazy darweesh, fetching home a bride at night and swearing lustily by the Prophet. The good manners of the Arab canaille have rubbed off the very disagreeable varnish which he got at Brussels. Dr. Patterson wants me to go to Beyrout or one of the Greek Isles for a change. I am very feeble and short of breath, but I will try the experiment. Would you be shocked if a nigger taught Maurice? One Haji Daboos I know to be a capital Arabic scholar, and he speaks French like a Parisian, and Italian also, only he is a real nigger and so is the best music master in Cairo. Que faire? It's not catching, as Lady Morley said, and I won't present you with a young mulatto any more than with a young brave Belge. I may, however, find someone at Beyrout. Cairo is in such a state of beggary that all educated young men have fled. Maurice has no sort of idea why a nigger should not be as good as anyone else, but thinks perhaps you might not approve. You would have stared to see old Ahmed Aga Abd el Sadeg, a very good friend of ours at Assouan, coaxing and patting the Weled boy when he dined here the other day, and laughing immoderately at Maurice's nonsense. He is one of the M.P.s for Assouan, and a wealthy and much respected man in the Saeed. The Abyssinian affair is an awful disappointment to the Pasha. He had laid his calculations for something altogether different, and is furious. The Coptic clergy are ready to murder us. The Arabs are all in raptures. God bless the English general, he has frightened our Pasha. Giafar Pasha bakshished me an abaya of crimson silk and gold, also a basket of coffee. I was obliged to accept them, as he sent his son with them, and to refuse would have been an insult, and as he is the one Turk I do think highly of, I did not wish to affront him. It was at Luxor on his way to Khartoum. He also invited Maurice to Khartoum, and proposed to send a party to fetch him from Korosko on the Nile. Giafar is Viceroy of the Soudan, and a very quiet man who does not eat the people. My best love to Janet. I'll write soon to her, but I am lazy and Maurice is worse. Omar nearly cried when Maurice went to Alexandria for a week. I seem to feel how dull we shall be without him when he goes away for good, said he, and Darfour expresses his intention of going with Maurice. Thou must give me to the young man bakshish, as he puts it, because I have plenty of sense and shall tell him what to do. That is the little rascal's sauce. Terence's slaves are true to the life here. End of letter 119. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 120 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, October 22, 1868. Dearest Alick, the unlucky journey to Syria almost cost me my life. The climate is absolute poison to consumptive people. In 10 days after I arrived the doctor told me to settle my affairs, for I had probably only a few days to live, and certainly should never recover. However, I got better, and was carried on board the steamer, but am too weak for anything. We were nearly shipwrecked coming back owing to the Russian captain having his bride on board and not minding his ship. We bumped and scraped and rolled very unpleasantly. At Beirut the Sisters of Charity wouldn't nurse a Protestant, nor the Prussians a non-Lutheran. But Omar and Darfour nursed me better than Europeans ever do. Little Blackie was as sharp about the physic as a born doctor's boy when Omar was taking his turn of sleep. I did not like the few Syrians I saw at all. End of letter 120, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 121 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, November 6, 1868. Dearest Alick, I am sure you will rejoice to hear that I am really better. I now feel so much like living on a bit longer that I will ask you to send me a cargo of medicines. I didn't think it worth while before to ask for anything to be sent to me that could not be forwarded to Hades, but my old body seems very tough and I fancy I still have 1 or 2 of my 9 lives left. I hope to sail in a very few days. Maurice is going up to Cairo, so I send this by him. Yesterday was little Rainie's birthday and I thought very longingly of her. The photo of Leighton's sketch of Janet I like very much. End of letter 121, read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 122 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Assuan, January 25, 1869. Dearest Alick, we have been here 10 days, and I find the air quite the best for me. I cough much less, only I am weak and short of breath. I have got a most excellent young Rais for my boat, and a sailor who sings like a nightingale. Indeed, he is not a sailor at all, but a professional Cairo singer who came up with me for fun. He draws crowds to hear him, and at Esneh the congregation prayed for me in the mosque that God might reward me for the pleasure I had provided for them. Fancy desiring the prayers of this congregation for the welfare of the lady who gave me her opera box last Saturday. If prayers could avail to cure I ought to get well rapidly. At Luxor Omar killed the sheep he had vowed, and Mustapha and Mohammed each killed 2, as thank offerings for my life, and all the darweeshes held 2 great zikirs in a tent pitched behind the boat, and drummed and chanted and called on the Lord for 2 whole nights, and every man in my boat fasted Ramadan severely, from Omar and the crew to the little boys. I think Darfour was the most meritorious of all, because he has such a gargantuan appetite, but he fasted his 30 days bravely and rubbed his little nose in the dust energetically in prayer. On Christmas Day I was at Esneh. It was warm and fine, and I made fantasia and had the girls to dance. Zeyneb and Hilalea claimed to be my own special Gazawi, so to speak, my ballerine da camera, and they did their best. How I did long to transport the whole scene before your eyes, Ramadan warbling intense love songs, and beating on a tiny tambourine, while Zeyneb danced before him and gave the pantomime to his song, and the sailors and girls and respectable merchants sat pell-mell all around on the deck, and the player on the rabab drew from it a wail like that of Isis for dead Osiris. I never quite know whether it is now or 4,000 years ago, or even 10,000, when I am in the dreamy intoxication of a real Egyptian fantasia. Nothing is so antique as the Gazawi, the real dancing girls. They are still subject to religious ecstasies of a very curious kind, no doubt inherited from the remotest antiquity. Ask any learned pundit to explain to you the Czar, it is really curious. Now that I am too ill to write, I feel very sorry that I did not persist and write on the beliefs of Egypt, in spite of your fear that the learned would cut me up, for I honestly believe that knowledge will die with me which few others possess. You must recollect that the learned know books, and I know men, and what is still more difficult, women. The cataract is very bad this year, owing to want of water in the Nile, and to the shameful conduct of the Maōhn here. The cataract men came to me and prayed me to give them my voice before the Moudir, which I will do. Allah Eddin Bey seems a decent man and will perhaps remove the rascal whose robberies on travellers are notorious, and his oppression of the poor savages who pull the boats up odious. 2 boats have been severely damaged, and my friend the Reis of the Cataract, the one I threatened to shoot last year and who has believed in me ever since, does not advise me to go up, though he would take me for nothing, he swears, if I wished. So as the air is good here and Maurice is happy with his companions, I will stay here. I meant to have discharged my men, but I have grown so fond of them, having so good a set, that I can't bring myself to save £20 by turning them adrift when we are all so happy and comfortable, and the poor fellows are just marrying new wives with their wages. Good-bye, dearest Alick, forgive a scrawl, for I am very weak all over, fingers and all. Best love to my darling Rainie. 3 boats have little girls of 5 to 8 on board, and I do envy them so. I think Maurice had better go home to you when we get to Cairo. He ought to be doing something. End of letter 122. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 123 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Boulak, June 15, 1869. Dearest Alick, do not think of coming here. Indeed, it would be almost too painful to me to part from you again, and as it is, I can patiently wait for the end among people who are kind and loving enough to be comfortable, without too much feeling of the pain of parting. The leaving Luxor was rather a distressing scene, as they did not think to see me again. The kindness of all the people was really touching, from the Cadi who made ready my tomb among his own family, to the poorest fellaheen. Omar sends you his most heartfelt thanks, and begs that the boat may remain registered at the Consulate in your name for his use and benefit. The Prince has appointed him his own dragoman. But he is sad enough, poor fellow; all his prosperity does not console him for the loss of the mother he found in the world. Mohammed at Luxor wept bitterly, and said, "Poor I, poor my children, poor all the people," and kissed my hand passionately, and the people at Esneh asked leave to touch me for a blessing, and everyone sent delicate bread and their best butter and vegetables and lambs. They are kinder than ever now that I can no longer be of any use to them. If I live till September I will go up to Esneh, where the air is softest and I cough less. I would rather die among my own people in the Saeed than here. You must forgive this scrawl, dearest. Don't think, please, of sending Maurice out again. He must begin to work now or he will never be good for anything. Can you thank the Prince of Wales for Omar, or shall I write? He was most pleasant and kind, and the Princess too. She is the most perfectly simple-mannered girl I ever saw. She does not even try to be civil like other great people, but asks blunt questions, and looks at one so heartily with her clear, honest eyes that she must win all hearts. They are more considerate than any people I have seen, and the Prince, instead of being gracious, was, if I may say so, quite respectful in his manner. He is very well bred and pleasant, and has the honest eyes that makes one sure he has a kind heart. My sailors were so proud at having the honour of rowing him in our own boat, and of singing to him. I had a very good singer in the boat. Please send some little present for my Reis. He is such a good man, he will be pleased at some little thing from you. He is half Turk, and seems like whole one. Maurice will have told you all about us. Good-bye for the present, dearest Alick. End of letter 123. Read by Sibella Denton. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter 124 of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. To Sir Alexander Duff Gordon, Helwan, opposite Bedrashane, July 9, 1869. Dearest Alick, don't make yourself unhappy, and don't send out a nurse. And above all, don't think of coming. I am nursed as well as possible. My 2 Reises, Ramadan and Yussuf, are strong and tender, and Omar is as admirable as ever. The worst is, I am so strong. I repeat, I could not be better cared for anywhere than by my good and loving crew. Tell Maurice how they all cried, and how Abd el Halim forswore drink and hasheesh. He is very good too, but my Reises are incomparable. God bless you. I wish I had seen your dear face once more, but not now. I would not have you here now on any account. End of letter 124. End of Letters from Egypt by Lady Lucie Duff Gordon. Read by Sibella Denton in Carrollton, Georgia, for LibriVox.org. All LibriVox files are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org.